Chapter 1911. In the sky above the Moan Kingdom Empire, 3 divine emperors stood together, 2 in black and 1 in white. However, they did not look too good. This was because the 8 God Emperor treasures were hovering in the air outside the capital of Moan Kingdom, giving them immense pressure. As long as they interfered, the 8 God Emperor treasures would suppress them. Although the 8 divine emperor treasures were not the actual divine emperor treasures, they were treasures that were infinitely close to an emperor god with unimaginable power. Every time the 3 divine emperors wanted to take action, the 8 divine emperor treasures would suppress them. Have the people from Hell Realm arrived yet? Divine Emperor Wu Yan in black armor asked with a sullen face. If they don't come soon, I'm afraid the Imperial City won't be able to hold on. The Divine Realm's attack is too fierce. Currently, the 3 of them could not take action and could only rely on the ultimate gods who were far weaker than the Divine Realm. Under such circumstances, the Divine Emperors of Moan Kingdom could only seek help from the other subworlds, hoping they would send experts over. It should be soon, Divine Emperor Taisu said. Tianxi and the others should know that they won't have a good time if the Moan Kingdom is breached. I'll send someone down to check it out right away, Divine Emperor Gong Sun Yu said. Meanwhile, outside the Imperial City, there were more than a dozen peak ultimate gods in the Divine Realm. They had yet to take action. Wu Yan and the others can't hold on any longer. A peak ultimate god said. They're just 3 divine emperors. They're dreaming if they think they can stop our attack. We'll definitely take down the Imperial City within 3 days. As long as we kill all the ultimate gods, we'll also kill the 3 divine emperors. These ultimate gods were very arrogant. However, they did have the confidence to say that. Without the ultimate gods, the divine emperors would be alone. With the 8 divine emperor treasures suppressing them, killing divine emperors would become easy. It was something very exciting for any ultimate god. Among the dozen peak ultimate gods, there was a red-robed ultimate god with the strongest aura. He was the leader of the team Flying Rainbow Ultimate God. He was also a half-step divine emperor expert. Don't celebrate too early, everyone. The people from the other 5 subworlds will definitely interfere. Hierarch Flying Rainbow looked into the distance. You guys better be careful. The godly venerables were dismissive of the 5 child worlds' help. Among the 5 subsidiary worlds, only the Hell world could send people here. The other worlds could not withstand a single blow, which was why they attacked the Moan world first. The attacks did not stop. It was exceptionally intense. Gao Yang also brought his men and headed straight for the temporary gathering place. All the ultimate gods in the Moan world were gathered here. He's here, he's here. The ultimate gods gathered there reeked of blood from the battle. Some of them looked extremely pale. Gao Yang's voice caused them to reveal a trace of joy. Reinforcements had finally arrived. They had been waiting for a long time. Great! Our reinforcements are here. The ultimate gods breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 god emperors also turned to look at Zhang Xian. At a time like this, they could only count on the experts sent by the Infernal Realm. 36 ultimate gods still excited them. The 3 god emperors descended from the sky. But when they saw the leader of the group, they were all startled because they didn't recognize the person in front of them. To be able to walk at the front in such an occasion, he must be the leader. But he was too young. Gao Yang quickly eased the atmosphere. Lord, this is the leader of the Infernal Realm, Daoist Ditian. He is the mysterious Skyworld's #1 expert, and once made the Divine World suffer a lot. They had never seen him before, so they didn't know him. But once his name was mentioned, everyone knew him. Ditian, the mysterious Skyworld's #1 expert. That was a very famous name. But to the ultimate gods present, what did the Infernal Realm mean? Why did they let such a person be the leader? They heard that Ditian's strength was at most at the Divine King level. Many people were a little disappointed. The 3 god emperors' expressions did not change. They wouldn't ask about that at this time. The Infernal Realm could arrange for someone to come. Daoist Ditian, I thank you for bringing people here. The Moan world needs you. God Emperor Wu Yan said with a smile, appearing very polite. God Emperor, you're too polite. Lin Fei didn't care about what others thought. We're all one. It's only right for us to help each other. This kid really knows how to talk. God Emperor Wu Yan had an evaluation in his heart. Ditian wasn't a pompous person, but he didn't know what relationship he had with the Tianxi Divine Emperor. However, there was no time to find out. They had to deal with the crisis first. Oh no, the formation is broken. The ultimate gods are attacking. Something unexpected happened. The continuous attacks caused a huge gap to appear in one of the Moan world's imperial city's restrictive formations. The ultimate gods attacked from outside. In the blink of an eye, the people of the Moan world suffered heavy casualties. This kind of situation was very normal in recent days. Every time, godly venerable experts had to step in to stop them and chase them out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The local ultimate gods of the Moan world attacked first. It had become a habit. Without waiting for the people here to attack. A gap also appeared in the other restriction formation. Another group of godly venerable experts charged in. Just as God Emperor Wu Yan was about to attack, 8 divine emperor treasures rushed in and suppressed the 3 divine emperors. This was their strategy. As long as the divine emperors didn't attack, the peak ultimate gods had the upper hand. Brother Ditian, let's cut to the chase. I hope you can stop this gap. God Emperor Wu Yan took out a black tower and slammed it against the divine emperor treasures. Please. In less than a moment, the 3 divine emperors were suppressed by the divine emperor treasures. I don't need to say anything. Everyone knows what to do. Lin Fei turned around and said. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the gap. Brother Ditian, I'm here to help you. Dongfang Yijian followed closely behind. His fighting spirit soared. The other ultimate gods did not fall behind. They also knew that this was a big matter for the Moan world. If they did not stop them, it would be Hell World's turn sooner or later. The gap was not small. The ultimate gods acted as the vanguard and killed the Moan world's experts, clearing a path for the teams behind to rush in. There were a lot of ultimate gods in this gap. There were as many as 50 to 60 of them, including 5 peak ultimate gods. River of Time. Lin Fei's blood was boiling. A river of time flew out and suppressed this part of the sky. The ultimate god experts at the gap were affected by the suppression and slowed down their movements. Space freeze. Lin Fei attacked again and activated his space power. This was a 2-pronged attack to gain an advantage. Chapter 1912. The divine world had a huge army. Along the way, with the suppression of the 8 divine emperors' treasures, the Moan world had no choice but to hide in the Moan kingdom's capital. Entering through the gaps in the formation became a way for the divine world. Once in a while, the divine world's army would create a gap. Therefore, every time they entered, they would inflict heavy losses on the Moan world. This time, under the leadership of Brahma, they once again inflicted heavy losses on the Moan world. As soon as they entered through the gap, they immediately gained the upper hand and defeated the Moan world's people. They could not stop their invasion at all. Ha ha ha, the Moan world's death is here. Brahma said proudly. How dare they fight against the divine world? They're courting death. From another gap, the divine world's experts also entered. The divine world swept over like a torrent. As long as the Moan world's experts could not stop their attack, the Moan world would be completely defeated. From then on, the Moan world would be ruled by the divine world. This was a great contribution. Brahma was feeling proud of himself. The river of time pressed down. The power of time rippled and affected their speed. An ultimate god's power of time? Brahma was a high-level ultimate god. He was immediately affected by the power of time and his expression changed. Impossible, the Moan world does not have a time bloodline master. Ever since they attacked the Moan world, they had investigated the strength of the entire world. Apart from the 3 divine emperors, the rest of the ultimate gods were vulnerable. Since when did the Moan world have a time bloodline master? More importantly, when the power of time reached the ultimate god level, it could affect the attacks of the ultimate gods. The surprise did not stop there. The power of space came again. Brahma and the other ultimate gods were in big trouble. Reinforcements, they must be from another world. Brahma was shocked. Lin Fei used the power of time and space to suppress the divine world's ultimate gods. Kill them first. The ultimate gods who followed behind were also full of fighting spirit. 35 ultimate gods rushed forward. Unlimited speed, unlimited attack. Dongfang Yijian slashed his sword at the nearest low-level ultimate god. The troublesome time power did not affect Dongfang Yijian's offensive. The low-level ultimate god's reaction was much slower due to the river of time suppression. More importantly, he encountered infinite speed. How could a low-level ultimate god withstand it? Dongfang sent his opponent flying with a single sword strike. He then stabbed out with his second sword strike, displaying a terrifying attack. What's that? The 3 godly emperors of Moan World used their treasures to defend against the attacks of the 8 godly emperor treasures. Divine Emperor No Flame noticed the commotion not far away. A surging river swept across the sky, suppressing everyone. River of Time. Divine Emperor Wu Yin was shocked. Could such a turbulent river of time originate from the infernal realm? If that was the case, it would be much easier to defend against the immortal realm's army. The 3 of them were being held back by the Divine Emperor's treasures. There's also spatial energy. It's also at the ultimate god level? In the next moment, Divine Emperor Wu Yin was shocked once again. The traces of spatial energy fluctuations were too eye-catching. No Flame. It seems like the infernal realm has sent a powerful controller. Divine Emperor Taishu exclaimed. Time and spatial energy, they can't win. I remember now. I think only Ditian has the power of time and spatial energy. Gong Sunyu exclaimed. Ditian? The strongest expert in the mysterious sky world? The 3 of them looked over. They could not believe it. The power of time and the power of space gathered in one person's body, and more importantly, cultivated to the same realm. This was truly rare. Many monstrous existences might not be able to cultivate to this realm. It's him. It's really him. The 3 godly emperors had sharp senses. They could feel the power of time and spatial energy released by Ditian. This is great. They could see hope. Too monstrous. With the help of the power of time and spatial energy, they would not lose. The immortal realm's plan would be ruined. Lin Fei did not make a move. He could only control the power of time and spatial energy to ensure everyone's safety. This is awesome. With the power of time and spatial energy, this is awesome. I don't think the immortal realm experts are that great. The ultimate gods were all smiles. Even if they were not convinced in the beginning, they could now suppress the ultimate divinity with the help of the power of time and the power of space. They had never experienced this kind of advantage. The immortal realm had lost more than 10 low-level ultimate gods and 5 to 6 mid-level ultimate gods in a short period of time. I'll go kill him. Divine Emperor Brahma's face was solemn. The double suppression made Divine Emperor Brahma feel a great deal of pressure. It's all that guy's fault. Divine Emperor Brahma, who was in high spirits, knew things were not going well when he saw the casualties. His advantage had been evened out. It was all because of that black-robed kid. Divine Emperor Brahma broke out of the encirclement. With his high-level ultimate god strength, the power of time and spatial energy could suppress him, but he still had the strength to fight his way out. Divine Emperor Brahma knew very well that if he did not kill the black-robed kid, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One Lin Fei controlled the spatial energy and froze the space. Divine Emperor Brahma was very strong, but he could not break through the spatial energy. There were also high-level ultimate gods coming at him from behind, not giving him any chance. Lin Fei watched coldly as he tried to break through the barrier several times. Retreat. Divine Emperor Brahma was suppressed and his strength was greatly reduced. He had no choice but to retreat with his people. They're retreating. The ultimate gods from hell cheered. They had won the first battle. Among them, Dongfang Yijian killed the most ultimate gods. With the combination of time and spatial energy, his unlimited speed became the strongest weapon. The experts from Moan Kingdom also cheered. That was the fastest way to drive people out. At first, they couldn't believe it was true. In the past, they had to lose a large number of experts to resist wave after wave of attacks. However, they quickly won today. The Moan Kingdom was once again filled with fighting spirit. Go! The river of time pierced through the sky and came above another gap, suppressing the ultimate gods from the divine realm. Leave some people to guard the gap. The rest go help them. Lin Fei immediately made arrangements. Now, these experts of the underworld were very obedient to Lin Fei. If it was not for Lin Fei's help, they would not have achieved what they had. Another wave of ultimate gods joined in. Chapter 1913. A crisis was resolved just like that. The divine world's attack was blocked once again, leaving behind more than 20 ultimate gods' corpses. They had no choice but to retreat. The three divine emperors started to pay more attention to Dtion. The other ultimate gods looked at him in a different light. In the beginning, everyone was puzzled as to why the infernal world would let someone from another world lead the attack. Now they understood. The number one expert in the mysterious sky world did have the ability to lead the attack. He had mastered the space and time bloodlines, two top-notch bloodlines that forced the divine world to retreat. After the divine world retreated, the three divine emperors announced a celebration for the guests from the infernal world. The Moan Kingdom capital was filled with cheers. The Moan Kingdom world had not achieved such a victory for a long time. They had always paid a huge price to stop the divine world's attacks and completely suppress them. This was the first time the divine world had lost a lower-level ultimate god's corpse. For the divine world's side, it was a huge blow. As the leader of the attack, Hierarch Long Rainbow was quite shocked. He knew there were reinforcements. The only thing he did not expect was that the reinforcements were so strong that they could easily defeat their attack. You can't be blamed for this. Hierarch Long Rainbow was not angry. Hierarch Long Rainbow already knew what happened. We didn't expect the infernal world to send such powerful reinforcements, said Hierarch Long Rainbow. And the one leading the attack is Dtion. Hierarch Long Rainbow would never forget Dtion's name. Dtion had killed many people when he invaded the divine world. No one would forget that. Hierarch Long Rainbow was also a subordinate of a divine emperor, and naturally knew Dtion. He was cultivating in seclusion at that time. After he came out, Dtion returned to the lower realm and did not come out. Sir, the Moan Kingdom world has the help of Dtion, a dual elemental bloodline controller. It will be very disadvantageous to our next attack, said Brahma Divine Emperor. The power of time and space can already affect our strength. It won't be easy to attack the last city of the Moan Kingdom world. The high-level ultimate gods were very clear. Because of Dtion's appearance, the Moan world, which was on the verge of collapse, was no longer easy for the divine realm to conquer the Moan world. Venerated God Long Rainbow knew very well that the appearance of a dual bloodline master wouldn't have such an impact on the battle situation as he claimed it to be. Hierarch Long Rainbow had also witnessed the battle that had taken place in the arena. Even high-level ultimate gods dared not underestimate the Time Force's influence. Those low-level ultimate gods were suppressed and killed on the spot by the opposing ultimate gods. Everyone, don't worry. The Moan world has invited Dtion. Our immortal world has vast resources, and it's not like we don't have time controllers and space controllers. Hierarch Long Rainbow laughed. I will contact the immortal world and have them send out time controllers and space controllers to restrain Dtion. Everyone relaxed. Capital of Moan Kingdom. The three god emperors held a celebratory banquet. The experts of the Moan world heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since the divine world started their invasion, the Moan world had been losing. They hadn't won for a long time. During the banquet, everyone's focus was on Dtion, this young man who had turned the tide. The three god emperors were especially enthusiastic. No one knew better than them the importance of a dual bloodline master. The Moan world also had a controller whose bloodline power was at the divine king level. It wasn't easy to go from one level to another. Lin Fei's appearance brought hope to the Moan world. After the banquet, someone arranged for the ultimate gods from Hell World to rest. Lin Fei also had a house and arranged for maidservants. He wasn't interested in this and asked them to be replaced. The house was very quiet. Daoist Dtion, I heard you ask the maidservants to be replaced. Is it because they didn't serve you well? A black figure appeared in the house. Lin Fei was sitting on a stool when he stood up. Greetings, Divine Emperor Wuyan. The black-robed Divine Emperor Wuyan waved his hand and smiled. You've helped the Moan world so much. Calling me Divine Emperor sounds so bad. You might as well call me Big Brother Wuyan. Divine Emperor Wuyan thought highly of Dtion. Just now Divine Emperor Wuyan received a piece of news. If it wasn't from that person, he would have suspected it to be fake. Dtion was the junior brother of the three god emperors of Hell World. The three god emperors of Moan World knew very well that the three god emperors of Hell World were brothers and were very united. They finally understood why Dtion was the leader. Lin Fei could feel that this was Divine Emperor Wuyan's sincerity. He wasn't joking. Since Big Brother Wuyan said so, then I won't be polite. Divine Emperor Wuyan was very happy. I like your personality. The two sat down at the stone table. Divine Emperor Wuyan took out a bottle of immortal wine. This is from the God world. Try it, it's very good. He personally poured a cup for Lin Fei. This made Lin Fei feel a bit flattered. It was still very exciting for a God Emperor to pour wine for him. Lin Fei took a small sip. It was indeed very good. He couldn't help but praise. Good wine. If you like it, I'll send you a bottle when the time comes. Divine Emperor Wuyan smiled. 2 cups of wine. The two became familiar with each other. Divine Emperor Wuyan also saw Di Tian as someone on the same level as him. Di Tian had the qualifications. Although he hadn't entered the God Emperor realm yet, he would definitely enter the God Emperor realm in the future. There was no harm in befriending him now. Little friend Di Tian, what do you think of the God world? Divine Emperor Wuyan asked. It's very domineering. Lin Fei thought for a moment. The matter of the past is over. So many years have passed. There's no need to start a new war. I don't know when it will end. Lin Fei was not a person who liked to fight and kill. It was just that the situation forced him to kill. If he didn't kill, others would kill him. Divine Emperor Wuyan was very surprised that Di Tian would say such a thing. He smiled bitterly. The God world is used to being domineering. They sealed our 6 subworlds and restricted generations of experts from entering the God world. This is a feud. Now they want to enslave us. No one is willing to accept this result. The reason why Lin Fei was running around was also to improve his strength. The God world wouldn't spare his 6 subworlds, and they wouldn't spare him either. Lin Fei was very clear on this point. I heard that you're very interested in Hierarch rank Godheads and God King rank Godheads. Divine Emperor Wuyan suddenly changed the topic, throwing a storage ring to Di Tian. This is a small token of our Moan world's appreciation. I hope little friend Di Tian can accept it. Lin Fei didn't need to look to know that there were Hierarch rank Godheads inside the storage ring. Chapter 1914. After a small victory. Surprisingly, the divine world chose to call a truce instead of attacking relentlessly like before. The experts of the Moan Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief. However, to the 3 God Emperors of the Moan Kingdom, it might not be a good thing that the divine world stopped attacking temporarily. On the contrary, a storm might come after the peace. After a discussion, the 3 God Emperors invited Lin Fei over. Ever since they found out that Lin Fei was the junior brother of the 3 God Emperors of the infernal world, they paid extra attention to him. After Tianxi God Emperor inadvertently revealed it, they sent him an ultimate God divine spark overnight. No one would look down on an ultimate God bloodline master with 2 top-notch bloodlines at that. Big Brother Noble Flame, did something happen? Lin Fei asked as soon as he arrived. These days Lin Fei lived a leisurely life. Apart from refining his bloodline, he also increased his cultivation level. The ultimate God divine spark was a waste, and his cultivation level was raised to high-level ultimate God. Every cultivation level was just enough for him to increase his bloodline power. Wuyan Celestial Emperor had a good impression of Lin Fei. I didn't want to disturb you, but we are worried about the divine world's actions, so we called you over to discuss our next move. Wuyan Celestial Emperor said. Lin Fei came to the Moan Kingdom this time to assist them. He did not intend to be responsible for the specifics. The God Emperors were the ones to worry about. Lin Fei was quite surprised by Wuyan Celestial Emperor's words. Big Brother Wuyan, you can discuss this among yourselves. There's no need to discuss it with me. I'm really not good at this. Taishu Celestial Emperor added. Little friend Di Tian, you are the leader of the Infernal World team. You have the right to know our next move. Otherwise, you will become a laughing stock. Yes. Gong Sun Yu added. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even the God Emperors wanted to discuss their next move. What was going on? Big Brother Wuyan, are you planning to ambush Divinity Longbow and the others? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Divine Emperor Wu Yan laughed heartily. I told you that you must have thought of this as well. Even a fool would know why the Immortal Realm's army did not move. God Emperor Tai Su and God Emperor Gong Sun Yu laughed as well. A surprise attack on the army of the Immortal Realm. Lin Fei had thought of this a long time ago. He did not bring it up. This was someone else's family matter, and it would be bad if he interfered too much. When Deity Emperor Noonflame wanted to meet with them, Lin Fei had already guessed something. If things went wrong, they might launch a surprise attack on the Celestial World's army and disrupt their rhythm. Actually, I guessed it too, Lin Fei said. If Senior Divinity Longbow and the others don't make a move, they might contact the rulers. Once they arrive, the situation of Moan World will be very disadvantageous. Even Divine Emperor Noveblaze was impressed by Lin Fei's intelligence. We did have this idea, but we did not dare to carry it out. Now that you're here, you have the power of space and time, and you're also a hierarch. This gives us a great opportunity. Deity Emperor Noveblaze was very direct. I hope that you will lead the team to launch a surprise attack on Senior Divinity Longbow and the others. Me? Lin Fei was very surprised. Taisu said seriously, "That's right, you will be the leader." Lin Fei once again became the leader. This time he did not only lead the hierarchs of Hell World, but also the hierarchs of Moan World. There were more than 100 hierarchs. This was also the strongest force that Moan World could bring out. The 3 God Emperors had to restrain the 8 God Emperor treasures and could not act personally. The rest could only be left to Lin Fei. Helplessly, Lin Fei could only agree. Fortunately, with a small victory, the hierarchs of Moan World were very convinced. With the power of their top-notch bloodline, others would not be able to take advantage of them. The hierarchs who had been suppressed for a long time were all excited when they heard that they were going to launch a surprise attack on the Celestial World's army. Most importantly, the leader was Ditian. With the help of the spatial energy and time energy, they became bolder. They had the upper hand in the same realm. The temporary headquarters of the Celestial World's army. Hierarch Long Rainbow was waiting for the ruler of the Celestial World to come down. The Moan World's final struggle was nothing in Hierarch Long Rainbow's eyes. The news about Ditian was also in front of him again. This Ditian is really haunting us. Hierarch Long Rainbow put down the documents. No matter where we go, this guy will be around. After staying hidden for 100 years, he has appeared again. What shocked Hierarch Long Rainbow the most was that Ditian's bloodline power had increased to the Hierarch realm in a mere 100 years. That was the most shocking thing. Just how did that guy cultivate? Hierarch Long Rainbow could not understand. No matter how he cultivated to the Hierarch realm, as long as the people from the Celestial World come down, they can naturally suppress Ditian's double bloodline. No matter how powerful he is, his bloodline power is at most a low-level hierarch god. At the very least, it would be a mid-level hierarch god. It would be best if we can kill him. Lin Fei used the power of space to envelop everyone. It isolated all auras. Only Lin Fei could do such a thing. Of course, a Divine Emperor could do it too. The group quietly arrived above the temporary base camp of the Celestial World Army. The Celestial World Army was huge. This time we are going for the beheading operation. Our target is the Hierarch God experts. As long as we kill the Hierarch God experts, our mission will be completed. Lin Fei's aura was steady. Later, when I cover that area with my power of time and space, all of you attack like crazy. The surprise attack at night was also a kind of decapitation operation. Although it was Lin Fei's first time carrying out a beheading operation, he knew how to kill the Hierarch God most efficiently. Over 200 Hierarch God experts attacking at the same time, coupled with the influence of the power of time and space, would definitely be able to catch the Hierarch God experts off guard. Lin Fei was very confident about that. The Hierarch God experts behind him were also convinced. Without Ditian, they would not be able to kill the Hierarch God so easily. If they were surrounded by the Celestial World Army, the consequences would be unthinkable. No one had any objections to Lin Fei leading the team this time. They all agreed to let Lin Fei lead the team. Alright, all of you get ready. Lin Fei was waiting for the 3 Divine Emperors to make their move. The power of 8 Divine Emperor treasures was still very terrifying. Alright, it's time to strike. Divine Emperor Wu Yen stood in the night and took out a Divine Emperor treasure. It was a black pagoda that suppressed the Celestial World Army's temporary base camp. Divine Emperor Tai Su and Divine Emperor Gong Sun, you also took out their Divine Emperor treasures. A terrifying aura enveloped the Celestial World Army's temporary base camp. 3 godly sovereign treasures shot over, followed by 8 godly sovereign treasures, suppressing through the air, simultaneously turning the tools of the godly sovereign treasures. Attack! Lin Fei led the group to the sky above the base camp. Whoosh! Whoosh! The river of time flowed by like water. The huge celestial world army's camp was enveloped in the power of time. Space Cage. Time Cage. Chapter 1915. The power of time and space increased once again. 2 cages were cast and trapped the group of hierarch experts in the divine world. The divine world's ultimate gods who were still resting reacted, and used their powers to resist. However, they could not resist the effects of the 2 powers on their bodies. Oh no, my speed is being suppressed. Damn it, it's the time cage. Break it. The ultimate gods reacted quickly. Their reaction was fast, but the attacker was even faster. Without needing Lin Fei to say anything, the 200 ultimate gods behind him rushed down excitedly and took out all kinds of treasures. A loud rumble came from below. That infinite speed kid is here again. Everyone watch out. The divine world's ultimate gods had suffered from Dongfang Yijian's infinite speed before. When they saw Dongfang Yijian, who was charging at the forefront, they all secretly felt fear. I didn't expect that Dongfang Yijian would one day make my enemies fear me. Dongfang Yijian laughed. With the help of time and space powers, his attacks became extremely domineering. Lin Fei stood in the night. He used his abundant divine power to control the 2 powers to his heart's content. Tonight, Lin Fei did not have much to do. He only had to help them. The high-level ultimate god's space and time powers can suppress 80% of their speed and power. Lin Fei observed. Their power had increased greatly. In just a short while, the divine world's ultimate gods were injured or killed. The more I kill, the better. If one of them died, the ultimate god divine core would belong to him alone. That was Divine Emperor Wu Yan's good intention, so Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. No wonder the space controller and time controller are top-notch bloodline powers. Lin Fei was well aware of the effects of the 2 bloodlines. The divine world's ultimate gods could only passively attack. Their speed and power were suppressed. It would be strange if they did not lose. Divine Emperor Wu Yan, you're shameless. Divine Emperor Long Rainbow flew out and looked at the 3 divine emperors who were holding back the 8 divine emperor treasures. He cursed them for choosing this moment to attack. Murderous intent surged in the depths of his eyes when he saw Ditian in the night sky. Divine Venerable Long Rainbow could clearly sense that the power of his bloodline had increased once again. He didn't have time to be shocked. He had to stop Ditian. Ha ha ha, Divinity Long Rainbow. Aren't you shameless enough to attack our moon world? I can't believe you actually said that. Divine Emperor Noveblaze raised his eyebrows in elation as he watched Divine Venerate Long Rainbow stamping with rage. Tonight, I will kill all of you until your vitality is greatly damaged. The Tai Su Immortal Emperor let out a rare laugh. Only you are allowed to attack us, but we are not allowed to attack you? All the people of the divine world should die. Hierarch Long Rainbow was indeed furious. The only thing he didn't expect was that the people of the Moon world would be so daring to attack the army of the divine world. More importantly, they even attacked the hierarch. Everyone attacked Ditian. Hierarch Long Rainbow was not enveloped by the power of time and space. He ordered his army to attack. Lin Fei didn't care about the attacks of these heavenly deities and god kings. Their attacks were all blocked outside, unable to get close to him. It's better if you do it yourself. They won't be able to hurt me. Lin Fei shook his head. This was the strength of a controller. More importantly, Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary controller. Path of Death. Hierarch Long Rainbow didn't expect his army to harm Ditian. He only wanted to distract Ditian. But it seemed like that wasn't going to work. The Path of Death flew through the air. This was a God Emperor treasure. It was also one of the 8 God Emperors. This Path of Death contained endless power of death, and at the same time, a trace of the might of an Emperor treasure. In order to kill Ditian, Hierarch Long Rainbow drew out one of the God Emperor treasures. Divine Emperor Noveblaze had no idea that the Great Rainbow Divine Sovereign could activate the treasures of Divine Emperors. He exclaimed in shock, "Little friend Ditian, this is something that Divine Emperor Mystic Devil gathered countless vengeful souls to refine. Be careful." The Path of Death whistled through the air. The power of time and space in the surroundings was shaken loose. One of the 8 God Emperor treasures had appeared. The remaining 7 God Emperor treasures made the 3 God Emperors wary. They could only use this method to deal with Tian. Spatial Blade. Lin Fei already sensed the extraordinariness of the path of death. His power of time and space wouldn't be able to withstand it for a while. Lin Fei multitasked. He formed spatial blades and fired them at the path of death. The spatial blades were elusive. They didn't clash head-on with the path of death, but every attack seemed to be blocked by the path of death. Whoosh! Just as he was about to reach Tian, the path of death, the God Emperor treasure, turned into a black giant. It stood in the sky, and endless resentment surged into the sky. Divine Fist of Death. The black giant threw a punch at Tian. Boom! Boom! Another punch came. The power of space and the power of time completely collapsed. What a terrifying deity Emperor treasure. It can actually transform into a life form and can even use fist techniques. This is too terrifying. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Whoosh! 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 The power of space condensed again and formed layers of defense. The opponent's fist technique was too terrifying. Any attack in front of it was easily shattered. Lin Fei also felt the killing intent enveloping him. After blocking more than 100 punches, the fist technique still exploded within 100 miles of Lin Fei. It created endless waves that caused Lin Fei's blood to churn. He almost couldn't suppress it anymore. The black giant's first punch failed, so he punched again. He threw over 10 punches in a single breath. Each punch was like a God Emperor's attack. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Fei had to control the power of time and space while blocking the black giant's attacks. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Ha ha ha, Tian, no matter how strong you are, you won't be a match for a God Emperor treasure. Hierarch Long Rainbow's expression relaxed. With the path of death, he should be able to kill Tian. Invincible defense. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and took the 10 punches head-on. Each punch consumed a large amount of divine power. Dodge? That wouldn't work. Lin Fei didn't bother dodging and chose to take it head-on. Dead, he must be dead. Hierarch Long Rainbow was overjoyed when he saw Tian choosing to take it head-on. As long as Tian was dead, there wouldn't be any trouble left. Divine Emperor Noveblaze and the others felt their hearts in their throats. Don't die. They had underestimated the power of the God Emperor treasures left behind by the 8 veteran God Emperors. But they couldn't do anything now. I'm fine. Divine Emperor Noveblaze soon saw Tian. He was unharmed, just a little ragged. Great. The other 2 God Emperors heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time they were shocked. What kind of treasure did Tian use to block the attack of the God Emperor treasure? Chapter 1916. Divine Venerable Long Rainbow was indeed given quite a fright. That was an attack from a Divine Emperor treasure. Even he did not dare to block it. Why did Tian manage to survive it? Most importantly, he was completely unscathed with a pair of blind eyes. The Divine World's godly venerables, who were suppressed by the power of time and space, thought that they could break free and regain their advantage. They could not wait for Tian to be heavily injured by the Divine Emperor treasure. Even after a dozen attacks, they still suffered a heavy blow. How could they continue fighting? With the help of Tian's power of time and space, the Divine World's godly venerables were top-notch supportive weapons. They suppressed the Divine World's godly venerables and killed them continuously. Hierarch Long Rainbow was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. Even a Divine Emperor treasure in human form would be useless, let alone him. I don't believe that he has an invincible body. Hierarch Long Rainbow gritted his teeth and summoned another Divine Emperor treasure to attack Tian. This Divine Emperor treasure was a towering tree called the 7 Jewels Sacred Tree. It contained terrifying offensive power. The treasure also turned into a green-robed man. Tian, let's see how you're going to block it. Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. Another Divine Emperor's treasure was indeed a headache for him. The green-robed man's attack was terrifying. As a Divine Emperor treasure, its offensive power was naturally not to be underestimated. Lin Fei could only activate his invincible defense and keep moving, trying to hold on for as long as he could. At that moment, the godly venerables of the Moan realm had the upper hand. They had also killed 50 to 60 godly venerables. This was already a great victory for the Moan Realm's experts who had been suppressed for a long time. Everyone, let's put in more effort and kill them all. Lord Detion is buying time for us. Everyone, let's go. Seeing that Lin Fei was holding on without fear of death, the aura of the people below rose again and they started a crazy attack. Dongfang Yijian, in particular, became a frighteningly fast swordsman. Almost no one could block the attack of his unlimited speed. After that battle, Dongfang Yijian also became a headache for the divine world. His name spread across the entire divine world, and he became a terrifying expert not to be underestimated among the younger generation. Even Detion is so persistent. How can I fall behind? Dongfang Yijian's attacks became faster and faster as he looked at Detion, who was blocking left and right. It was the same for the others. They knew very well that the reason why they had the upper hand this time was because they had the assistance of the power of time and the power of space. That was why they were able to attack without worrying about anything. If he didn't go all out now, when would he get the chance? He swallowed all kinds of pills without holding anything back, just to kill the divinities of the divine world. As such, the divinities of the divine world were utterly defeated. There was really no way to continue. The double suppression of time and space forces had more or less suppressed their strength. Low-level ultimate gods were the most frustrated, as they were almost instantly killed by high-level ultimate gods. Seeing that Detion was fine, they were defeated everywhere and couldn't see any hope. Everyone's hearts turned cold. Hierarch Long Rainbow saw that morale was low. Continuing would only increase the casualties. Retreat. Helpless, he could only choose to retreat. 2 God Emperor treasures couldn't kill Detion. So Hierarch Long Rainbow didn't know how he could kill Detion. This kid was too strange. Haha. They retreated. Chase. That's awesome. All 8 God Emperor treasures flew back to where they came from. They blocked the path of retreat. The terrifying God Emperor aura made the ultimate gods very afraid and they all stopped. Hierarch Long Rainbow was the last one to retreat. His expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Detion in the distance. Detion, I'll remember what happened today. You won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. My luck has always been good. You guys have to be careful. You might not be able to leave next time. Arrogant. Hierarch Long Rainbow turned around and left after saying that. Hierarch Long Rainbow led his army away from the Moan Kingdom capital. They had suffered heavy losses during the decapitation operation. Hierarch Long Rainbow dared not let his guard down. If there was another attack, all his experts would be gone. We won. They're finally gone. How long has it been? We finally won. The ultimate gods of the Moan Kingdom looked at Detion with admiration. They knew very well that without Detion's help, they would not have achieved what they had. They could not let Hierarch Long Rainbow, who had the upper hand, retreat. The 3 God Emperors came to Lin Fei's side. Detion, are you alright? You scared us to death. God Emperor Noon Flame was very concerned. They did not know how to answer to the 3 God Emperors of the Hell World if anything happened. I'm fine. I was prepared. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss. Lin Fei said. The 3 deity emperors' eyes brightened. They admired Detion's intelligence even more. He knew how to prepare for a rainy day. Although they wanted to know how to block the attack of a deity emperor's treasure, they didn't dare to ask. Long Rainbow has retreated. The Moan Kingdom can finally heave a sigh of relief. God Emperor Taishu's expression relaxed. Yeah. Gong Sun Yu smiled. We have to thank Detion for that. Hierarch Long Rainbow's people retreated to the edge of the Moan Kingdom world. That was also where they had invaded. Hierarch Long Rainbow was afraid. A night attack had resulted in heavy losses. You said we lost 93 ultimate gods? Hierarch Long Rainbow roared as he listened to his subordinates report. He could not accept the loss. Every ultimate god was a treasure. The subordinate who reported the news was scared out of his wits and stood motionless. Give me the exact number. Hierarch Long Rainbow tried to calm himself down. Detion's figure kept appearing in his mind. If it was not for him, they would not have suffered such a huge loss. 56 low-level ultimate gods, 31 mid-level ultimate gods, and 6 high-level ultimate gods. Hierarch Long Rainbow did not feel the pinch when the low-level ultimate gods died. However, it was painful to lose so many mid-level and high-level ultimate gods. Ever since they invaded the Moon Kingdom world, the Divine World had never suffered such a huge loss. At most, they would lose 2 or 3 ultimate gods. Alright, you may leave now. Hierarch Long Rainbow waved his hand and dismissed his subordinate. Hierarch Long Rainbow did not expect that night's attack. 93 ultimate gods. They had killed 93 ultimate gods and none of the 200 ultimate gods they brought with them died. It was a huge victory. The people of the Moon Kingdom world were overjoyed. Not long ago there was a small victory followed by another huge victory. The people of the Moon Kingdom world saw hope. It turned out that the experts of the Divine World were not that strong after all. Chapter 1917. As for the beheading operation at night, Lin Fei was actually quite satisfied with it. Even if the Divinity World was very confident, they would still feel the pinch for a while after killing 93 ultimate gods. Those were ultimate gods, not deity kings. It was inevitable that she would bear a grudge against him. Lin Fei dared to attack because he was not afraid of being targeted by the ultimate gods. 93 ultimate god-level godheads. Compared to my divine power loss, it's still a lot. Lin Fei had blocked the attacks of 2 divine emperor treasures, and the amount of divine power he had lost was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, he had a strong foundation. If he had been attacked by a few more divine emperor treasures, he would have been the one to run. No matter how powerful his invincible defense was, it would not have been able to withstand the terrifying consumption. Divine Great Rainbow won't let this go easily. He will definitely come back for revenge. I will definitely become a thorn in his side. In the courtyard, Lin Fei sat under the night sky. The attack of 2 deity emperor treasures consumed at least 20% of my divine power. I have to recover the lost divine power first. Abundant divine power was Lin Fei's biggest guarantee. If it weren't for the support of his dense divine power, Lin Fei would not have been able to hold on. Both the power of time and the power of space required divine power. I have to think of a way to exchange for a batch of divine ranges from the 3 deity emperors. Lin Fei did not go to them. The 3 deity emperors came to him first. This time the biggest contributor was Lin Fei. They needed to thank him. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried that Hierarch Long Rainbow would come back to kill them, they would have held a celebration party. Since the beginning of the invasion of the Divine Realm, the Moon world had never achieved such a great victory. This time they had killed 93 hierarchs, which was a great help to the war situation. All of this was thanks to Lin Fei. Even if Lin Fei was not as strong as them now, what about in the future? Who could guarantee that once they stepped into the deity emperor realm, they might not be stronger than Lin Fei? I knew that you didn't go out. That's why I brought some immortal wine over. Let's all get drunk and have a good time. Divine Emperor No Flame was as straightforward as ever. Lin Fei wasn't a wine lover, but he was very interested in the Noon Flame Divine Emperor's immortal brew. 3 big brothers, you came at the right time. I also have something to discuss with you. Lin Fei had not known them for long, but he could see that the 3 of them were good people. We can talk while we drink. The 3 deity emperors were also very happy today. The immortal brew was poured. The 4 of them toasted first. Noveblaze put down his cup. You are a great hero of our Moon world. Feel free to speak your mind. Lin Fei also put down his cup and said, Then I won't stand on ceremony. Big brothers should know that I cultivate the power of bloodline, which easily consumes my divine power. I want to buy some divine veins from the 3 god emperors to refine. Taisu Immortal Emperor waved his hand. Brother Ditian, what are you talking about? You've worked hard for our Moon world. How can a mere divine range be bought? Dozens of divine ranges flew out. Heaven-ranked divine range and earth-ranked divine range. Take them, don't stand on ceremony. I have some too. God Emperor Gong Sun Yu smiled and took out dozens of divine ranges too. You should have told us earlier. Noveblaze Divine Emperor thought it was something important, but it turned out to be about divine ranges. They had plenty of them. With a wave of his hand, dozens of divine ranges were taken out. They knew that the power of bloodline consumed divine power. Naturally, they wouldn't let Lin Fei buy them back. If the Tianxi God Emperor and the others heard about it, they would be laughed at. Lin Fei wasn't short of money. He had many things on hand. Any one of them would cause quite a commotion. Lin Fei was very excited that the 3 god emperors were willing to take out divine ranges. Almost 300 divine ranges was indeed a lot. No one could refine them in a short time. However, to Lin Fei, these divine ranges were nothing. With the help of the system, he could refine them easily. "Thank you, big brothers," Lin Fei said. However, his last sentence shocked the 3 god emperors. But these divine ranges are far from enough. In the 3 god emperors' opinion, these divine ranges were enough for Tian to use for a long time. Not enough. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a thing before. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. "My cultivation technique is different. It requires a lot of divine ranges. Therefore, ordinary divine ranges won't be enough. I'll have to trouble big brothers to help me find some divine ranges." After the shock, the 3 of them came to a realization. Perhaps it was because Tian's cultivation technique was different that he could withstand the attack of a god emperor's treasure. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it made sense. Some powerful secret arts needed divine power to support them. Perhaps there really were some secret arts that could withstand the attack of a god emperor's treasure. "That's easy. Isn't it just divine ranges? We have plenty of them. We can supply you with heaven-grade divine ranges." Noveblaze Divine Emperor took out his heaven-grade divine range without hesitation. The other 2 did the same. As god emperors, they had many treasures on them. Divine ranges were one of them. "This should be enough for you to refine for a period of time." Noveblaze Divine Emperor smiled. Lin Fei shook his head. "It's still not enough." The 3 god emperors widened their eyes. "You're a bottomless pit." In the end, the 3 god emperors could only buy divine ranges for Lin Fei. Lin Fei took out experience elixirs. They were used to level up. He had a lot of them now. When he consumed a large number of experience elixirs, his cultivation speed would be faster than using divine power. The 3 god emperors liked it very much. Apart from the experience elixirs, Lin Fei also pointed out that with these experience elixirs, one could cultivate secret arts. It was much easier than thinking hard. At first they did not believe it. But after a little experiment they were shocked. There was such a miraculous elixir in the world. It was beyond their expectations. Without Lin Fei saying anything, the 3 god emperors went to collect divine ranges. They would not miss out on such experience elixirs. Lin Fei could only take them out for now. If his strength reached the god emperor realm, and his bloodline power reached the god emperor realm, Lin Fei would not mind selling his bloodline power. But now he did not dare to take them out. There were not many controllers because of the difficulty of producing bloodline power. Apart from that, there was also the problem of increasing their bloodline power. After obtaining enough divine ranges, Lin Fei immersed himself in absorbing divine power. At the same time, he began to refine the bloodline power for the 18 controllers. Before reaching the godly venerable realm, the bloodline power would be suppressed. Lin Fei understood this well. While godly venerable Long Rainbow was away, Lin Fei needed to improve his primordial world doppelgangers. Every time he improved, it would be of great help to him. Every portion of bloodline power was cheap. The Moan world welcomed a short period of peace. The Immortal World Army did not attack again. Chapter 1918. Moan World. It's done. In a secret room in a mansion, Lin Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, had a smile on his face again. My time power and space power have finally reached the high-level ultimate god level. Lin Fei went all out once again to deal with the upcoming predicament. He had raised his space power and time power to the high-level ultimate god level as he wished. At that time, Lin Fei could 100% affect a high-level ultimate god expert if he used the space power and time power. That's right, 100%. Even a peak ultimate god expert would be affected by 80%. Except for divine emperors who were slightly immune. At that level, the time power and space power had become a great terror. No matter who it was, they would have to be extremely cautious. Lin Fei could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now that the 2 bloodline powers have reached the high-level ultimate god level, I can also use some powerful secret techniques. On the 18th floor, Lin Fei had obtained a lot of bloodline power secret techniques to practice. He also had time and space power. He could not use them before because his bloodline power had not reached that level, and could not withstand the secret technique's requirements. Lin Fei did not dare to use them as the backlash would be too great. Now that his bloodline power had increased again, Lin Fei had the confidence to use powerful bloodline secret techniques. There were several extremely powerful bloodline secret techniques in his memory. The time bloodline was time annihilation. It was a powerful secret technique. Once it was used, everything within the time range would be completely annihilated. No life could survive. Using this technique required the support of a huge amount of divine power, and its power was unimaginable. The space bloodline was space collapse. It was also a powerful secret technique that was not inferior to the time bloodline. It also had a huge amount of divine power. With these two secret techniques, Lin Fei was completely relieved. At the edge of the Moon world, Long Rainbow Ultimate God had not launched any attacks since the last time he retreated. He was waiting for someone. A month later, someone was here. Brother Long Rainbow, I'm sorry for being late. At the temporary base camp, two middle-aged men, one in black and one in white, stepped forward. Hierarch Long Rainbow had personally brought Hierarch Longbow out to welcome them. It was a grand welcome, and it was obvious that he valued the two of them greatly. Not late at all. Hierarch Long Rainbow had given them enough face. These two were no ordinary controllers. Instead, they were time controllers and space controllers. Their statuses were no lower than his. After all, any controller's potential was immeasurable. Hierarch Long Rainbow warmly invited the two of them inside. He personally took out some immortal wine to serve them. The two controllers, one in black and one in white, retracted their arrogance. They were the subordinates of two god emperors. As the commander of the army, Hierarch Long Rainbow had to show them some respect. Since Hierarch Long Rainbow didn't show them any respect, if they didn't, they would become a laughing stock. After the reception, the black-robed space controller Sun Yuan asked, Daoish Changhong, didn't you say that your army suppressed the Moon Kingdom? Why did you retreat here? The two of them did not participate in the battle. Many people in the Divine World paid attention to the news of the Divine World's army. Everyone knew that the army of the Immortal Realm had been victorious. That was why Controller Sun Yuan asked curiously. Awkwardness flashed across Hierarch Long Rainbow's face. He smiled bitterly and said, Even if the two of you didn't ask, I would have told you about it. Our Divine World's army was on the verge of victory. Unfortunately, we met someone who forced us to set up camp here. I'm sure the two of you have heard of that person. He is Ditian from the Profound Sky World. His bloodline power has reached phenomenal success, and he attacked our Divine World's army at night. The two controllers were shocked. Ditian's bloodline power has reached phenomenal success? It has indeed reached phenomenal success. He suppressed our people and killed 93 of our Divine World's hierarchs in a single sneak attack. Hierarch Long Rainbow said helplessly. This time we still need the two of you to kill Ditian. At the very least, we need to delay him. Both the black-robed controller Sun Yuan and the white-robed controller Lei Wu had heard of Ditian. It was hard to imagine the battle in the Divine World. The only thing they didn't expect was that Ditian's strength had increased so quickly. White-robed Lei Wu smiled and said, Don't worry, Taoist Long Rainbow. Since we are here, we will be Ditian's nightmare. I have a good idea. Since he dares to launch a sneak attack, we will launch a sneak attack as well. The three deity emperors of the Moon world are nothing to worry about. If we suppress Ditian, the Moon world's defeat will be imminent. Hierarch Long Rainbow's eyes lit up. Counter sneak attack. This is a good idea. We will return the favor. Let them have a taste of being suppressed. After some discussion, the three of them decided to launch a sneak attack on the Moon world's capital that night. Hierarch Long Rainbow also went all out and mobilized twice the number of Hierarch experts of the Moon world. There were about 500 Hierarch experts to launch a sneak attack on the Moon world's capital. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard and enjoyed the silence. After dealing with the trouble in the Moon world, I will return to the Profound Sky world. Although the Profound Sky world was the weakest among the 6 worlds and all its resources had been plundered by the Divine World, it was inevitable that the Profound Sky world would become the Divine World's temporary encampment. Lin Fei had to go back and take a look. Apart from that, Lin Fei vaguely knew some things about Emperor God Tianxian from the three God Emperors. This monstrous and outstanding Emperor God had once suppressed the divine world and created the mysterious sky world, forming a world of its own. Then, something happened and the profound sky world declined. Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, he could not figure it out with just a few words. He planned to do a thorough investigation after returning. We're here. The black-robed Sun Yuan controlled the space energy and brought the 500 hierarch gods to the outside of the Moan world's capital. A cold light flashed across Hierarch Long Rainbow's eyes. Leave the breaking of the array to me, Hierarch Long Rainbow said. Use 8 godly emperor treasures to attack one point and break the array immediately. I will leave the rest to you too. White-robed Lei Wu smiled. With the two of us here, we will definitely help you take down the last stronghold in the Moan world. After taking down the Moan world, I will treat you two to a drink. Hierarch Long Rainbow was in a good mood. It's a deal. Hierarch Long Rainbow walked out and took out the 8 godly emperor treasures. The power of the godly emperor treasure soared to the sky. Boom! Boom! 8 terrifying attacks landed on the same point one after another. A huge hole was torn in the array. No one expected the divine world to carry out a midnight assassination. When the array was broken, the 3 godly emperors appeared. The black-robed Sun Yun and white-robed Lei Wu each used their space energy and time energy, as well as their high-level ultimate god bloodline power to sweep the hole in the array. The hierarch gods who rushed to help were affected by the time energy and space energy. The 500 hierarch gods attacked together. Chapter 1919. This time, Hierarch Long Rainbow had come with the determination to win. Ruler Sun Yuan and Ruler Lei Wu opened the way, and immediately suppressed the ultimate gods of Moan World. They even killed a few ultimate gods in the blink of an eye. 500 ultimate gods charged at them. It was a shocking scene. Are you surprised, Divine Emperor Wu Yan? Hierarch Long Rainbow said proudly. Last time you attacked at night. Now I'll do the same. This is called reciprocity. Although Emperor Afternoon Flame expected Hierarch Long Rainbow to counterattack, he did not expect him to use this method. Night attack. It was another night raid. There's no method in a battle. You should have known this day would come when you invaded the Moan world. Emperor Afternoon Flame resisted the attack of the Divine Emperor Treasure. When he saw the 500 ultimate gods charging at him, his face darkened, especially the black and white rulers. Well said. Hierarch Long Rainbow snorted. Let's see how you're going to block my attack this time. When the power of time enveloped the experts of the Moan world, Lin Fei also sensed it immediately, and he flew up into the sky. Go! The river of time swept toward the 500 ultimate gods. Ruler Lei Wu had already noticed it. He too summoned his river of time and met it head-on. Ditian, I'm your opponent tonight. Boom! The 2 time rivers collided. The power of time spread in all directions. Kill them. Without Ditian's power of time, the people of the Moan world can't block our attack. Attack! Attack! The divine world's ultimate gods were no longer afraid. The last time they had fled in a sorry state was still fresh in their memories. It was because they had suffered a loss due to the power of time. Under the envelopment of the power of time, their strength had been greatly restricted. Lin Fei knew he had met his match. As soon as they fought, he knew his opponent was also a top-notch ruler of time bloodline. His bloodline power had also reached the level of a high-level ultimate god. Ditian, I'm your opponent. The spatial blade slashed across the sky. His opponent had also condensed a secret technique like the spatial blade. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. The huge spatial blade behind him flew forward. They fought back and forth in the night and ended in a draw. I'm proud that you're working together against me. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand and condensed a time blade, thrusting it at Lei Wu. One against the 2 of us? How arrogant of you! Master Lei Wu sneered. The river of time transformed into a blade of time as it charged forward. It was Lin Fei's first time fighting a ruler of the same level. He had to admit that the 2 of them were very powerful. They did not even give him a chance to suppress the 500 ultimate gods. Without the assistance of time and space energy, the Moan world side began to collapse. They couldn't resist the attacks of the ultimate gods and started to suffer varying degrees of casualties. Path of Death Ditan. Divinity Long Rainbow summoned the God Emperor Treasure. The Path of Death, to suppress it. Of Divine God God of Death said. Honorable Divinity Long Rainbow sneered. 2 top-notch controllers and a Divine Emperor Treasure. Even if they can't kill you, they'll exhaust all your divine power. This was also Hierarch Long Rainbow's plan. Whether it was the power of space or the power of time, they both required divine power to activate. As long as he exhausted Dition's divine power, he would be able to achieve victory. Dition would no longer be a threat. Revered Rainbow's plan was very good. How shameless! Lin Fei did not feel much pressure when facing the two of them. It was just that he was entangled and could not free his hands. The path of death came pressing down, and the pressure multiplied again. A belly full of evil tricks. This is exhausting my divine power. Being attacked by the path of death, Lin Fei had no choice but to activate his invincible defense. His divine power was also being consumed rapidly. When Lin Fei took the path of death head-on, the black-robed Sun Yuan and the white-robed Lei Wu both realized why Divine Reverend Long Rainbow was so angry at Dition. Turned out that Dition was this strong. They were also willing to use up Dition's divine power. From the very beginning, their mission was to keep Dition busy until their divine power was depleted. Damn it, I can't let this go on. These two bastards are trying to use up my divine power. Lin Fei cursed inwardly. I have no choice but to use a terrifying secret technique. Spatial collapse. Lin Fei was very familiar with this secret technique, so he did not face any resistance when using it. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. Boom! The space around Lin Fei began to collapse. Ruler Sun Yuan had been fighting the entire time. When he sensed the terrifying aura, he cursed inwardly and tried to flee. However, he was still struck by the terrifying destructive power of the spatial collapse. The path of death was also sent flying, but he was not injured. This use of the technique consumed a large amount of divine power. Its power was not bad. Lin Fei temporarily regained his freedom. Time obliteration. Lin Fei did not hold back and used another powerful secret technique. The impact of time landed on ruler Lei Wu. This move was too fast. Crazy, this is time obliteration. Ruler Lei Wu had suffered serious injuries. If he had not blocked a portion of the impact, he would have been severely injured if he had not been careful. Even they did not dare to use such a powerful technique. Haha, Dition, you really are a madman. Don't you know that this technique consumes the most divine power? Ruler Lei Wu calmed down and revealed a look of joy. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he charged into Ruler Lei Wu's range. So what if I'm a madman? Time obliteration. This time the distance between them was infinitely reduced. Within the same area of time, a terrifying aura once again rose. You're crazy. Ruler Lei Wu was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Even his voice was trembling. This was a powerful secret technique that consumed divine power. Even Lei Wu, the controller, would find it difficult to defend against such an attack. It was very difficult to defend against the terrifying might of the power of time. Ruler Lei Wu spat out blood. You can get lost now. Lin Fei arrived in front of Ruler Lei Wu and punched him in the face. Close combat had always been his forte. Ruler Lei Wu had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. And now that he was in close combat, there was no way he could block Lin Fei's punch. In less than a moment, there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. Sun Yuan, save me. Although Ruler Lei Wu was strong, he had a weakness. Ruler Lei Wu's weakness was his frail body. How could he withstand Lin Fei's violent attacks? Cracks appeared on his divine body, and it seemed like he would shatter in a moment. Ruler Sun Yuan did not expect the situation to change so quickly. Lei Wu, who had been fighting Dition just a moment ago, was in danger in the blink of an eye. River of Time. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the River of Time appeared behind him. Ruler Sun Yuan was dumbfounded. Chapter 1920. That's great. The three divine emperors were very worried about Dition's safety. Two divine emperors who used the same bloodline power as Dition were extremely terrifying. The most shameless move was when Divine Ruler Rainbow took out one of his 8 divine emperor treasures. The three divine emperors knew very well what kind of conspiracy they were up to. However, they could not afford to split into two. They had to join forces to resist the attacks from the 7 divine emperor treasures. None of them could withstand the attacks from the divine emperor treasures. That was their strategy all along. The 3 divine emperors were shocked by the 3 secret techniques. The destructive power of those techniques was extremely terrifying and almost impossible to resist. They finally understood why Dition needed a large number of divine pulses. Furthermore, the more the better, and there was no such thing as too much. Master Sun Yuan wanted to help. The monstrous river of time prevented him from using his full strength as he was also affected by the power of time. After all, the power of time was much higher in status than the power of space. It might be easier to deal with other bloodline powers. However, Master Sun Yuan was helpless against the power of time. He was only a high-level ultimate god after all and was affected by the power of time. Even if the power of space could resist part of it, he was still 80% suppressed. That was much better than an ordinary high-level ultimate god. At the same time, Master Sun Yuan did not dare to get too close. Master Sun Yuan did not want to experience the power of the secret technique space collapse a second time as he was filled with doubts. Is this guy really a bottomless pit? That was a secret technique that could be used 3 times. Divine power could not withstand such a torturous consumption. However, the truth was right in front of him and Master Sun Yuan could not afford to doubt it. Divine Ruler Rainbow was not happy for too long. Dition had broken through the joint attack of 2 top-notch divine rulers. Lei Wu's strong divine body was also covered in wounds because of Dition's weakness. Divine Venerable Long Rainbow's face turned ashen when he saw this. Why is it like this again? Divine Ruler Rainbow's face was ferocious as he took out his ultimate god treasure. It was a treasure fragment called the Chaotic Divine Destruction Sword. It was an emperor treasure from a long time ago. Its power was unimaginable. When Divine Venerable Long Rainbow used it, its power was comparable to a divine emperor's treasure. Although the Sword of Destruction was just a fragment, it was still very terrifying. It was also thanks to this treasure that Hierarch Long Rainbow was able to become the strongest below the God Emperor. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed past. Lin Fei's brows twitched. With a single thought, spatial energy appeared in front of him. The afterimage slashed out with its sword, blasting apart the power of space and heading straight for Lin Fei's forehead. The power of this sword was still very terrifying. At that moment, the path of death came crashing down again, and its might had increased by quite a bit. Lin Fei was attacked from both sides. Lei Wu's reaction was also very fast. He shot out explosively layer after layer of time energy blocking in front of him. He wanted to escape from Lin Fei's grasp. As long as he could increase the distance between them, he would still be able to restrain Dition. Dition, you've used your secret skill 3 times in a row. Let's see how much divine power you have left. Lei Wu sneered. The blade of time slashed through the air, not letting go of this best opportunity. Lin Fei's black hair fluttered as he laughed. You can't compete with me in terms of divine power. Time obliteration. It was another great secret technique. Boom! The speed of time energy was simply unstoppable. Lin Fei endured the 2 attacks and used his great secret skill once more. A monstrous might washed over Lei Wu's body, sending him flying out of the Imperial City and crashing into the array formation. He can still use a great secret skill? Sun Yuan's heart trembled. What kind of monster is this? Even the attacks of 2 God Emperor treasures can't break through his defense? Lei Wu was repeatedly hit by the great secret skill. His vitality was greatly damaged. Taoist Long Rainbow, I can't hold on any longer. I'll be leaving first. Lei Wu took out a spatial door and dove in. Not even looking at Divine Long Rainbow's expression. Staying alive was more important. If he used another great secret skill, he would lose his life. Divine Long Rainbow was like an enraged lion. Sun Yuan, don't be afraid. Dition doesn't have much divine power left. Let's attack together. Divine Long Rainbow was secretly cursing Lei Wu for being a coward. I guarantee that he can't hold on any longer. He's already at the end of his tether. Fearing that Sun Yuan would also leave, Divine Long Rainbow desperately activated the Chaos Origin Annihilation Sword. Multiple sword shadows slashed out. He was going to risk it all. Sun Yuan was still afraid. A battle between space and time? The chances of victory were not high. Lin Fei was most wary of the time controller. As long as he was present, his power of time could not affect him. The river of time transformed into a blade of time that slashed at Sun Yuan. I'm not playing either. Without Lei Wu restraining him, Sun Yuan did not dare to fight back. He was not even afraid of the attacks of God Emperor treasures. How could he fight back? Taking out a space gate, Zhang Xian dived into it without any hesitation. Bastard! Divine Long Rainbow seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. The two peak controllers he had invited had left just like that. Did it mean that he had wasted his efforts again? Whoosh! The power of time swept over. Divine Long Rainbow, a peak ultimate god, knew he was in trouble. I've heard that peak ultimate gods are very powerful. I wonder if you're that powerful. The power of space surrounded him. Lin Fei first suppressed Divine Long Rainbow and smirked. Time obliteration. Space collapse. Two secret techniques were unleashed at the same time. The moment Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile, revered God Long Rainbow knew that things were about to go south. However, it was a pity that he couldn't break free from the combination of the two powers. The Great Secretary's power was unleashed at the same time. Even though Divine Long Rainbow was a peak ultimate god, he did not have it easy as he was drowned in the secret technique. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei once again activated the power of time. The 500 ultimate gods from the divine world were terrifyingly powerful. Without the suppression, they were like ferocious tigers. Lin Fei had to suppress them. The ultimate gods from the divine world who were in the midst of killing suddenly felt their speed slowing down. Their minds could not keep up with the speed. They secretly cursed and looked up at the sky. Divine Long Rainbow was nowhere to be seen. All hail Detun. Brothers, here's our chance. Kill them all and avenge our brothers. The ultimate gods from the Moan world who were still at a disadvantage were delighted. It was the long-awaited feeling again. That was great. The situation suddenly changed. Time cage. Space cage. Two cages were unleashed at the same time with one layer inside and one outside. This time Lin Fei did not plan to give them a chance to leave. Chapter 1921. It was a battle of divine power. Lin Fei was not afraid of anyone. Who asked him to have such a huge amount of divine power? Lin Fei was in great pain after continuously using the Great Bloodline secret technique. He had no choice. He would not be able to gain the upper hand if he did not scare one of them away. Thankfully, everything was under control. Anyone who had cultivated to this level would be afraid of death, and the controller was no exception. Hence, Lei Wu's controller had fled. Without the restraints of the time power, it was easy to deal with a space master. Unexpectedly, Sun Yuan was also very timid. He did not have the courage to attack, even when Divine Venerable Rainbow suggested to join forces, and left Divine Venerable Rainbow alone. Lin Fei's worries were resolved. In order to vent his anger, he continuously used two Great Bloodline secret techniques to make Divine Venerable Rainbow suffer. No matter how capable Divine Venerable Rainbow was, Lin Fei did not believe that he could fight him head-on. In fact, Divine Venerable Rainbow was attacking with his Great Bloodline secret technique. He took out all kinds of defensive treasures. Countless defensive treasures were destroyed during that period. Divine Venerable Rainbow was in great pain as he watched. However, he could not resist the terrifying power of the Great Bloodline secret technique, and was drowned in it. If Divine Venerable Rainbow was given another chance, he would not have foolishly rushed forward. Instead, he would have stayed far away. He did not expect Tian's divine power to be so strong that he could continuously use the Great Bloodline secret technique. On top of that, Tian's Great Bloodline secret technique was upgraded to the high-level Ultimate God level. Divine Venerable Rainbow was drowned in it. The pitiful enemies from the divine world who had just gained the upper hand. They were surrounded. The double suppression of the time power and space power dealt a fatal blow to them. They could not see any hope. The high-level ultimate gods could not break free at all. On the other hand, the ultimate gods from the Moan world were all full of fighting spirit. It was almost a one-sided situation when a dozen or more people besieged an ultimate god. One by one, the ultimate gods fell in the night. They would never have thought that a good night attack, a battle operation, in a situation where they clearly had the upper hand, would end up with the same scene that happened that night. Some of the ultimate gods who participated in the night attack were from the last time. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge. With two top-tier controllers around, there was nothing for them to worry about. The only thing they were afraid of was Dition, the dual bloodline controller. Everyone else was nothing in their eyes. No matter how they attacked, under the suppression of the two top bloodline powers, they had no chance to struggle and escape. Cough cough cough. In the end, Divine Great Rainbow was able to endure the attacks of the two great secret techniques. However, he was in a much more sorry state than Lin Fei. His face was drained of blood. Dition, you've ruined His Majesty's plans time and time again. This enmity is irreconcilable. Hierarch Longrainbow's voice grew weaker. He summoned back his 8 God Emperor treasures and attacked the Time Cage and Space Cage. No matter how much revered God Longrainbow hated Dition right now, he couldn't just watch as the revered gods died one after another. If all of them were to die, how was he going to answer to them when he returned? Supporting his body that was on the verge of collapsing, he broke through the seal of the double bloodline and finally gave the Divine Venerable Ones hope. Retreat. After breaking the seal, Hierarch Longrainbow repeated what he had said before. Retreat. They had to retreat. 2 waves of secret technique attacks had severely injured Hierarch Longrainbow. Even peak ultimate gods could not take it. Let's go. That Dition is a nightmare. I won't come back to face Dition in the future. He's playing with his life. After finally regaining their freedom, the ultimate gods wished their parents had given them more legs. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Time obliteration. Space collapse. Lin Fei chased after him. Once again he cast 2 great secret technique attacks. Leave? He had to leave some of them behind. Lin Fei was still hoping to plunder a batch of divine veins from them. Otherwise he would have to make up for his losses this time, right? Although Hierarch Longrainbow wanted to leave, he still had to suppress the 3 God Emperors. However, when the 2 waves of secret technique attacks came, he knew he could not take it anymore. He could not withstand such attacks with his current body. Whoosh! A spatial door flew out and Hierarch Longrainbow entered it. He did not want to experience such a terrifying attack again. Hierarch Longrainbow could not care about the others. Low-level ultimate gods did not have spatial doors as they were not cheap. Some high-level ultimate gods hurriedly took out their spatial doors and entered it. However, there were only a few of them. Most of them were not so lucky and were directly drowned by the 2 forces. Low-level ultimate gods died on the spot. Mid-level ultimate gods were not much better off. They were also on the verge of death with their powerful divine bodies in tatters. A heaven immortal could kill them. High-level ultimate gods were a little tougher, but they were not much better off. Don't kill us, we surrender. I surrender. I don't want to die, don't kill me. The ultimate gods who barely managed to survive were terrified. Just now, countless ultimate gods were killed or injured in that wave of attacks. Only a few managed to escape before the attack arrived. They could not care less and chose to surrender. The 3 God Emperors were shocked by the secret technique attack. That kind of lethality was too terrifying. How much divine power did it consume? They did not dare to think about it. Even they, who had a strong foundation, secretly took a deep breath. That was not the way to play. Lin Fei did not suffer any losses from those ultimate gods who surrendered. The 3 God Emperors did not stop them as they needed a real victory. The tragic ultimate gods were killed by the ultimate gods who caught up. None of them survived. Run. How could they run when they were seriously injured? What a scam. Those were the words they wanted to curse before they died. What a great victory. Divine Emperor Wu Yan came to Lin Fei's side with a face full of joy. You're amazing. The 3 God Emperors were elated. They killed about 400 ultimate gods in that great victory. Although the Moan Realm had lost some ultimate gods in the beginning, the tables turned and it was the Divine Realm that suffered heavy losses. I finally know that whoever fights you will not have a good ending. Divine Emperor Tai Su laughed. Even Hierarch Longrainbow was scared away by you. They will retreat after this. Divine Emperor Gong Sun Yu said. They can't afford to lose anymore. Lin Fei thought so too. Just now, He had painstakingly used his great secret technique again to force the immortal realm to retreat. It's good that they retreat. Lin Fei laughed. Boom, 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 just as everyone was cheering. Chapter 1922. The crimson light radiated in all directions. The entire world was dyed crimson. Everyone who was originally happy was stunned, and then they revealed a wisp of a serious expression. Especially the three god emperors. Their faces were filled with respect. Their sharp eyes pierced through the void, staring at the crimson light pillar. The legend has appeared. Why would it appear now? Chaos. Chaos is about to descend. Lin Fei felt a terrifying aura from the crimson light pillar. Brother Noonflame, what is this? Even Lin Fei could feel the extraordinariness of the crimson light pillar. At this moment the entire hell world was dyed crimson, and this crimson color spread quickly. 6 subworlds. And then the divine realm. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing. Some were surprised, some were shocked. God Emperor Noonflame took a deep breath, staring at the crimson light pillar. The divine realm will not act again. Everyone must focus on the crimson light pillar, because the God's child is about to appear. So it was the God's child. Lin Fei understood. He had heard about the God's child a long time ago. It seemed like the God's child had appeared earlier than expected. Could it be that something had happened? The God's child's aura is extraordinary. Lin Fei had heard all sorts of rumors about the God's child and could not help but feel a little surprised. God Emperor Taishu nodded. The God's child is formed from the will of the heavens and earth. Every God's child is a super monster. Perhaps one of them will become an emperor, rule the world and create a new era. Lin Fei was shocked. What a high evaluation. This was an era without an emperor. Even a God Emperor could forget about dominating an era. Only a God Emperor had the right to rule an era and establish a peerless empire. Lin Fei sensed that he was very far away from the crimson light pillar. There seemed to be a mysterious force blocking him. He was shocked. Was he going to be born with a silver spoon in his mouth? The 3 God Emperors returned to the Moon End Kingdom capital. The next day, Hierarch Long Rainbow retreated with his army. With a batch of Hierarch dead, Hierarch Long Rainbow's army was no longer strong. If not now, then when? The God's child's appearance would have a much greater impact than an invasion of a subworld. When the news spread, everyone cheered. We won! We won! The entire imperial capital was filled with cheers. Lin Fei, who was in the courtyard, also heard the noise coming from outside. I didn't expect the immortal world to retreat just like that. Dongfang Yijin laughed. Unfortunately, I haven't killed enough. In a short period of time, Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijin had a good chat. The combination of the two had given rise to Dongfang Yijin's fame. In the immortal world, he would probably become a powerful opponent that everyone would attach importance to. Ha, you've killed 50 to 60 godly lords. You can be considered a professional godly lord. Lin Fei laughed. You are now the fastest sword. Who dares to fight with you? Dongfang Yijin also knew that because he was DT, his infinite speed could be used perfectly. Once he left DT, his infinite speed would not be as dazzling unless his infinite speed entered the high-level ultimate god realm or even the divine emperor realm. I originally wanted to fight alongside you, but it seems like I can only do it next time. Dongfang Yijin said. When that time comes, I will still challenge you. Lin Fei did not mind. You are welcome to challenge me any time. After the immortal world retreated, Lin Fei left the Moon world under the warm welcome of Divine Emperor Noonflame. Divine Emperor Noonflame was also generous. Other than giving Lin Fei the divine veins of the godly lords he killed, he also prepared a generous gift, all of which were heaven-level divine veins. Lin Fei accepted it with a smile. Lin Fei quickly returned to Hell World through the dimensional door. Divine Emperor Tianxi personally came to welcome him. Brother Ditian, I knew you could do it. Lin Fei was very surprised. He could feel the importance that Divine Emperor Tianxi attached to him. Big brother Tianxi, you must be joking. I'm just afraid that I won't do well. Lin Fei laughed. All right. Don't think I don't know what kind of person you are. Don't try to fool me. Divine Emperor Tianxi laughed. Slaughter, they are all waiting for you. Follow me. The other godly lords looked at Lin Fei enviously. They were completely convinced now. If it was not for Di Tian leading the team, many of their ultimate gods would have died outside. It was precisely because of Di Tian's help that they only lost more than 20 ultimate gods, which was not a lot. Big brother Tianxi, did something happen to you in such a hurry to welcome me? They arrived at the independent space of Hell Mountain. Under a pavilion, Massacre Divine Emperor and 100 Flowers Divine Emperor were both sitting there. Our hero is back. The Hundreds of Flowers Divine Emperor chuckled. Massacre Divine Emperor's expressionless face also revealed a trace of a smile. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor, you must be joking. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor supported Lin Fei leading the team. The combination of time power and space power was enough to defeat everything. You're really humble. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor continued to laugh. Nowadays, there aren't many youngsters as humble as you. Divine Emperor Tianxi invited Lin Fei to sit down. Massacre Divine Emperor poured a cup of celestial brew for Lin Fei and raised his eyelids. You did well. Hell World is borrowing your light. Lin Fei knew that Massacre Divine Emperor rarely spoke. To be able to say this meant that he recognized someone. I'm a junior brother and also a part of Hell World. Big brother Massacre, you don't have to say this. Both Divine Emperor Tianxi and 100 Flowers Divine Emperor liked Lin Fei. Not everyone had this kind of temperament that was neither arrogant nor conceited. You know about the god's son? Divine Emperor Tianxi said. Lin Fei nodded. I know. The 108 god's sons are about to be born. I heard that they are born with the will of heaven and earth. They are very monstrous. Divine Emperor Tianxi said. This is just ordinary news. In fact, the 108 god's sons will all be abnormally monstrous. They are all born with extremely strong bloodline talent. At the same time, there will also be invincible bloodline. In other words, the future will be a powerful era. Invincible experts will appear and dominate an era, or even several eras. Lin Fei listened quietly, but his heart was also surging with waves. Invincible bloodline. Invincible expert. This is not something that can be said casually. This is really getting more and more interesting. Lin Fei still remembered the existence of invincible bloodline in the treasure tower. Invincible Divine Emperor bloodline. He didn't expect that this level of expert would really appear. Divine Emperor Tianxi underestimated Lin Fei's mental endurance. He didn't feel any uneasiness. Chapter 1923. Divine Emperor Tianxi and the others were indeed optimistic about Lin Fei's in-name junior brother. How many people would have top-notch double bloodlines? Once he stepped into the Divine Emperor realm, he would be one of the top Divine Emperors. When a godson was born, the competition would be extremely intense. The experts of the divine world would also come out in full force to fight for these monstrous geniuses and revitalize the strength of their sections. Being born with the will of heaven and earth was quite terrifying. They naturally hoped that Lin Fei could also accept some godsons as disciples. If Lin Fei accepted more, the mysterious sky world would also be a potential powerful ally of the underworld in the future. That was why they said such words. If it were them, they would not say it even if they were beaten to death. There was no need for it. On the same day, a celebration banquet was held in the capital of Moan Kingdom. Lin Fei had become the main character without a doubt. During this period, all the divine venerables came up to toast and express their gratitude. The celebration banquet lasted until late at night. It was rare for Lin Fei to have a good drink. He did not refuse anyone. On the second day, Lin Fei bid farewell to Divine Emperor Tianxi and the others and prepared to return to the mysterious sky world. Before leaving, Divine Emperor Tianxi gave him a generous gift. It was also a heavenly divine pulse. They were all paying attention to the situation in the Moan Kingdom. They also knew that this junior brother cultivated a powerful cultivation technique and needed the support of vigorous divine power. Therefore, they prepared 3,000 heavenly divine pulses. Only divine emperors could do such a big thing. Returning to the mysterious sky world was very fast. The space door that was set up previously was put to use. Lin Fei teleported back one by one. If he went to the underworld next time, it would not be so troublesome. Lin Fei set up a space door. As long as he went back to build another space door and connect the two spaces, he would be able to go back and forth. Standing on a nameless star. Lin Fei could still see the blood-red color between heaven and earth. There were a total of 108 blood-colored light pillars. Invincible bloodline, invincible expert, my system might not be afraid of you. Lin Fei looked at those light pillars and felt very proud. So what if he was born with the will of heaven and earth? He had the great system and could also refine and absorb the invincible bloodline. He was very close to reaching this step. As long as he reached the God Emperor realm, he would be able to cultivate the invincible bloodline. Lin Fei really hadn't thought about taking the Divine Son as his disciple. He stepped into the profound sky world once again. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan the entire profound sky world. I'm back. The last time he left, he was still a God King. He had returned as a high-level ultimate God expert. They retreated so quickly. Lin Fei had just swept the entire profound sky world, and the people from the 8 major sects had all retreated. After killing the big shots of the 8 major sects, Lin Fei went into seclusion for 100 years. The strength of the 8 major sects in the mysterious sky world increased tremendously. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to wipe out the 8 major sects, but he did not expect them to leave in advance. This was inevitable. The news that Hierarch Long Rainbow suffered a great loss in Moan World and led his army back to Moan World inevitably spread out. Among them, Lin Fei was the focus. Anyone would have to think twice about the double bloodline power that could affect a high-level ultimate god. Therefore, the 8 major sects retreated overnight and temporarily left the 8 major sects behind. It's good that they left, saves me the trouble of chasing them out. Back to Invincible Palace. Invincible Palace was now the undisputed #1 sect. Lin Fei had been out for a while. He first spent a few days with his wives, then guided his daughter's cultivation and released a large number of divine kings to improve Invincible Palace's strength. Invincible Palace was still very powerful without the ultimate god experts. For safety's sake, Lin Fei rearranged a formation with the power of space and time inside and outside to form a super-killing formation that could be used against high-level ultimate gods. It was only then that Lin Fei felt relieved. After setting up the restrictive formation, Lin Fei once again came to the secret chamber and began preparing to upgrade his 18 primordial avatars. Lin Fei realized the power of the bloodline was enough to suppress an ultimate god expert after his bloodline power broke through to the ultimate god level. While the 108 sons were not born, Lin Fei decided to upgrade his 18 primordial avatars. In the secret chamber, the 18 primordial avatars sat cross-legged together and took out the bloodline power and refined it into the avatars' bodies. Lin Fei did not stay idle either. With the ultimate god Godhead, he pushed his realm to the peak ultimate god realm and was only one step away from the divine emperor realm. Peak ultimate god, I can refine the bloodline power again. Lin Fei refined the heaven-level divine pulse that was sent to him. The 8 major sects retreated from the mysterious heavens world. The news also caused a huge stir in the mysterious heavens world. The 8 major sects expanded their forces very quickly. Other than the Invincible Palace's territory, the 8 major sects had their footprints in other worlds. Later, there was news that Invincible Palace's #1 expert, Tian, had done something sensational outside. He killed hundreds of ultimate god experts and scared the 8 major sects into leaving. The news spread like wildfire. Invincible Palace did not deny it. Everyone was shocked. His strength had improved to such a level in 100 years. On the other hand, the forces of the 7 overlords sent over gifts of congratulations. All of them were heavenly ranked divine veins. This news was clear to the forces behind them. The 8 major sects' territories were quickly swallowed up by the 7 major overlords. Lin Fei did not come out to stop them. Lin Fei did not care much about the 7 major overlords' forces. As long as they did not come out to cause trouble, it was just a piece of territory. What was there to care about? Since the gifts were sent, Lin Fei accepted them without hesitation. As his realm advanced to the peak ultimate god realm, Lin Fei was not afraid that the 8 major sects would invite peak ultimate gods to deal with him. If they really came, they would be the ones regretting it. Every day his strength was increasing. Lin Fei worked hard to improve his bloodline power and the 18 primordial avatars at the same time. He did not pay much attention to the outside world. The Earth Controller done. The Ice Controller done. The divine fire controller done. Under the acceleration of time, the primordial avatars increased their realms to the ultimate God realm. What followed was the improvement of their bloodline power. The divine power consumption was also huge. Lin Fei could bear it. At most, he would go to the divine world and make a fortune. Time flew by in the outside world. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. In those 50 years, whether it was the 6 child worlds or the divine world, it was relatively quiet. The blood-colored light pillar between heaven and earth had also become unusually demonic. Chapter 1924. It was a rare peaceful day. The blood-colored light beam was red and demonic. 50 years had attracted countless eyes to the blood-colored light beam. Any of the talented and potential divine princes had the potential to become an emperor and dominate an era in the future. No one wanted to miss such an opportunity. They were waiting for the day of their birth. The 51st year. The boundless blood-colored light swept across the world. All the major forces in the world could not sit still. They all showed up and activated their treasures to arrive at the blood-colored light beam, waiting for the moment of their birth. On an uninhabited planet, the blood-colored light beam stood in the sky and was extremely domineering. The blood-colored light beam turned billions of miles into a forbidden zone. Even the powerful divine emperors could not break the power of the forbidden zone, and could only wait outside. The hell world wants this place. 3 divine emperors arrived on the uninhabited planet. The divine emperor's aura shot up into the sky and crushed everyone, regardless of whether they agreed or not. They were all sent flying into the endless void. Forbidden zones were everywhere. Experts from all walks of life showed up one after another. There were also some old farts who joined in to show their power. In the entire heavens and the earth, there were ceaselessly rumors of some old undyings making an appearance with formidable combat strength, suppressing all experts, and occupying position after position. Most of them were experts from the divine realm. Among them, peak ultimate gods and old monsters whose combat power was no less than a divine emperor also showed up to fight for the rights of the forbidden zones. 60 to 70 positions were occupied by forces from the divine realm. The 8 divine emperors who had not shown up until now also showed up and occupied positions with their powerful strength. Every day, big and small news kept spreading. The invincible palace in the mysterious heavenly world. It's done. It took a long time to refine the bloodline and improve the power of the bloodline. As the black-robed Lin Fei jumped up, the 18 primordial mist avatars cupped their hands. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. Lin Fei waved his hand and the 18 avatars walked into his body. It's not easy. During the 50 years, Lin Fei almost didn't care about the outside world and focused on building his 18 primordial mist avatars. Fortunately, everything was done. His 18 primordial avatars had also advanced to the ultimate god realm. Their cultivation realm was barely at the mid-level ultimate god realm, and their bloodline power was also at the mid-level ultimate god realm. Lin Fei was very satisfied. As soon as Lin Fei came out of seclusion, all sorts of news entered his ears. The infernal realm had sent him messages several times, asking him when he would head to the blood-red pillar of light. Flipping through the information left behind, Lin Fei had a general idea that the godchild was about to be born. The 6 subordinate worlds, the immortal world, and some ancient families and forces had shown up to participate in the competition. A divine son with the potential of an emperor. Lin Fei did not care about this. However, the invincible palace needed a group of powerful geniuses. It seems that I also need to accept a few disciples. Lin Fei laughed at himself. He took a step forward and left the mysterious sky world, standing under the starry sky. With his peak ultimate god combat power, Lin Fei was not afraid of those veteran forces in the divine world. 108. All the major powers and hidden ancient clans have come out and occupied 2/3 of the blood-colored light pillars. I'm going to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Lin Fei laughed mischievously and headed east. Under the endless starry sky, in a star filled with hurricanes, various forces were fighting for control. This was a relatively dangerous place. The black hurricanes were powerful enough to injure ultimate gods. In the center of this star, there was a blood-colored light pillar. The entire star had turned into a restricted area. Outside the star, various tyrants were fighting. The number of divine sons was limited. Almost every place was occupied by the major forces. Everyone hoped to have a divine emperor under them to dominate an era. They would not miss such an opportunity. The 8 divine emperors occupied the most forces. Outside of them were the ancient clans with terrifying strength. Even the 8 divine emperors did not dare to disrespect them. After all, some of these clans had divine emperors in the past. The secret treasures left behind were not to be underestimated. Therefore, some of the blood-colored light pillars were divided among these clans. This hurricane star was one of them. There were a total of 8 clans fighting for this blood-colored light pillar. The 8 clans fought fiercely for the blood-colored light pillar. Violent energy waves swept through the area and hit the restricted area from time to time. In such an occasion, even ultimate gods could fall. The main battle relied on ultimate gods. Divine kings were only there to watch the show. At that moment, the battle between the 8 clans was at its most intense. The Fan clan, an ancient clan, had the upper hand. Rumor had it that 10,000 years ago, they had an invincible divine emperor who could compete with divine emperors. The Fan clan had been passed down to the present day. The current generation of the Fan clan was also filled with geniuses. On the surface, they had 2 divine emperor experts and controlled a huge domain. How dare a mere clan compare to our Fan clan? You're not worthy to have a divine child. The peak ultimate god of the Fan clan was a young man in a brocade robe. He broke through the sky with his sword and suppressed everyone. People kept dying under his sword. Young Emperor Fan, you're so arrogant. Do you dare to fight me? A giant handprint came crashing down. Lin Fei came all the way. There were experts flying across the starry sky. Some were alone while others were in groups of 3 to 5. Their goal was the same, to fight for the divine child. In the endless starry sky, there were waves of energy fluctuations. It was obvious that there were peerless experts fighting for the divine child. Both the forces in name and those hidden behind the scenes have all come out. Lin Fei watched with great interest. Lin Fei had seen many experts along the way. There were more than 10 peak ultimate gods among them. It's up ahead. Lin Fei did not need any treasures. His speed was the fastest when he used the power of space. As he kept moving, a black star appeared in front of him. Hurricane star. Many blood-colored light pillars were occupied. Lin Fei took a step back and chose some dangerous areas. The hurricane star was one of them. This news came from the divine emperor Tianxi. After knowing that Lin Fei had come out of seclusion, he mentioned the fight for the divine child and told Lin Fei where he could compete. What an intense fight! Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the battle in the distance. Outside the star, a young man in a brocade robe was holding a sword in one hand. His peak ultimate god's combat strength was fully unleashed. His sword technique was unparalleled, and even the sky and earth changed color as he suppressed his opponent. Half-step divine emperor strength. Young Emperor Fan held his sword, and his sword technique was so sharp that the crowd could not breathe. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Young Emperor Fan said disdainfully as his eyes swept across the crowd that was sent flying. Use divine emperor treasures to attack. Someone took out a divine pagoda. It was a divine emperor treasure. The pressure of a divine emperor crushed toward young Emperor Fan, causing the starry sky to tremble. How dare you use a low-ranked divine emperor treasure? Chapter 1925. The Divine Emperor Sword. Someone recognized it and was shocked. Rumor had it that the Fan clan's 2 divine emperors were extremely powerful. The divine emperor sword was a treasure passed down in the Fan clan. Everyone thought it was just a rumor. It had been a long time since the divine world had a divine emperor in person. It's too late. Fan Xiaohuang swung his sword, and a dozen low-level ultimate gods died. Blood rained down. Fan Xiaohuang, who held the divine emperor sword, destroyed the divine emperor treasures one after another, leaving corpses behind. The experts from the other clans fled in panic. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. In a short while, Fan Xiaohuang suppressed all his opponents, leaving only the Fan clan experts. Sir, have you seen enough? Fan Xiaohuang's eyes shot out 2 sword rays. They shot towards the void. The strength of a half-step divine emperor. This is an eye-opener. A black hole appeared in front of Lin Fei, swallowing the 2 sword rays, and appeared under the starry sky. Fan Xiaohuang's eyes were like torches, and his killing intent surged. Scram if you don't want to die, the Fan clan has their eyes on this place. 7 clans joined forces, but they were defeated by Fan Xiaohuang. Some died and some were injured. Naturally, a peak ultimate god was beneath them. Hee, your words don't work on me. I have my eyes on this place. Lin Fei said indifferently. You have no choice but to scram. Die. Fan Xiaohuang's eyes flashed and he swung his sword. The might of a divine emperor came crashing down. Lin Fei didn't care about the clans, even if they were ancient ones. River of Time. The turbulent river of time swept across the sky, and it smashed into the sword rays, shattering them. The power of time suppressed the starry sky. Everyone in the Fan clan felt suppressed by the power of time. No wonder you're so arrogant, you're a time controller. Fan Xiaohuang snorted. So what if you're a time controller? I'll kill you all the same. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Great life-taking sword technique. The sword technique shattered the power of time. It was a divine emperor sword technique. The ruthless sword rays rushed over. No wonder you were able to suppress and kill them. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled and quite extraordinary. Lin Fei laughed. A black hole opened up and devoured all the sword light. His spatial power had also improved after he advanced to the peak ultimate god realm. A peak ultimate god's spatial power could block any attack. You are Detian from the profound sky world. Fan Xiaohuang's God Emperor grade sword art was easily blocked by the other party, and a figure appeared in his mind. Now that you know my name, do you still plan to kill me? Lin Fei stepped forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The power of space and time surged forth. Other than Fan Xiaohuang, everyone else's battle prowess was suppressed, and they were unable to move. The time power of a high-level ultimate god was enough to prevent a high-level ultimate god from displaying his full strength, let alone when his bloodline power had advanced to the peak ultimate god level. 50 years was enough for Lin Fei's name to spread throughout the god realm. Revered God Long Rainbow's raid on the Moan world resulted in the loss of more than 400 hierarchs. The entire divine world was in an uproar. Revered God Long Rainbow was also punished for his incompetence. Lin Fei's fearsomeness had also spread throughout the divine world. Long Rainbow lost to you, but I'm not Long Rainbow. Fan Xiaohuang laughed. I believe the 8 divine emperors will look good after I kill you. Boom! Boom! Fan Xiaohuang's aura surged as his body expanded like a giant. He charged forward with the power of time and space exploding as he slashed with his sword. I forgot to tell you, I've cultivated the Great Destruction Physique, one of the 24 Emperor Physiques. It can break through any bloodline power. Fan Xiaohuang was very terrifying at that moment. Divine Emperor grade sword art. Great Destruction Physique. No wonder Brother Tianxi and the others warned me to be careful. This inherited aristocratic family is indeed terrifying. A half-step divine emperor can crush all peak ultimate gods. Lin Fei had reminded him before he came. He knew how powerful the Fan clan was the moment they fought. With such strength, it was not impossible for them to occupy a blood-colored light pillar. Lin Fei's power of space and time could crush peak ultimate gods. After all, he was at the ultimate god level and his bloodline power was suppressed by the Great Destruction Physique of an Emperor Physique. Time destruction. Lin Fei attacked with a great secret technique. Boom! The terrifying energy crushed over and sent Fan Xiaohuang flying. He crashed into the star-forbidden zone and shattered a large hurricane. This is the rumored Great Time secret technique. Fan Xiaohuang stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, it has no effect on an emperor physique like me. Lin Fei was slightly surprised and laughed as he went forward. Your emperor physique has not reached the great completion realm. Let's see how many times you can block. The power of space and time swept over. The moment it was about to reach Fan Xiaohuang, it turned into a great terror and crushed Fan Xiaohuang. With the support of a large amount of divine power, Lin Fei used the great secret technique. Even an emperor physique would suffer. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of horrifying attacks crushed over. Apart from Fan Xiaohuang, the hundreds of experts from the Fan clan were heavily injured and almost all of them were wiped out. Fan Xiaohuang's eyes were red. Those experts were his people. This loss had greatly affected his influence in the clan. How could he not be angry? Divine Emperor triple slash. The three swords attacked like lightning and contained the might of a divine emperor. They shook the starry sky and enveloped Lin Fei. Lin Fei used the power of time and disappeared under the sword light. He appeared behind Fan Xiaohuang and stomped down. Fan Xiaohuang blocked with his sword and the power of 10,000 caddies pressed down on his sword. Puff! Fan Xiaohuang's body sank. His blood and qi were in turmoil, aggravating his injuries. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and crashed into the forbidden zone. The river of time came again. The injured Fan Xiaohuang was enveloped by the power of time and was sent flying billions of miles away. He crashed into an uninhabited star. If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can. His voice was like thunder, echoing in the starry sky. Damn it! Fan Xiaohuang was strong, but he could not withstand the attack of the great secret technique. His emperor physique was also damaged. It was invaded by the power of time and was no longer perfect. Hua! The river of time came again. Fan Xiaohuang had no choice but to retreat, not daring to take it head-on. Lin Fei did not give chase. It was the first time he met someone with an emperor physique. He realized that the other party was not ordinary. If not for his emperor physique being broken, he might not have been able to defeat him. Next time I have to ask Big Brother Tianxi and the others about this emperor physique. Lin Fei looked at the starry sky. A disciple of the Fan family is this strong. There are still many unknown and terrifying aristocratic families in the divine world. Lin Fei occupied this place. During this time many godly venerable experts attacked, but they were all killed on the spot. As long as it was not an emperor physique, no one could withstand the attack of two waves of bloodline power. The only thing left was a pile of corpses. Lin Fei waited for 3 days. The divine child is about to appear. Lin Fei stood under the starry sky. Many godly venerables appeared in the dark, but they could not hide from his divine sense. However, they did not make a move. They seemed to be waiting for the moment the divine child appeared. As the blood-colored light pillar was filled with cracks, the divine child was about to appear. Ka. Chapter 1926. Boom! 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 The entire world was illuminated by divine light. It was as dazzling as the blazing sun. Blood-colored pillars of light shattered as the divine children came into being one after another. What followed were many gazes. The sect masters and emperors of the clans and sects, even the old undyings, crawled out to participate in the competition. A hidden sect master came across the sky and was shocked by the divine children. Amazing! The divine children are born with boundless divine power and innately invincible celestial immortal strength. Another sect master cried out in surprise. They have innately invincible celestial immortal strength and a terrifying bloodline and divine body. The glorious era of this generation is coming. The old undyings, who were cultivating in seclusion, sighed with emotion. The divine children are terrifying. They are born with the emperor's mandate. We are all old. In less than half a year, the world will belong to them. The competition for the divine children was exceptionally intense. The divine children who came into being were born with an innately invincible might, and were supported by the heavenly Tao's might within billions of miles. All sorts of powerful heroes took action and fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Even though they were separated by several worlds, they could still feel the terrifying battle prowess of the old monsters. A casual attack could shatter stars. It was the same for Lin Fei. Damn, is this the invincible might? The 3 or 4-year-old children were adorable, but their invincible might suppressed the starry sky. It was incomparably terrifying, and this was the true invincible might. No wonder the God King and the old undyings took action. They are the best candidates to compete for the Celestial Emperor's mandate in the future. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Lin Fei had the invincible system to reach his current position. But these divine children were born with invincible might, and the heavenly Tao's will suppress the starry sky. Anyone who saw them would go crazy. Who could compare to this kind of treatment? Taking a divine child as a disciple, how satisfying! Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It was a great achievement just thinking about it. Divine child, I want you. In the distant starry sky, a withered giant hand grabbed over, shattering the starry sky. At the same time, there was a terrifying might that broke through the heavenly Tao's will. This was a sect master-level expert attacking from afar. Divine Son, you dare to take it? Eat my saber first. In the air, a blade light slashed over, chopping off an arm. Blood rained down. Another undying expert made his move, chopping off his opponent's arm with a single blade. Lin Fei was really angry. You treat me as if I don't exist. Humph, the Divine Son belongs to me. How dare you take him? Boom! The domain of time appeared in the sky, supporting the sky. Boundless time energy flowed, completely suppressing this expanse of the starry sky. It was a secret technique of a peak ultimate god. In the domain, Lin Fei was a god, an invincible existence. As soon as the time domain was activated, it completely suppressed the starry sky. Lin Fei stepped forward and shattered the saber light with a punch. It was as if an invincible god of war had descended. The importance of the Divine Son still couldn't stop some people from taking action. A cry of alarm came from the depths of the starry sky. Someone has actually cultivated the time domain. This is an incredible secret technique. Suppressing an entire starry sky is not a problem. The younger generation is truly promising. There were still invincible experts who were unwilling to give up. Boom! 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 Another 3 sect master experts made their move. Their combat powers surpassed peak ultimate gods and were already divine emperors. They rushed into the time domain and grabbed the Divine Son in the domain. Space domain. Lin Fei once again opened up an invincible domain. The two domains combined perfectly in an instant, bursting with terrifying power and suppressing the 3 terrifying palms. This is my territory. How dare you behave so atrociously? Get lost. Lin Fei shouted and slashed with the blade of the lightsaber, chopping off the 3 palms. Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort for this day. If he hadn't cultivated the time domain and space domain, Lin Fei wasn't confident that he could withstand the attacks of the sect master Old Undying. His bloodline power couldn't suppress them either. After cutting off the 3 palms, Lin Fei came to the side of the Divine Son. You and I are fated. Are you willing to be my disciple? The Divine Son said proudly, I am the Divine Son, heavenly axiom. I will sweep through the world and become a supreme emperor. I don't need a master. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, shattering the invincible pressure. He then slapped the godchild's butt. You're still trying to rebel? You're so awesome that you can sweep through the world. I'll take care of you first. Are you willing to be my disciple? With this slap, the Divine Son began to weep. You big bad guy. Lin Fei slapped him a dozen times in a row. The 3 or 4-year-old Divine Son cried and agreed to be his disciple. Everything happened in an extremely short time. The sect master Old Undying in the starry sky was very unwilling. How could a Divine Son be snatched away by an ultimate god, even if he was a high-level ultimate god? More than a dozen tyrannical attacks blasted from all directions, trying to shatter the 2 domains. Boom! Boom! Before their attacks could arrive, the heavenly axiom sent down divine lightning and shattered the attacks. The divine lightning struck again and fell into the depths of the starry sky. Waves of tyrannical aura dissipated one after another. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. If the 2 domains were really shattered, he could only run away with the Divine Son and shake off the Old Undying sect master. One day this Divine Son will defeat you. The heavenly axiom glared and said arrogantly. Lin Fei grabbed the heavenly axiom again and slapped him. The battle for the Divine Son was unusually fierce. Soon news spread that Divine Emperor Zhengyi had personally come and suppressed all the experts. He took away 3 Divine Sons, all of whom were invincible and had monstrous bloodlines. After that, Divine Emperor Mo Xian also fought with experts from all sides and even some old undying beings. He also took away 4 Divine Sons and returned to the Demon Mystic sect. 108 Divine Sons with different talents were quickly snatched away by the various forces. Almost every top force had 1 or 2 Divine Sons or at least 1 Divine Son. There were even ancient existences who took action. The 8 Divine Emperors had no choice but to avoid them. They took the Divine Sons back to the sect and didn't participate in the battle. In just one day, blood flowed like a river in order to fight for the Divine Son. Lin Fei was very satisfied with snatching a Divine Son. With his peak ultimate god combat power, He wouldn't have been able to snatch a divine sun if he didn't take advantage of the two domains. Once the divine sun was in his hands, Lin Fei activated the spatial door and returned to the invincible palace. Lin Fei brought back a divine sun. The invincible palace was filled with cheers. Everyone was familiar with the legends of the divine suns. After seeing them for real, they realized how terrifying the divine suns were. They were born with invincible might. Although their realms weren't high, they could still fight against divine kings. Lin Fei's wives all ran over to watch. When they saw the pink divine sun, they all liked him very much. They hugged him, but the heavenly axiom divine sun showed a look of enjoyment. He lay on the beautiful woman's body and rolled his eyes. For a moment, Lin Fei wanted to pull him down and slap him a few times. Master's wife, you're so beautiful. The beautiful women didn't care. Chapter 1927. The intense fight for the god's son had come to an end. To many people, the ancient forces that had been hiding in the dark had surfaced in the fight for the divine princes. Experts like the sect masters and sect masters seemed ordinary. The old undying that made one's hair stand on end had the power to suppress the current god emperors. No god emperor dared to underestimate him. The previously unknown powers all appeared. Their terrifying legacies terrified everyone. They weren't any weaker than the 8 god emperors. In fact, they were even stronger. Taking the heavenly law god's son as his disciple, Lin Fei didn't have much to teach. The god's sons were born with legacies and they cultivated god emperor techniques. Their invincible bloodlines gave them shocking combat strength. As Lin Fei's master, he was also astonished when he saw it. For now Lin Fei was still suppressing his disciple, the heavenly law. During this period, Lin Fei made a trip to Hellworld to meet his 3 senior brothers. Congratulations, senior brother. You've taken in 2 god's sons. Congratulations. In the main hall of Hell Mountain, Lin Fei congratulated his 3 senior brothers. It wasn't easy for them to snatch 2 divine princes in the midst of a battle. The Massacre God Emperor, the Tianxi God Emperor, and the 100 Flowers God Emperor were all delighted. They were satisfied to have 2 god's sons as their disciples. Junior brother isn't bad either. You fought against the old undying alone and took in a disciple. If it was me, I might not have succeeded either. The Tianxi God Emperor smiled. I didn't expect you to cultivate 2 bloodline domains in just a few decades. In the eyes of those old undyings in the god world, junior brother is quite important. Lin Fei smiled. It's all thanks to senior brother's reminder. The Tianxi God Emperor was the one who informed him about the uninhabited star. You are my junior brother, so of course you will help. Come, let's drink. The Tianxi God Emperor raised his wine cup. Everyone else raised their cups too. You want to know about the God Emperor? After drinking the fine wine, Lin Fei asked about some of the questions in his heart. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor chuckled. Little junior brother, you must have noticed that the forces that have surged out in the dark to fight for the divine sun are paying attention to the divine emperor, right? Lin Fei nodded. Yes, it is indeed a shock. Some old undying experts have terrifying auras. If it wasn't for the competition for the divine sun, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that there are such old undying existences. God Emperor Tianxi smiled. Junior brother is still young, so it's normal that you don't know. What you usually see is only the surface. The reason why the 8 great god emperors are unable to rule the divine world is because of the existence of ancient powers. In fact, there are even some sects that have produced god emperors in the past and have terrifying resources. There are also some invincible god emperors who have bloodlines and treasures that can easily kill god emperors. Lin Fei really didn't know much about these secrets. The deeper layer of the secret. Little junior brother, your strength has improved very quickly, and you are about to reach the divine emperor realm. Let me tell you about the divine emperor. God Emperor Tianxi smiled. The divine emperor realm is just a general term. Anyone who has reached the divine emperor realm is a divine emperor expert. In fact, it is divided into 6 small realms, namely Young Divine Emperor, Earth Divine Emperor, Heaven Divine Emperor, Saint Divine Emperor, Heaven Creating Divine Emperor, and Apotheosized Divine Emperor. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The old undying expert who attacked that day was definitely a divine emperor expert, and the difference in strength was huge. Then how do we divide the divine emperors? God Emperor Tianxi was very optimistic about Lin Fei. To be able to snatch a divine son from the hands of the old undying expert was a kind of help to any sect. The secret of the divine emperors was actually not a secret, and God Emperor Tianxi didn't mind telling Lin Fei. Dividing the small realms is actually very simple. God Emperor Tianxi's eyes narrowed, and his qi and blood surged. Golden divine wheels appeared behind him, and there were a total of 6 divine wheels. They were like blazing suns suppressing the starry sky. It depends on the theory of gods. Lin Fei instantly felt a great deal of pressure. This was the first time he knew the secret of the divine emperors. 3 divine wheels is the little divine emperor, 6 divine wheels is the great divine emperor, and 9 divine wheels is the heavenly divine emperor. 100 Flowers divine emperor said with a smile. After 9 divine wheels, the divine transformation palace can suppress everything in the world, and they are the holy divine emperors. 6 divine palaces are the heaven creation divine emperors, and 9 divine palaces are the deification divine emperors. Lin Fei finally understood. God Emperor Tianxi continued. Among the 3 of us, senior brother Slaughter is the strongest. He has condensed 8 divine wheels, and he is only 1 away from becoming the heavenly divine emperor. As for me and 100 Flowers, we both have 6 divine wheels. Junior brother, if you fight against the divine emperor that day, you must be careful of the divine emperor activating his divine wheel. God Emperor Tianxi continued. The divine wheel contains terrifying power. Lin Fei listened very carefully. The more he knew about the divine emperors, the more careful he would be when fighting in the future. I have said all that needs to be said. You just need to be careful in the future. God Emperor Tianxi said a lot of words all about the divine emperors. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will keep it in mind. Lin Fei nodded. By the way, you are now a peak ultimate god. When will you break through to the divine emperor realm? God Emperor Slaughter, who rarely spoke, suddenly asked. Break through to the divine emperor realm? Lin Fei really did not know when he would be able to break through. It was easy to get an ultimate god divine core, but what about a divine emperor divine core? That was not going to be easy. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I don't know yet. He could not say that he lacked a divine emperor divine core, and they might not have it either. Lin Fei was very clear about this. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait a little longer. God Emperor Slaughter said. Lin Fei reacted. Senior brother, my cultivation technique is very unique. Could it be that I have a chance to break through? Although he could not say it directly, he could only use an alternative cultivation technique. God Emperor Tianxi looked at God Emperor Slaughter and seemed to think of something. Senior brother, are you talking about that place? If it is really that place, maybe there is a way to break through to the divine emperor realm. Lin Fei was confused. That place? What kind of place is that? Seeing Lin Fei's anxious expression, God Emperor 100 Blossoms chuckled. Junior brother, your luck is good. In another 60 years, the Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region will open. Lin Fei knew about the Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region. It was one of the 6 subworlds and had 2 divine emperors. There is such a place? God Emperor Tianxi explained with a smile. That's why I said your luck is good. The Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region in the Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region has attracted the attention of countless forces. If it weren't for the broken heaven pillar, you wouldn't have such good luck. This secret region can allow one to break through to the divine emperor realm. The Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region was created in ancient times. No one knows who created it. The only thing we know is that every time the Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region opens, a great opportunity will appear. At the same time, it is also the place for ultimate god experts to break through to the divine emperor realm. In the past, the Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region could not be opened. Now that the 6 subworlds have opened, divine emperors can come and go as they please. Chapter 1928. After the battle for the divine princes, the 6 subworlds and the divine realm entered a period of peace. The divine realm's army didn't move again. They seemed to have gone to rest. Some ancient sects and forces reappeared. The divine realm, which was originally controlled by the 8 divine emperors, also changed. The most surprising thing was that young experts kept appearing. They defeated the heroes of the world with their peak divine venerable battle strength. Each of them was a god's chosen and left a great reputation. Any of the gods chosen was worthy of the attention of the sections. They suppressed their peak divine venerable battle strength and were no weaker than divine emperors. They looked down on the world and were insufferably arrogant. Before the divine princes grew up, the gods chosen attracted the attention of countless people. 20 years later, the divine princes appeared one after another. Any of the divine princes was powerful enough to suppress the heroes of the world. As soon as they appeared, they challenged the heroes of the world, shocking the world. Surprisingly, the divine emperors didn't take action. So the world became the divine prince's world. The unknown sects also became known with the appearance of the 108 divine princes. Someone made a list with the combat strength of the 108 divine princes. It was called the Divine List. Everyone was shocked when the list came out. Every once in a while, the divine princes would challenge the heroes of the world and defeat some powerful existences. 30 years later, the 108 divine princes all had the combat strength of an ultimate god. The world also became the divine prince's world. The young geniuses were overshadowed and lived in the shadow of the divine princes. It couldn't be helped. The combat strength of any of the divine princes was shocking enough. Their invincible aura alone could suppress an enemy. A big shot said, "This is the ultimate god level. When they reach the divine emperor level, the world will change color. No one will be their match." A sect master sighed. "The divine princes are amazing. We're all old." During this period, there were also geniuses of the previous generation. For example, there were many talented ultimate gods in the divine realm. They were extremely powerful and could fight divine emperors head-on. They only needed an opportunity to enter the divine emperor level. There were many such peerless geniuses. There were even rumors in private. It's not that the heaven-defying geniuses can't enter the divine emperor level, but they're accumulating power. If they want to enter the divine emperor level, they have to surpass the ordinary divine emperors. Countless people were driven mad by the news. They had cultivated to the godly venerable realm and were exhausted like dead dogs. For powerful demons, they had to suppress their strength. It was simply infuriating to compare themselves with others. While outsiders were shocked, the Son of God had become the mainstream of this era. Another piece of news spread. The Empyrean Mountain of the heaven-splitting world would open in 30 years. Everyone was in an uproar. Ordinary forces might not know about it, but the ancient sects, especially the top forces, all had records of the celestial worthy mountain. The world had almost forgotten about this place. The world of splitting open the sky immediately attracted the attention of countless people. While the outside world was bustling with noise, deep within the invincible palace, Lin Fei was still in seclusion. Back when he returned from the infernal realm, he handed over his disciple Tian Dao to his subordinates and then announced that he would be going into seclusion. There are still about 30 years left. I can still continue cultivating. In the secret chamber, the 18 primordial world avatars sat together in a circle. After opening his eyes, Lin Fei closed them again. 60 years. In the blink of an eye. For some experts, it was just a small period of seclusion. Near the Empyrean Mountain of the heaven-splitting world, the fog gradually dissipated. The door was faintly discernible. Everyone knew that the rumors were true. The mysterious Empyrean Mountain was about to open. The 6 subworlds, the big and small forces of the divine world, swarmed into the heaven-splitting world. The sects and legacies were also stationed near the Empyrean Mountain, occupying a large area. Within a few months, the Empyrean Mountain had a radius of 1 billion miles. Ka. Invincible palace. The tightly shut stone door opened. A silhouette appeared outside the stone door. Gentle sunlight shone down on the silhouette. Time flies. Lin Fei finally came out of seclusion before the Empyrean Mountain was about to open. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Fei understood some of the situation. Hearing that his disciple Tian Dao had made quite a name for himself outside, Lin Fei was very happy. Ever since he went into seclusion, he rarely came out. Lin Fei was not worried about his disciple Tian Dao. He was born with the will of heaven and earth. He was extraordinary and did not need to worry too much. In fact, Lin Fei was least worried about Tian Dao. The only thing that made Tiandao unhappy was that his daughter and Tiandao had become two demons. They often caused trouble outside and made the mysterious sky world restless. No one dared to say anything. Everyone knew that Tian was the #1 expert in the mysterious sky world. The news of him stopping the Divine World Army spread. Everyone was shocked. Ever since Tiandao became stronger, the two slipped away to other worlds. Lin Fei had no choice but to let them go. It was not a problem for him to protect himself. Lin Fei spent a year leisurely in the Invincible Palace. He rode on Hairball, the ancient evil dragon, and went straight to the heaven-splitting world. The ancient evil dragon had achieved small success. Its combat power was terrifying, could fight a god emperor. Unfortunately, it had not entered the divine beast realm. This time Lin Fei brought Hairball to try his luck. It would be great if he could advance to the divine beast realm. Hairball's supernatural power had also reached the profound success realm. It was not inferior to her master Lin Fei. She could move in the starry sky to the limit. Even peak ultimate gods could not catch a trace of her. Although the heaven-splitting world was far away, Lin Fei had Hairball, the spatial beast, and entered the heaven-splitting world in less than half a month. As soon as he entered the heaven-splitting world, he was hit by a strong immortal aura. The vast life aura spread throughout the entire heaven-splitting world. It was much stronger than the mysterious sky world. Head east. Since a few years ago, the celestial worthy mountains portal appeared. All the major sects and forces settled down. In less than a few years, the area outside the celestial worthy mountain became lively. The innermost area was occupied by the major forces. Any of the major forces could easily destroy the first-rate sections. Therefore, the area outside the celestial worthy mountain was divided into 3 areas. The area closest to the celestial worthy mountain belonged to the ancient forces and the top forces. The second area belonged to the first-rate sects and forces. The third area belonged to the second-rate sects and forces. There was once an unconvinced expert who tried to occupy a treasured land to gain the upper hand. However, he was killed on the spot by a powerful existence and his sect was destroyed. No one dared to act presumptuously outside the celestial worthy mountain after that. It's so lively. Tens of trillions of miles away from the celestial worthy mountain, a crowd surged toward the celestial worthy mountain. The ancient and tyrannical auras were like fierce beasts, extremely eye-catching. Lin Fei sighed softly. The celestial worthy mountain was more lively than he imagined. He did not use his divine senses to check but directly used the system. There were hundreds of divine emperor experts. Chapter 1929. Outside the celestial worthy mountain, the undulating mountains were surrounded by celestial aura. Lin Fei landed far away from the celestial worthy mountain. In a few years this place had evolved into a small town. Immortals came and went everywhere, and it was very lively. Those who didn't know better would think that this place was a small town. Lin Fei walked in the small town with Hairball. Heroes gathered and godly venerables who were rarely seen kept appearing. Master, can I eat them? Hairball, who was born as a primordial evil dragon, had a growing appetite. In her eyes these were delicious blood qi, and eating it was a great supplement. Ever since she followed Lin Fei, Hairball had eaten countless pieces of flesh and blood, and her standards were also higher. The godly kings and godly venerables that wandered around were quite delicious. Lin Fei patted Hairball. There's no hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities. In order to cultivate a divine beast, Lin Fei didn't care how many people he killed. As long as they provoked him, he could only blame them for being unlucky. Selling the divine emperor's bone at a low price. There won't be many opportunities. This is the only one. With it, you will have something no less valuable than a divine emperor's treasure. Someone shouted. Life-stealing heaven powder. A peerless item that can heal injuries at a critical moment. A must-have item to enter the celestial worthy mountain. The divine emperor's secret technique is invincible. Now I can only exchange it for treasures. The town wasn't big. There were shouts everywhere. All kinds of treasures attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Fei casually looked around and found that some of the items were of good quality. No wonder they were sold here. No matter how good the items were, Lin Fei wasn't interested. The only thing that was useful to him now was the divine meridians. the more the better. Lin Fei had also heard that there were rare sacred rank divine veins in the heavenly Venerate mountain. Just one of them was superior to a heaven-ranked divine vein. Any sect that obtained one of them would be able to pass on their legacy for millions of years. As he wasn't in a hurry, Lin Fei casually looked around as he walked. Quick, go and see. Someone is on the stage. No way. Someone is on the stage again. Do you know who it is? Why are you asking so many questions? We'll know once we get there. Someone shouted, and the people who were originally strolling around rushed to the fighting ring without saying anything. Dueling ring? Lin Fei's interest was piqued, and he followed them unhurriedly. By the time Lin Fei caught up, he was already at the foot of a mountain. A large number of people had gathered there. In the distance, a mountain peak was sliced in half. Looking at the world, it had a long history. The platform was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the huge platform. Is this the fighting stage? It's really extraordinary. The surroundings of the Do Tai were densely packed with mysterious blessings. Lin Fei could not see it too clearly. If anyone underestimated the battle stage, they would definitely suffer a great loss, a truly great loss. At this moment, there were people on the dueling platform. Lin Fei subconsciously took a look and smiled. He actually met an acquaintance in this place. Too fast. Another round has been cleared. This is already the 60th level. As expected of someone who has mastered speed. Unlimited speed is really amazing. Someone exclaimed. On the fighting stage, a young man in green clothes with a steady body left by time could be seen. He held a sword in one hand and the sword flashed past like a flash of light, sending the bronze figures flying one by one. None of the bronze figures could get close to him. Almost everyone present could not see how the person on the platform made his move. His speed was beyond what they could handle. Everyone was convinced by what they saw. It's the 70th level. Another person exclaimed while staring at the fighting stage. On the arena, there were a total of over 100 copper men. And they formed a shocking killing formation that surged with killing intent. If it wasn't for the countless layers of restrictions separating them, no one would be able to endure the pressure of such an imposing aura. He's really a genius. He managed to reach peak ultimate god in 60 years. His unlimited speed is probably even more terrifying. I'm afraid not many people in this realm can catch his trace. Lin Fei did not expect to meet Dongfang Yijian here. In this world, only Dongfang Yijian, who had mastered unlimited speed, could reach such a level of speed. Dongfang Yijian's speed was so amazing that Lin Fei could also see his traces of movement. Level 70. Under the siege of the killing formation, Dongfang Yijian was blasted out. A few big words appeared in the sky above the fighting stage. Then, a jingguang flashed and landed on Dongfang Yijian's hand, emitting a terrifying power. Level 70. Amazing. No wonder he's the #1 genius in the underworld. Who can stop this kind of speed? That's not necessarily true. Dongfang Yijian isn't the only one who has mastered speed. I heard there's a divine son on the divine list who was born with a divine body and also mastered speed. That's terrifying. Lin Fei stood for a while and understood what the fighting stage was about. The fighting stage was usually hidden in the void. Even a divine emperor could not find it. It would only appear in the 10 years when the celestial worthy mountain's door was about to open. The fighting stage was not used for fighting. It was a challenge. One would be able to obtain treasures after challenging 10 levels. Of course, the treasures were random. To obtain good treasures, one could only rely on luck. Legend had it that an invincible divine emperor had a great opportunity and obtained a shocking treasure on the fighting stage. This caused his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. In the end, he became an invincible divine emperor. Therefore, every time the celestial worthy mountain opened, the fighting stage would become a place where countless geniuses gathered. The fighting stage also had a rule. Only those below the divine emperor level were allowed to enter. There was once a divine emperor who suppressed his strength in an attempt to obtain a treasure, but he was killed on the spot by the bronze man. Lin Fei observed the fighting stage and barely understood some things. Fellow Taoist Ditian, long time no see. While Lin Fei was silently watching, someone came over. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Fei turned around. Fellow Taoist Dongfang. Congratulations on breaking through to another level with your unlimited speed. The person who came over was Dongfang Yijian. Dongfang Yijian was very sensitive to auras. When Lin Fei stood outside, he knew who had come. After the fight ended, he personally came over. After 60 years, Dongfang Yijian was much calmer than before. However, he was still arrogant. Mastering the unlimited speed did give him the right to be arrogant. Dongfang Yijian did not come alone. There were two young men with him. They were dressed in brocade clothes and had an extraordinary aura. They should be from a powerful sect. Dongfang Yijian had been cultivating wholeheartedly after the war ended. It was only 40 years ago that he went out to train. Due to a series of coincidences, he had advanced to peak ultimate god. You're not bad either. Dongfang Yijian smiled. Meeting by chance is better than meeting by chance. Why don't we have a drink? Sure. Lin Fei had nothing to do. Chapter 1930. Not only were there people selling treasures in the town, but there were also inns and restaurants. Needless to say, they were quite smart. Dongfang Yijian found a decent restaurant and ordered a table full of good dishes. Who wouldn't bring some celestial wine when they went out? The dishes were served quickly. Dongfang Yijian also took out the celestial wine and poured a cup of it for Lin Fei. Don't just stand there. Didn't you say that you wanted to meet Di Tian? This is the real Di Tian. Dongfang Yijian said with a smile. The two young men were shocked. They came from another subworld. They had heard of Di Tian's name. Previously they didn't listen carefully. Now that Dongfang Yijian mentioned it, they suddenly realized that it was this awesome and fierce person. After the battle in the Moon world, Lin Fei's fierce name spread across the 6 subworlds. News of what happened in the celestial world also spread. However, in the past few decades, Lin Fei had been in seclusion, and his fierce name gradually faded. My friend Di Tian, you are my idol. Brother, let's have a drink. Lin Fei had a good impression of the two. Since they gave him face, he drank with them. After a few cups of celestial wine, everyone's relationship was suddenly pulled closer. Lin Fei also learned a lot from Dongfang Yijian, especially about the celestial worthy mountain. This was because Dongfang Yijian had come a few years ago. The celestial worthy mountain became more and more mysterious in Lin Fei's eyes. If there are no accidents, the opening of the celestial worthy mountain will not take more than a year. A powerful person has calculated the opening date. Dongfang Yijian said in a low voice. My friend, you have to be prepared. I heard that almost all the experts on the divine list are here. Especially the number 1 god, Sky Dragon. Zhuge Feng said in a low voice. I heard that Sky Dragon entered one of the 10 forbidden areas and obtained a great opportunity. His strength improved greatly. All the gods have great luck. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. The other Huang Qiu smiled bitterly and said, it's extremely difficult for us to encounter fortuitous encounters. Look at them. They can encounter fortuitous encounters wherever they go. Lin Fei had also learned about the top expert on the divine list. He was a true inheritor of great destiny and had extremely terrifying strength. Although he was only a peak ultimate god, his combat power could suppress a divine emperor. This was already extremely terrifying. In the peak ultimate god realm, he could sweep away the experts of the same generation and was known as the invincible ultimate god. The word invincible was not something anyone could achieve. Sky Dragon dared to call himself the invincible ultimate god because he was very confident in his abilities. Di Tian, the celestial worthy mountain is about to open. Do you want to go in with us? At least we'll have a companion in the secret realm. Dongfang Yijian put down his wine glass and invited Di Tian. No one understood Di Tian's importance better than Dongfang Yijian. In 60 years, Dongfang Yijian believed that Di Tian's control over his time and space bloodlines would become even more terrifying. A place like the celestial worthy mountain really needed such a powerful helper. Lin Fei's understanding of the celestial worthy mountain was only so. The origin of the mountain was mysterious and no one could explain it clearly. Most importantly, the opening of the celestial worthy mountain was a gathering of experts including the gifted divine sons. Seemed like a good idea to form a team. Lin Fei nodded in agreement after thinking for a while. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to join. How could Dongfang Yijian mind? He valued Di Tian very much. That's great. With you joining us, we'll definitely gain a lot from this trip to the Celestial Worthy Mountain. You're talking big. What kind of place is the Celestial Worthy Mountain? It's not something people from the forsaken land of the gods can achieve. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind. At that moment, a young man in golden armor walked up the stairs with a group of people surrounding him. His eyes were like twinkling stars. Who's talking nonsense? Several groups of people in the restaurant stood up and glared at him angrily. Ever since the sky pillar was broken, communication between the realms was restored. In the eyes of the divine realm, the 6 subrealms had become the people of the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, the people of the 6 subrealms hated hearing the words, forsaken land of the gods. They stood up but were quickly pulled down by their table mates. Shut up, stop talking. That's young Master Xingqian we're talking about. Someone whispered. Young Master Xingqian kills without batting an eyelid. He's known as the ferocious man. Anyone who offends him will die. In the face of such power, the people in the restaurant chose to lower their heads. Young Master Xingqian came from an ancient and mysterious force. Rumor had it that he was on good terms with the 8 great divine emperors. His strength was so terrifying that he could defeat godly venerable experts. Young Master Xingqian, didn't anyone tell you that your mouth stinks? Dongfang Yijian stood up with a swoosh. His eyes flashed as he stared at young Master Xingqian. Young Master Xingqian was as handsome as the stars. He would be considered a handsome man in the divine realm. He opened his fan. The people of the forsaken land of the gods really have no manners. Isn't that right, everyone? Young Master Xingqian is absolutely right. This kind of outdated person should be sealed away again. Since when can the people of the forsaken land of the gods strut around? The people behind him laughed in agreement. They would not miss this kind of flattery. Dongfang, we're just drinking. There's no need to quarrel with the dog. Suddenly, a faint voice reached their ears. Dongfang Yijian did not like the words, forsaken land of the gods. That was why he stood up after being provoked by young Master Xingqian. Normally, he would not have been provoked. You're right. There's nothing to talk about with a dog. Dongfang Yijian sat back down with a faint smile. Kid, you talk big. Get on your knees and kowtow in apology. One of young Master Xingqian's subordinates shouted angrily when he realized that his chance had come. Get on your knees and apologize to young Master Xingqian. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire clan. Young Master Xingqian's expression did not change. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. As a heaven's favored one who could defeat ultimate gods, when had he ever been called a dog? Lin Fei sipped his divine brew leisurely and did not even look at him. Slaughter my entire clan? What a big tone. I'm sitting right here. Kill me if you dare. As one of the 6 subworlds, Lin Fei could empathize with them. The forsaken land of the gods was not a pleasant name. It was a humiliation. As a member, Lin Fei had to do something. Kid, you're tired of living. I'll kill you. One of young Master Xingqian's lackeys shouted. His hand shook the heavens and earth as he grabbed at Lin Fei, intending to crush him to death. Many people were shocked when they saw this. Even a lackey had the combat strength of a high-level ultimate god. Scram! Chapter 1931. That slash came in a strange and unpredictable manner, and killed a high-level ultimate god on the spot, without leaving any traces behind. The restaurant suddenly fell silent. No one could tell that the ordinary black-robed man was a terrifying expert, who could kill a high-level ultimate god with a single move. Stars twirled in young Master Xingqian's eyes as if he could see through everything. A sharp light flashed across his eyes. Even he could not figure out the origin of the untraceable attack. Space-time power. Young Master Xingqian's terrifying eyes saw through some clues. Such a strange attack could only be done by someone with spatial bloodline. The black-robed man in front of him was most likely a space-time controller. You're right. Too bad there's no reward. Lin Fei said indifferently. Get as far away as you can if you don't want to die. Don't test my patience here or I'll kill all of you. Lin Fei's mastery of the space-time power had improved over the past 60 years. It was the most common thing for him to unleash a saber-light attack. Such an untraceable attack was the most terrifying. Young Master Xingqian was also born with a powerful bloodline. He would not be intimidated by Jian Wushuang's words. His face turned cold. "You're very arrogant to kill my man in front of me." Lin Fei smiled. "So what if I'm arrogant? Only you're allowed to be arrogant and I'm not. What kind of logic is this? Try me if you're not convinced." Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu, who were sitting next to him, were full of admiration. Young Master Xing Chan was a genius with a mysterious background. They knew they could not be arrogant in front of Jian Wushuang. They also could not kill a high-level ultimate god so easily. The people from the forsaken land of the gods in the restaurant felt proud and elated. "So what if you're young Master Xing Chan? Try me if you're capable." Who could say such arrogant words? They were full of admiration for the black-robed man in an instant. "Young Master Xing Chan, you have a powerful background. I, Dongfang Yijian, am not someone to be trifled with." Dongfang Yijian followed up. "I heard that you've cultivated to the domain stage. I really want to see if your domain stage is stronger, or if my infinite speed is stronger." In the depths of young Master Xing Chen's eyes, stars flickered unceasingly, and his gloomy face gradually dissipated. "Dongfang Yijian, this young master will remember your words. I believe that it won't be long before this young master will personally experience your infinite speed. And you enjoy your final moments." Young Master Xing Chan turned and left. The restaurant fell silent. Young Master Xing Chan left? It was inconceivable that he could swallow his anger after killing a subordinate in front of him. "This guy must have gone back to investigate my background." Lin Fei poured himself a cup of celestial wine. At least he knows when to advance and when to retreat. "If Gue Gue really dares to make a move, I don't mind beheading this brat on the spot." With a smile, he could decide a person's life and death. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu did not doubt his words at all. They had never believed it so much. Dongfang Yijian looked at Lin Fei and said with a smile, 60 years have passed, but you haven't changed at all. You killed without hesitation and without hesitation. Young Master Xingchen should be glad that he didn't make a move." Lin Fei did not care about young Master Xingchen's background. "Actually, I hate fighting and killing the most. In a place billions of miles away from Mount Celestial Worthy, on an undulating mountain range, there were many mountain peaks. Dongfang Yijian occupied a mountain peak. It was not easy to occupy a mountain peak in such a place. During this period, you can stay at my place." Dongfang Yijian brought Lin Fei into Senfu and arranged a house for him. Although it's a small place, Lin Fei accepted Dongfang Yijian's kindness without hesitation. After arranging a place for him to stay, Dongfang Yijian left. Mount Celestial Worthy was about to open, and he needed to find some people to join the team. Lin Fei also temporarily stayed at the house. He quietly waited for the day when Mount Celestial Worthy opened. "Young Master, there's news." In a hall on another mountain peak, young Master Xing Chen's men obtained information about the black-robed man. To be able to use the mysterious power of space, he must have a powerful background. Young Master Xing Chan chose not to make a move for the time being. Many ancient forces sent representatives to announce their existence. Even if young Master Xing Chan had a powerful background, he had to be careful lest he offend the ancient forces and attract strong enemies for his family. Ditian, the #1 expert of the mysterious Sky World, a dual bloodline controller who defeated the Divine World Army led by Divine Reverend Rainbow. Young Master Xing Chan flipped through the information and was shocked. His background was not small. Just because he was a dual bloodline controller, young Master Xing Chan was worth paying attention to. What a good Ditian, he offended all the major forces of the Divine World. Instead of hiding in the invincible palace of the mysterious Sky World, he dared to come out and show off. He's digging his own grave. Young Master Xing Chen's eyes shone coldly as boundless killing intent filled the hall. "Go. Help me spread the news that Ditian of the mysterious Sky World has come to Mount Celestial Worthy, and is staying in Dongfang Yijian's Senfu." Young Master Xing Chan said to his men. "Young Master, why don't you kill him yourself? No one will care if he dies without any backing." Someone beside young Master Xing Chan asked. "Fool, Ditian has dual bloodlines. If it was in the past, no one would dare to be impudent. But now that so many forces have appeared, Ditian is a human-shaped treasure. Many ancient forces have inherited powerful secret arts that can refine anything. Many people will be tempted by the top-notch spatial and time bloodlines. Ditian bad news. On this day, Dongfang Yijian hurried to Lin Fei's house. Lin Fei had not cultivated for the past few days. Instead, he had been reading secret histories and was very relaxed. What's wrong? What's the matter that made you rush over? Lin Fei said calmly. Dongfang Yijian said anxiously. Someone spread the news that you came to the celestial worthy mountain, and that you have two peak bloodlines. Then someone offered a bounty to kill you, and someone even offered to strip you of your bloodline. I'm sure it was done by Sir Xingchen. Right now many geniuses from the God world are stirring. What a good way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and put down the secret histories. I was wondering why there was no movement these past few days. So it's this kind of conspiracy. It's best if you don't go out during this period of time. In my senfu they won't dare to barge in. Dongfang Yijian scolded young Master Xingchen for being shameless. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, 3 tyrannical auras descended from the sky above Senfu. Terrifying divine auras landed on Senfu. Ditian, you killed my sex elder. Come out and accept your death. A loud rumble echoed throughout Mount Celestial Worthy. Many experts were alarmed and looked towards the mountain peak. Chapter 1932. 3 powerful divine auras rushed toward the Senfu on the lone peak. The Senfu shook violently. The Senfu's defensive formations glowed brightly, blocking the divine auras. Such a huge commotion also attracted the attention of the powerhouses in the first instance. What's going on? Aren't those 3 experts from the 3 divine emperors' factions? What's going on? Why would they do it themselves? Did someone in the Senfu offend them? Ditian, what a familiar name. Right, wasn't there a rumor recently that the person who massacred the experts of the divine world was called Ditian? All eyes were on the Senfu. Soon someone understood what was going on. There had been rumors circulating recently about Ditian. Rumor had it that he was a master of double bloodlines. It was hard not to know about him. Someone has their eyes on Ditian's double bloodlines. Rumor has it that there are ancient factions that have mastered the art of refining bloodlines. It's rare to find even one such bloodline, let alone 2. Ditian is out of luck. An elder understood the meaning of the matter. Just when everyone thought there were only 3 godly venerable experts, several powerful figures appeared in the void. They were all famous experts in the divine realm. In less than a moment, 20 to 30 godly venerable experts surrounded the Senfu, clamoring to kill Ditian and avenge the deaths of their elders and disciples. The godly venerable experts from the 8 divine emperors are here. There are also a few godly venerable experts from ancient factions. Many of them are here to fish in troubled waters. Child Xingchen, who had been observing the situation, sat in the Senfu drinking immortal brew. He squinted his eyes and looked satisfied. Make a scene, make a scene. Who knows how many people want to refine a double bloodline controller? I'll fulfill your wish. Child Xingchen liked to be in control of things. Everything went according to plan. The 8 divine emperors and the reclusive divine emperors all had their eyes on Ditian, who had no backing. Child Xingchen wanted to see how Ditian would deal with this crisis. Ditian, you've killed our Zhengyi sect's disciple. If you don't show yourself, don't blame me for killing you myself. An ultimate god expert from the Zhengyi sect said coldly. Little thing, if you know what's good for you, then hurry up and come out and accept our judgment. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape today. And there will be no place for you in this world. There were more and more onlookers. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the powerful existences in the sky. To deal with a nobody from the forsaken land of the gods, was it worth it for so many powerful figures to take action? Everyone suddenly wanted to see this Ditian and see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He had offended a major force in one go. To the people of the god world, killing Ditian was an extremely glorious thing. He still hasn't come out yet. He must be afraid. With so many experts present, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, that Ditian can forget about surviving. Needless to say, these are basically peak ultimate gods with monstrous combat powers. Rumor has it that Ditian is very powerful, but I'm afraid he might not be that powerful. There was no sound from Senfu. Everyone thought Ditian was afraid. At that moment no one would not be afraid. Any of the peak ultimate gods present could suppress a strong enemy, let alone Dition. Just when everyone was guessing, the main gate of Senfu opened and a black-robed man walked out and stood at the gate. Not bad, so many people came. The black-robed man seemed to be talking to himself. The black-robed man was, of course, Lin Fei. Hide. Lin Fei did not have such an idea. He did not mind using blood to tell those people what would happen if they underestimated him. Is he Dition? He doesn't look like much. He's too ordinary. Many people were disappointed. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Little thing, do you admit to your crimes? A tyrannical existence stared at Lin Fei with a murderous look. Lin Fei said lazily, "Admit to my crimes? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a divine emperor? Even if you're a divine emperor, you're not qualified to make me admit to my crimes." The tyrannical existence was enraged, and his murderous intent was so strong that everyone within the vicinity could not breathe. "I'm immortal Emperor Sex Protector Fei Yong. 60 years ago, you killed our immortal Emperor Sex disciple. Do you admit to your crimes?" Lin Fei glanced at him. "I was wondering why you're so arrogant. Turns out you're a protector. My reputation is not small. You even came out to make me admit to my crimes. However, I don't know the disciple you're talking about. There are too many people here and I've forgotten about him." Hierarch Fei Yong said loudly, "Since you've admitted to killing the immortal Emperor Sex disciple, come with us if you don't want to die on the spot. The Sex higher-ups will personally judge you." Someone immediately sneered. "Hierarch Fei Yong, what you're doing is wrong. Judging Dition is our demon mystic Sex business. Since when is it your immortal Emperor Sex turn?" Another tyrannical hierarch said unhappily, "None of you can take Dition away. If anyone is to be taken back, it should be us, the Bliss Palace." The people under the 8 divine emperors were quite resentful towards Dition. Most importantly, Dition had a double bloodline which was very tempting. Everyone wanted to bring him back to the sect. Even if they couldn't refine him, he was still a human-shaped treasure. No matter if it was used for trading or for other uses, it was something that couldn't be neglected. Now that they heard that immortal Emperor Sex Fei Yong wanted to bring Dition back, everyone disagreed. They were fighting to bring Dition back. Why could they bring him back and they couldn't? Facing the crowd of experts, Lin Fei coughed and said, "Everyone seems to be very interested in me, but you seem to have forgotten something. If you want to leave, you have to ask for my permission first." Just when everyone thought that Dition would choose to surrender, they didn't expect him to be even more arrogant and say something that shocked everyone present. "He's too arrogant. With so many experts attacking him, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand a single blow." Someone was watching a good show. Hierarch Fei Yong was infuriated by the other forces, but he couldn't do anything to them. He thought to himself, "If you don't let me take him away, I'll make the first move. Let's see how you're going to deal with it." "How arrogant. I'm going to take you away. Do I have to beg you to not agree?" Hierarch Fei Yong attacked angrily. How dare he be so arrogant after killing his Sex disciple? His arm expanded and he clawed with his 5 fingers, as if the entire world fell into his palm. Many tyrannical existences cursed Hierarch Fei Yong for being shameless. They didn't care about the consequences and attacked one after another. The sky above Senfu was quickly shrouded by a tyrannical aura that covered the sky. Chapter 1933. As soon as the powerful existences made their moves, their divine auras soared into the sky and shook the earth. More importantly, when more than 10 powerful existences attacked at the same time, even a star would fall, let alone an ordinary godly venerable one. More than 10 powerful existences attacked at the same time and sealed off the space around Senfu. Run. There was nowhere to run. In fact, they did not expect to let Dition go when they surrounded Senfu. No matter who attacked first, they would follow suit and not allow anyone to take Dition away. The divine world suffered heavy casualties in the war 60 years ago, and Dition had become a thorn in their side. Back then, the Moan world was about to be occupied, but because of Dition's appearance they failed. That scene was still vivid in their minds. This time, whether they injured or killed Dition would be the one to suffer. Everyone was shocked and wanted to see how Dition would fight back. Many people had never seen the divine aura of a dual bloodline controller. Good. Lin Fei shouted. If I don't kill you, you'll think you're a big shot. Dongfang Yijian, who had been standing behind the gate, sneered. A bunch of reckless fools. You deserve to be killed. Although he had never fought with Di Tian, Dongfang Yijian could feel that Di Tian's strength had been increasing to a terrifying level. Space domain open for me. A domain appeared above Lin Fei's head. As soon as the domain opened, all the powerful existences fell into it. All the attacks slowed down. Just as space domain open, some powerful existences took out their treasures and attacked the space domain. They wanted to completely break it and shatter Di Tian's confidence. Those watching in the dark were also shocked. Amazing! He has successfully cultivated the space domain. In this domain, he's invincible. Someone was secretly shocked. Just a space domain can't withstand the attacks of so many powerful existences. The powerful existences' attacks only made the space domain tremble slightly. Explode! Lin Fei did not even look and shouted. The huge domain suddenly exploded, setting off a terrifying shockwave. A huge black hole was left in the center, like the entrance to hell. When the horrifying aftermath swept across, there was a tyrannical existence that blocked the spread of the aftermath, suppressing it within a certain range. Where is he? They're gone. Are they all dead? No one could clearly see how this move happened. However, everyone knew that this move was too terrifying, almost impossible to block. It was to the extent where they couldn't even leave the spatial domain. There were powerful existences that were shocked. They stared at the black hole, not fading for a long time. What a terrifying secret method attack, killing a powerful existence with a single move, not even able to escape. Some people cried out in alarm while others trembled. One move to kill a powerful ultimate god expert. That move was too terrifying. Even those who had planned to fish in troubled waters shuddered. If they had made a move just now, they would probably have died without a corpse and become a thing of the past. Still too little. Lin Fei shook his head. With a wave of his hand, hierarch-rank godheads fell into his palm. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, but whoever thinks I'm easy to bully, feel free to come and try. This sentence caused many people to pout. How dare you say you're not a bloodthirsty person? He killed dozens of experts in one go, forcing the people on the periphery to not dare to make a move. If any of you still want to make a move, feel free to come and try. Lin Fei's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Now, everyone was afraid and did not dare to make eye contact with Lin Fei. It was too terrifying. Those who made a move were all ultimate god experts like guardians and elders. Who would dare to cause trouble if they were defeated in one move? With such a big move, those who wanted to die should consider if it was worth it. Go back and tell those who want to cause trouble, no matter how many people come, I'll be waiting for them. A loud rumbling sound spread across the entire Mount Celestial Worthy. Lin Fei was telling everyone without a care that as long as they dared to come, he would dare to kill them. I was planning to spar with you, but it seems like there's no need for that now. Dongfang Yijian said with a bitter smile when Lin Fei returned to Senfu and the Senfu gate was closed again. Dongfang Yijian had seen this move before. The current power was 100 times stronger than before. Dongfang Yijian knew that he could not withstand such a terrifying killer move. Divine Venerable Rainbow was defeated by this move in the past. They are coming in menacingly. If we don't use a big killing move, they won't rest. Lin Fei said with a smile. In the past 60 years, Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the space collapse secret technique. Its power had also become more terrifying. He was very satisfied with this enhanced secret technique after his first test. They must hate you to death. Dongfang Yijian was also very impressed. So be it. As long as they dare to come, I'll send them all to hell. Lin Fei's use of a big secret technique had indeed made many people give up. For the time being, no one would be the vanguard. The invincible and tyrannical ultimate gods could see through the secret technique. It was almost impossible to resist unless one left the space domain. However, leaving the space domain was easier said than done. This also made many forces secretly want to capture Di Tian and refine his space bloodline. This Di Tian is not simple. Young Master Xing Chun originally wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, but the result was unexpected. The space bloodline is a top-level bloodline. It is indeed not simple. This is good. The 8 divine emperors and other forces will fight Di Tian to the death. Who knows, I might even have a chance to obtain the space bloodline. In the world of creation, Lin Fei's name once again spread. Of course it was a fierce name. Some people said, Tian is seeking his own death. He has a top-level bloodline, but he still causes trouble everywhere. Sooner or later, he will be killed and his bloodline will be taken away. The forces that were killed surprisingly remained silent. This was because someone stood up for Tian. Tian is my junior brother. After these simple words spread, everyone was shocked. In the underworld, the three divine emperors spoke in unison, shocking countless forces. Who would dare say that Tian did not have a backer? His backer was three divine emperors. Even though they were deity emperors from the abandoned land of the gods, they were not real deity emperors. No one dared to provoke them, especially the slaughtered deity emperor. The strongest among them could sweep away ordinary deity emperors. With the support of the divine emperors, no one dared to be presumptuous for a while. There had been many people secretly preparing to deal with Tian, but they temporarily put aside their thoughts. As long as the celestial worthy mountain opened, without the protection of the divine emperors, Tian would definitely be besieged. Hearing the Tianxi divine emperor's words, Lin Fei was very grateful. Chapter 1934. With the Tianxi Shenhuang's words, the area outside Dongfang Yijian's Senfu became quiet again. Under such circumstances, no one was willing to offend the three Shenhuang giants of the Hell world. However, since they could not do it openly, there were still people who offered a shocking reward. Someone offered a shocking reward for killing Tian. As for who offered the reward, no one knew. However, it was definitely someone who hated Tian to the core. Everyone was tempted by the reward. Some hidden forces even said that if Tian was captured alive, they could obtain techniques, divine emperor combat weapons, and other treasures. For a moment, the news of the reward spread like wildfire. Outside Dongfang Yijian's immortal mansion, countless gazes gathered in the dark, staring at it constantly. No one was willing to miss such a big piece of meat. They could not do it now, but it did not mean they could not do it in the future. Once the door to Mount Celestial Worthy was opened, the opportunity to capture Tian alive would come. They are still unwilling to give up. Hearing that he was offered a reward, Lin Fei sneered. His eyes flashed with coldness. Even Dongfang Yijian, who was sitting next to him, felt a terrifying chill. It should be those people from the 8 great god emperors. They're not resigned to their failure a few days ago, so they deliberately put up a reward. They're really despicable and shameless. Dongfang Yijian cursed. Now, fellow Taoist, you've become a human-shaped moving treasure. Lin Fei didn't care much about it. If someone was courting death, he didn't mind helping them. I'm a moving treasure, and a moving treasure stained with blood. I'm afraid we can't go to the celestial worthy mountain together. Don't. Dongfang Yijian said hurriedly. I know you are afraid that the reward will affect our team. However, since the reward was offered, those who wanted to participate have all left. Now only the 4 of us are left. Yes, my friend, you don't have to leave. Nobody is afraid of them. Zhuge Feng said. As long as you are here, the 4 of us can also obtain good treasures. We can even find the opportunity to advance to Shenhuang. Huang Qiu added. A few days ago, Lin Fei knew that Dongfang Yijian had found some people to join the team. However, he did not expect that some people would leave the team after the reward was offered. Lin Fei was also a straightforward person. We are going to start a massacre. If they leave the team, they will definitely regret it in the future. I promise. Dongfang Yijian was also filled with fighting spirit. To be able to kill enemies together with fellow Taoist is one of the greatest joys in life. The bounty on Tian's head continued to spread. Countless people were staring at Dongfang Yijian's Senfu. As long as Tian dares to enter the celestial worthy mountain, I will be the first to suppress him. He was a half-step deity emperor, and possessed a deity emperor combat weapon that could suppress all 4 directions. It wasn't just one senior who was shouting from afar. In just a few days, several seniors were shouting from afar, and all of them wanted to suppress Tian. Many people secretly sucked in a cold breath. In the face of such a shocking bounty, the experts of the older generation could no longer sit still. There were even rumors that some people took out treasures to advance to the deity emperor realm, to provoke the experts of the half-step deity emperor realm. Dongfang Yijian's Senfu did not say anything. Everyone thought Ditian was scared out of his wits and did not dare to compete with the seniors. Any half-step deity emperor was an extraordinary existence. Those who could become a half-step deity emperor could suppress a peak ultimate god. Even a divine emperor might not be able to kill a half-step deity emperor in one move. What do you mean by the older generation? You've just lived a little longer and cultivated a little longer. In my eyes, cultivators are worse than dogs. How dare you shout from afar? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what you're made of? If I were you, I'd scram as far away as I can so that I don't embarrass myself. In a situation where no one expected this, Ditian transmitted his words through the air. His tone was extremely arrogant, belittling those of the older generation to the point that they were worthless, instantly offending many of them. Lin Fei's words had pierced through the sky. Some people applauded Lin Fei's words. He had lived for such a long time but was only a half-step deity emperor. Ditian was a peak ultimate god who could easily kill an ultimate god. A half-step deity emperor was indeed useless. On that day, many Senfu on the celestial worthy mountain were filled with anger. Some people counted and found that they were all from sects and forces that were forbidden to come. Lin Fei's words from afar had struck a blow to the older generation before he fell silent again. No matter what the outside world said, he remained in the Senfu and did not come out. As the countdown for the celestial worthy mountain's opening entered, the celestial worthy mountain became faintly discernible and became very eye-catching. The door also became real and no longer looked illusory. Everyone knew the celestial worthy mountain would open soon. Look, it's the longevity bird of the celestial worthy mountain. On that day, someone exclaimed while looking at the celestial worthy mountain. Huge creatures flew across the sky above the celestial worthy mountain that was shrouded in mist. Their terrifying divine power soared into the sky, as if they were going to break through the firmament. Countless influential people looked at the celestial worthy mountain that was shrouded in mist. Unbelievable. That's a peerless divine bird that has lived for millions of years. It has terrifying strength and can kill a peak ultimate god with one blow. Someone had seen such a bird in a secret scroll. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Some of the ancient factions exclaimed. Rumor has it that the heavenly venerate mountain has a mysterious origin. It is filled with all kinds of great opportunities, from the smallest stalk of immortal grass to the largest tree. Even the extinct peerless divine bird has appeared. Just thinking about the heavenly venerate mountain is enough to make anyone yearn for it. Few days later, the mist on the celestial worthy mountain gradually dissipated. Birds and beasts continued to appear in everyone's field of vision. Some powerful existences who could spy on the celestial worthy mountain became very important. The major forces in the first region joined forces and set up layers of formations to temporarily seal off the space to prevent people from entering. The situation lasted for 16 days. On the last day when the mist dissipated, the portal shone brightly. A light pillar shot into the sky and pierced through the firmament of the heaven-opening world. A huge portal appeared in front of everyone. The celestial worthy mountain has opened. My opportunity has come. The moment the celestial worthy mountain's portal opened, Divine Emperor experts in the distance took out their Divine Emperor combat weapons and attacked the sealed space. The powerful existences who were hiding in the dark took action and tore apart the sealed space. They turned into streams of light and entered the celestial worthy mountain to search for their opportunity. For a moment, the Divine Emperor's aura was overwhelming and suppressed all the forces. Divine Emperors who were rarely seen appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain and entered the celestial worthy mountain. Everyone only felt relieved when the aura of the Divine Emperor dissipated. Disciples of the Zhengyi sect, go in. Disciples of the Demon Mystic sect, go in. The major forces in the first region began to move. Chapter 1935. Wave after wave of people entered the celestial worthy mountain. No matter who it was, no one wanted to be left behind. They fought to be the first to enter the celestial worthy mountain. Soon, everyone in the first region entered the celestial worthy mountain. The people at the back cursed the big forces for being shameless. They were in a favorable position, but they couldn't do anything about it. Looks like we'll have to enter in the third wave. Dongfang Yijian put away his senfu and said unhappily. Who asked the bastard sect to occupy the best region and let them take advantage of us? Zhuge Feng said, staring straight at the door. It's going to be lively this time. In the past, very few people entered the celestial worthy mountain. This time it's going to be the liveliest. I'm afraid tens of thousands of experts will enter. Huang Qiu's face was grave. Lin Fei could feel the extraordinariness of the inside of the celestial worthy mountain through the door. Hee, it's more fun with more people. The first wave, the second wave, the third wave. The third wave was naturally the people who were left behind. Although everyone was very dissatisfied they could enter. Everything would be fine after a while. In the midst of cheers, everyone rushed in and disappeared into the door. Alright, let's go. Dongfang Yijian was also happy. Almost everyone in front had entered, and they were close to the door. Lin Fei was also looking forward to it. Don't disappoint me. The opportunity to become a god emperor is here. The four came close to the door and rushed in when there was a gap. Whoosh! When they entered, they did not split up but gathered together. Lin Fei took a deep breath, and the vast divine light penetrated into his body. What a dense divine power! Lin Fei was sure that even a heaven-stage divine pulse might not be as dense as this. At this moment Lin Fei and the others were standing on a platform. The platform was very large, and was filled with an ancient aura. In the distance there was a continuous mountain range, and there were birds and beasts flying through the sky. The rumors are indeed true. There's a saint vein buried in the heavenly worthy mountain that's even higher than a heaven-ranked divine vein. With such dense divine light and divine energy, cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for dozens of years. Someone exclaimed. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the divine light. Ha ha ha! Such a rich divine vein space. There are great opportunities everywhere. I'm coming. One after another, figures flew across the sky in search of their own opportunities. I was still worried about where to get divinity power. Just a trip to the celestial worthy mountain will give me a huge amount of divinity power. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The system spun rapidly, absorbing the light of the divine light and transforming it into threads of divine power. This time Lin Fei suppressed the appearance of the divine light vortex and quietly refined the divine power. The celestial worthy mountain's first surprise made Lin Fei beam with joy. Even though Zhang Xian had collected quite a number of god veins over the past 60 years, it was still far from enough to keep up with the rate of expenditure. Today Lin Fei finally found a place that he was satisfied with. If I can take a saint vein back, I'll be rich. Lin Fei thought to himself. He had heard about saint veins before. They were existences that surpassed heaven-ranked divine veins. Even in the immortal world, saint veins did not exist. A saint vein could create a strong force that would last for a long time and be passed down for generations. Because of the incomparably large amount of divine light, it could create an otherworldly paradise. Ditian, those 5 should be the 5 great attribute secret realms. They are also unique existences in the celestial worthy mountain. In each attribute secret realm, there are precious treasures. There are even rumors that there are the archweapons and the arch-treasures in them. Dongfang Yijian's eyes did not move as he stared at the 5 secret realms in the distance. From the moment he entered, Lin Fei noticed the 5 secret realms. The aura they emitted was very strong. It was hard not to notice them. Before the celestial worthy mountain opened, the news of the 5 great attribute secret realms had spread. Rumor had it that there were treasures left behind by god emperors. Many people were eager to take action. Ditian, where should we go first? Zhuge Feng suppressed his excitement and asked. Huang Qiu also looked at Lin Fei. Dongfang Yijian naturally did not care. This place is blessed by the heavens. It would be a pity if we don't plunder it. Lin Fei said with a smile. Let's just sweep it all along the way. In fact, the 3 of them had the same idea. Standing on the platform, they could see that there must be extraordinary divine herbs in the undulating mountain range. They would definitely be of high age. Otherwise, how could the birds and beasts cultivate to such a powerful level? Let's go. In the undulating mountain range, many people were collecting divine herbs. In less than half a day, there was a continuous stream of news. A genius disciple of the Zhengyi school suppressed a 500,000-year-old young medicine king. As soon as the news came out, countless people were envious. The effect of a 500,000-year-old young medicine king was extraordinarily terrifying. It was not easy to suppress a young medicine king. A genius disciple of the immortal emperor school suppressed a million-year-old medicine king. There was a continuous stream of news. Everyone became even more frenzied. Where do you think you're going? In the mountain range, Lin Fei was also sweeping for divine herbs. Lin Fei was also very moved by the age of these divine herbs. Some were tens of thousands of years old and some were even longer. The origin of the celestial worthy mountain was even more mysterious. The power of space pressed forward and sealed off a space. Dongfang Yijian, Zhugafeng, and Huang Qiu kept grabbing at the divine herbs. Everyone was beaming with joy as they captured the divine herbs. Haha, 700,000-year-old Daoyuo grass. Zhugafeng grabbed a 700,000-year-old divine herb and spent a lot of effort. He looked at Lin Fei with an exceptionally grateful gaze. Big brother Ditian is still the best. With the power of space, no matter how powerful the divine herbs are, they can't escape. Zhugafeng smiled proudly. Of course. As long as the divine herbs are trapped, they will still be in our hands. Huang Qiu was also beaming as he continued to collect divine herbs. The foursome's efficiency was very high. No matter how old the divine herbs were, as long as they were extraordinary, they would still be suppressed. There was no other choice. Along the way they collected a lot of divine herbs. Lin Fei also obtained a lot of divine herbs. To him this was nothing. His biggest gain was the continuous refinement of divine power. His efficiency was extraordinary. Lin Fei even sensed that the mountain range below was actually a huge saint vein. Otherwise, these divine herbs would not have grown to this extent. Look, a half-step deity emperor is attacking the fire Qilin. Zhugafeng exclaimed. He stared at the sky and unleashed his divine might to block the burning sky fire. At this moment in the sky, a half-step deity emperor was attacking the fire Qilin. The entire sky turned fiery red. Divine beast fire Qilin. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Hairball, who was on his shoulder, also opened her eyes. What a powerful qi and blood! In the sky, the fire Qilin stepped on flames and moved back and forth. The sky full of flames swept towards the half-step deity emperor. Swish. Chapter 1936. Everyone in the celestial worthy mountain was shocked by this scene. A half-step deity emperor was actually burned to death. He was burned alive in front of them. This was something they did not dare to imagine. Was that a divine beast fire Qilin just now? Zhugafeng was terrified. It looks like it's the fire Qilin. Huang Qiu's voice was trembling. The legendary fire Qilin. Oh my god, this is too scary. It had to be said that no one dared to underestimate the terrifying strength displayed by the fire Qilin. Look, someone is chasing the divine beast fire Qilin. Powerful auras soared into the sky, chasing after the divine beast fire Qilin. Many people had their eyes on the fire god's fire Qilin. There were definitely many people who were tempted by the 1 in a million divine beast. After all, it could become a right-hand man in the future. The divine sun also couldn't help but chase after it. Dongfang Yijian stared into the distance and said, "The divine beast fire Qilin is very attractive to them." Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the celestial worthy mountain. With a single roar, the mountains collapsed. On the heavenly worthy mountain, a white figure appeared in the sky. The ferocious might of a monarch swept across the entire heavenly worthy mountain. Divine beast white tiger. Lin Fei was also incomparably solemn. The terrifying ferocious aura was like a raging gale. Even Lin Fei himself could feel the great ferocious aura, and no one dared to underestimate it. It turned out that someone wanted to suppress the divine beast white tiger. At that instant, countless formidable existences summoned their god-emperor artifacts to suppress the divine beast white tiger. The divine beast white tiger raised its head to the sky and roared, unleashing a ferocious aura that sent the divine emperor's treasures flying one by one, smashing them into the mountains. With just a roar, the divine beast white tiger displayed its invincible strength. No less than a deity emperor, the divine beast white tiger walked through the air and used its sharp claws to attack everyone. Corpses continuously fell from the sky, and no one was a match for the divine beast white tiger. Screech! Even further away, A fiery red figure let out a deafening roar. Flames filled the sky. Another divine beast appeared. A phoenix that could undergo nirvanic rebirth. Its enormous body was incomparably resplendent. Divine flames covering heaven and earth. This was a phoenix that had disappeared for a long time. One of the divine beasts. Divine fire descended from the sky wherever the divine beast phoenix passed. The blazing temperature instantly evaporated peak ultimate gods. Everyone's scalp tingled and did not dare to approach it. The divine beasts are coming out one after another. Lin Fei was also moved. Every single one of the divine beasts he saw just now had invincible strength. The extraordinariness of the heavenly worthy mountain shocked everyone once again. There were constantly powerful figures chasing after the divine beasts. There were also some sect masters from the older generation who cried out in alarm. Rumor has it that a long time ago, there was a god beast that ran amok on Empyrean Mountain. There was a peerless expert who suppressed and captured it. He commanded an army of god beasts and swept through the world. Now it seems that it was true. A god beast has appeared, and I wonder who can subdue it. Over the next few days there was a constant stream of news. The godchild of the Thousand Goblins sect has subdued a divine beast, and his strength has improved greatly. The Fortune Gate's divine prince has subdued a fire element divine beast. The #1 divine prince on the divine roll, Sky Dragon, fought for several days with a supreme treasure, suppressed the white tiger, the 4 ferocious beasts, and killed half-step divine emperors and ordinary divine emperors. His divine might is invincible. I didn't expect Sky Dragon to be able to suppress the white tiger. Dongfang Yijian was also shocked. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation can compete with him. For the past few days they had been sweeping up medicinal herbs. Hairball, who was on Lin Fei's shoulder, was also devouring large amounts of medicinal herbs. At the same time there were also immortal beasts that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Even though Lin Fei had never seen the divine son Tianlong before, he admired the other party's ability to subdue the white tiger ferocious beast. Many powerful experts had taken action, but they were snatched away by Sky Dragon. His strength was unparalleled. Roar! 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 An angry roar came from the distant mountain range, followed by a monstrous pressure. A million-year-old immortal beast. Lin Fei's face lit up. A million-year-old immortal beast's strength was infinitely close to a divine beast, and it had the battle strength of a peak ultimate god. In a valley not far away, a million-year-old King Wolverine with a body as big as a mountain charged forward. The surrounding ultimate gods were crushed one after another. The King Wolverine's sharp claws easily scratched the ultimate gods' bodies like tofu, and cut them into several pieces. The scene was filled with the smell of blood. Dozens of people besieged the King Wolverine, but more than half of them were killed. It seemed that the remaining people would not be able to hold on for long. The King Wolverine grinned. Want to catch me? Trash like you. He opened his mouth and swallowed the corpses on the ground with a satisfied expression. Powerful flesh. How delicious. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicacies. The King Wolverine kept attacking and killing ultimate gods. Its sharp claws were like a supreme divine emperor's battle weapon. They're done for. Lin Fei rushed in, and an overwhelming stench of blood surged out. Master, this guy's vitality is so strong. It's a great tonic. Hairball's eyes lit up. She could not wait to open her mouth and swallow the opponent. Lin Fei opened his time domain. Go Hairball. He came to Mount Celestial worthy not only to find his own opportunities, but also to help Hairball advance to the divine beast realm. A unique existence like the primordial evil dragon would reach the divine emperor realm once it advanced to the divine beast realm. At that time there would be nothing it could not eat. Divine emperor? That was also the primordial evil dragon's food. Roar! Hairball returned to her original form and rammed her huge body toward the King Wolverine. Little thing, you think you can eat me? The King Wolverine was furious and slashed with his sharp claws. Under the time domain his speed became very slow. Hairball moved back and forth to avoid the attack. Her huge body rammed into the King Wolverine. Old thing, don't be so arrogant. I'll eat you later. Hairball sent the King Wolverine flying. She used her innate divine ability and opened her mouth to bite the King Wolverine. The defense that even a divine venerable could not break was badly mutilated by Hairball's bite. Don't you dare! The King Wolverine kept struggling. Wave after wave of energy was sent over. Hairball's huge body pressed down on the King Wolverine and was not affected at all. She slowly swallowed the King Wolverine. That's Ditian. Run! Those who were lucky enough to survive ran away in panic. The King Wolverine was strong, but he could not resist Lin Fei's time domain. He was swallowed alive by Hairball. Hairball, you're getting more and more powerful, Dongfang Yijian said with a smile. Hairball had been gorging herself these days. Ha ha ha. I'll become more and more powerful in the future. I'll eat all the divine beasts. Hairball was proud and returned to Lin Fei's shoulder. We can sweep the treasures again. Zhuge Feng came up and collected the storage rings of the corpses. The King Wolverine's Lair. Chapter 1937. Every million-year-old immortal beast had a nest. There were many treasures in the lair, as well as some rare medicinal herbs. The group of people was overjoyed. The harvest was too bountiful. Lin Fei was not interested in these things. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu were full of smiles. They had harvested a large number of precious herbs, which could be exchanged for many valuable things outside. They knew very well that if they had chosen to leave, they would not have such a good opportunity. There were dangers everywhere on Mount Heavenly Worthy. It was almost impossible for the two of them to defeat hundreds of thousands of immortal beasts. The million-year-old King Adamantine almost wiped out an entire team. Just thinking about it was frightening. The deeper they went, there were countless immortal beasts on Mount Heavenly Worthy. Hundreds of thousands of years had become a common occurrence. Along the way, Hairball would take the initiative to attack and kill immortal beasts almost instantly. Unless it was a million-year-old immortal beast that needed to be suppressed by the time domain. The experts who came to offer rewards had not appeared yet. There were many treasures on Mount Heavenly Worthy. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. Lin Fei was happy that no one came looking for him. It gave him more time to refine his divine power. In a short time his divine power reached a terrifying number. If anyone was bored enough to come and seek death, Lin Fei would definitely be able to easily suppress them. Moreover, he would be able to suppress them to the point where they would not be able to do anything but suffer. There was no news of a divine emperor godhead. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. As long as there was news, there would definitely be a divine emperor godhead on Mount Heavenly Worthy. There was no news now because no one had come in contact with it. 7 to 8 days later, a piece of news came from up ahead. Someone had discovered a dueling platform in the mountain range. An expert had gone up to challenge it and obtained a divine emperor's treasure. Instantly, countless people rushed to the dueling platform. A divine emperor's treasure of high quality was very tempting. Godly venerable experts could easily suppress godly venerable experts with the divine emperor treasure and gain the upper hand. Boom! Boom! Intense energy fluctuations came from the front. It seems like someone is fighting over the battle stage. Dongfang Yijian was the fastest. He knew what was going on. Ditian, do you want to go take a look? You might get a good harvest. Sure, let's go take a look. In a mountain range, the mountain peak was flattened, and a battle stage was placed on top of it. There was a certain difference between this battle stage and the one outside the Heavenly Worthy Mountain. That was because this battle stage was glowing brightly. With one look, one could tell that it was extraordinary. It was far more precious than the battle stages outside the Celestial Worthy Mountain. At this moment on the arena there was someone challenging the levels. It was a powerful half-step deity emperor. He charged all the way to the 90th level, and at the 91st level, he had no choice but to leave the arena. A box emerged from the light. The half-step deity emperor was overjoyed. He kept the box and left. After this half-step deity emperor left, many powerful auras chased after him. Seems like that half-step deity emperor obtained something good, Dongfang Yijian said in a low voice. I don't know who set up these arenas, but everyone can only go up once. If they go up a second time, they will be killed on the spot. Lin Fei also noticed the extraordinariness of the dueling platform. Brilliant light continuously gushed out, interweaving into strands of laws that hung down. This battle stage is a treasure. Maybe even an emperor artifact. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. A treasure is a treasure. No one can take it away. Zhuge Feng shook his head. Brother Ditian, do you want to give it a try? Huang Qiu said. Lin Fei was very interested in this dueling platform. It was in existence with an extraordinary background. Perhaps there might be something good for him. At this moment, several experts made their moves to fight for the right to go up the stage. I'm going up. An extremely fast figure slashed out twice with his sword, blocking the expert. Then he entered the arena. So fast. Could it be that the divine child is here? It's not the divine child. It's Dongfang Yijian, who cultivates unlimited speed. Someone quickly recognized him. Some people also noticed Lin Fei and his group in the distance. Recently it was hard not to recognize them. They subconsciously distanced themselves from them. Who knew if there were experts ambushing Ditian? Brother Dongfang is so fast. I'll definitely make a breakthrough this time. On the stage, Dongfang Yijian's speed was extremely fast. He continuously killed the bronze golems and passed one stage after another. In the blink of an eye, he had passed the 70th stage. He went through 3 more stages and was finally stuck at the 74th stage. He was attacked by the bronze golems and had no choice but to retreat. I was going to go for the 80th stage. Dongfang Yijian sighed. However, the rewards here are much better. It's a supreme ultimate god treasure that's barely comparable to a divine emperor treasure. According to my estimation, the reward for passing the 80th stage should be a divine emperor treasure. As soon as Dongfang Yijian came out, the people behind him immediately rushed to enter. Lin Fei also wanted to see which stage he could pass. The space domain spread out and the experts who were about to enter were moved away from the stage. Lin Fei entered the stage unhurriedly and the space domain dissipated. That's Ditan. Space domain. Only the space domain could move people away in the shortest time possible. Although those people were unwilling, they were still somewhat fearful of going against Ditian. As soon as he stepped into the stage, Lin Fei felt that it was extraordinary. The stage he was standing on was made of extremely rare materials. They're here. The first wave of bronze golems had arrived. With a thought, Lin Fei swept across with a space slash and killed all the bronze golems. Ditian is so powerful. He made it to the 70th stage with just the power of bloodline. He might even make it to the 80th stage. The power of bloodline is indeed terrifying. Wave after wave of bronze golems were killed by the power of space before they could even make a move. It was unbelievably fast and made everyone realize how terrifying Ditian was. Brother Dongfang, how many stages do you think Ditian can pass? Zhuge Feng asked. Dongfang Yijian could not help but admire Ditian. Ditian was better at passing stages than him. Although Ditian's unlimited speed was also a powerful bloodline, it was still a far cry from the power of space. He should be able to pass the 90th stage. After the 70th stage, the strength of the bronze golems kept increasing and their defense became stronger. They were very difficult to deal with. Lin Fei's speed of passing stages did not slow down. The power of space continued to crush the stages that others found difficult to pass. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 80th stage and continued to pass. The 81st stage, the 82nd stage. Very soon he reached the 90th stage. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Ditian's strength was too terrifying. At the 90th stage, the strength of the bronze golems increased by a large margin. It was obvious that they had reached a new level. Lin Fei opened 2 domains. The 91st stage, the 92nd stage, the 93rd stage, all the way to the 100th stage. Rumble. When Lin Fei passed the 100th stage, the celestial worthy mountain sent down a divine roll. Chapter 1938. The divine list stood in the air. A vast divine aura engulfed the entire celestial worthy mountain. Everyone on the celestial worthy mountain subconsciously looked at the purple gold divine roll that had appeared. Their expressions changed slightly. Especially when they saw the rewards, they were extremely jealous. A small-sized sacred divine range. His luck is too good. It's unbelievable that he could make it to the 100th level. Isn't there a bounty on Ditian's head? How dare he show up? Amazing. I heard that even a half-step divine emperor couldn't make it to the 100th level. That little guy made it and got 2 good items. Be it the older generation or the sect masters, they were all envious of the bounty on the divine list. Unfortunately, the arena didn't allow divine emperors to go up. Everyone could only stare. A small-sized sacred divine range could nurture a first-rate sect and provide for the sect's disciples to cultivate for at least 500,000 years. How many experts could be born in 500,000 years? Not to mention the divine emperor's treasures. They contained terrifying divine aura that could easily suppress an ultimate god. The 8 divine emperors were great, but none of them had a large-sized sacred divine range. They only had a small-sized sacred divine range, not to mention those first-rate forces. The eyes of the experts who looked down on the arena lit up. The 100th level of the arena is rewarded with such good items. I have to try it. I'm not weaker than Dition. A half-step divine emperor started to look for the arena. He made it to the 100th level. Lin Fei didn't expect that he would get a small-sized sacred divine range. It's too rich. No wonder there's a rumor that a small-sized sacred divine range can be used for more than 500,000 years. It's enough to nurture a large number of experts. Lin Fei was shocked. The arena of the celestial worthy mountain is indeed mysterious. Lin Fei also took a look at the divine emperor's treasure. It was a battle armor that could block a divine emperor's attack. It was not a bad item. Why did the divine list appear on my 100th level? Am I the first to make it? Lin Fei frowned. Since there are good items on the 100th level, there might be good items on the 200th level too. Lin Fei opened the system and asked it to calculate the chances of him making it to the 200th level. The treasures on the 100th level were already so good. Lin Fei was unwilling to give it a try. 30% chance. Lin Fei was not discouraged after getting the system's answer. 30% was not bad. Dongfang Yijin's eyes had also turned red. Damn it, Dition is too awesome. He obtained something as good as a small-sized saint bloodline. It's a pity that I'm too far away from the 100th stage. Big Brother Dition is awesome indeed. He even caused a phenomenon to appear. He's moving. Big Brother Dition is starting again. Is he going to continue? The 3 of them stared at the arena. The others were also surprised. Being able to reach the 100th stage was already very impressive. Yet he was not satisfied and continued. Many people sneered. Dition is courting death. The arena is not ordinary, it is a mysterious treasure, continuously descending. The copper man's strength will become stronger. If one is not careful, they might be killed on the spot. A jealous expert said. If he dies in there, it will be a pity for a small saint-grade divine range. Everyone didn't care about Dition. They only cared about the small saint-rank divine ranges. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei began to challenge the trial again. After the 100th stage, the copper man's strength had reached the half-step deity emperor level. He had an extremely tyrannical force, which made the scalps of the spectators go numb. Explode. Lin Fei also used the most violent method. He directly used the great secret technique. He's crazy. What is Dition trying to do? He actually used the bloodline secret technique to attack the copper man. This bloodline secret technique is too terrifying. Half-step deity emperors were very strong. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time and used the great secret technique to attack. Wave after wave of attacks were launched. 101st stage, 102nd stage, 115th stage, 116th stage. The spectators outside the arena were dumbfounded. The waves of secret technique attacks were extraordinarily frightening. There was a hidden expert who tried to snatch the small-sized saint-grade divine range. After seeing this scene, he felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, the continuous secret technique attacks would be enough to kill them on the spot. In an instant, countless spectators left. Everyone knew that Dition was very strong, but they never thought he would be this strong. Even if the divine sun came, he would have a headache. Dition didn't even fight. He immediately suppressed the copper man and then attacked with his dual domains, causing the copper man to be continuously knocked away. It's the 180th stage. Unbelievable. Even if the deity emperor came, he might not be able to reach this level. There were more and more people outside the arena. In just a few days the news spread, and even Celestial Worthy Mountain was alarmed. Every day there would be news. Dition has reached the 180th stage. Although his speed has slowed down, he still maintains the rhythm of advancing. Perhaps Dition can reach the 200th stage. Those who had been watching were all numb. The elders who had planned to take the opportunity to attack Dition had no choice but to let go of their killing intent. If they couldn't kill this kind of person immediately, there was no need to offend him. No force would be able to withstand the attack of such a bloodline secret technique. The entire top sect would also be overturned and become a thing of the past in the long river of history. At the same time, there was also news. The divine son Dimia made it to the 100th stage. Unfortunately, the god list did not appear. Dition took his first good luck. Now that the 200th stage is approaching, the god list will appear again. The divine sons were also tempted by the good stuff that came out of the arena. However, many divine sons went in and made it to the 100th stage, but they didn't get any extra rewards. The god list did not appear, and the divine sons continued to vomit blood. It was so infuriating. The divine sons had given up on making it to the 200th stage. With Dition in front, it would be a waste of time for them to go. For a moment, the divine sons were all paying attention to Dition and paying attention to the latest news. After making it to the 190th stage, Tong Ren was invincible. The terrifying attack of the bloodline secret technique could also severely injure the copper men. Lin Fei could only use the power of space to move back and forth. He kept using the bloodline secret technique to attack Tong Ren's defense. That also made the scalps of the people outside numb. Any of the copper men inside could easily kill them, but Dition was able to withstand it. From now on, I'm afraid Dition will become an invincible godly venerable. He's too cruel. If you go against such an enemy, you will be crushed to death. The 200th stage is almost here. I'm afraid Dition will attract the god list again. Maybe he will get a peerless treasure this time. The speed of passing the stages was getting slower and slower. More and more people were paying attention to it. The strength of an invincible godly venerable spread like wildfire. For those experts who had a bounty on Dition's head, it was not good news but bad news. It was obviously Dition showing off his strength. Going to kill Dition alone? It was better to go back and sleep. No matter how high the bounty was, one must be alive to enjoy it. It's the 199th stage. Chapter 1939. Everyone was conflicted at the moment. Dition had displayed terrifying strength and stood at the peak of the ultimate god realm. It had been a long time since anyone dared to call themselves an ultimate god realm, invincible god realm. After witnessing Dition's endless secret technique attacks, no one thought they could withstand his attacks. The bronze man in the arena had an invincible defense, but it was still broken by the continuous attacks and killed on the spot. They were not as powerful as the bronze men, let alone Dition. Passed. It's the 200th level. As long as we win, we will be rewarded with peerless treasures. Everyone's attention was attracted by the 200th level. The powerful existences in the dark also took a deep breath. If they were at this level, they would not be able to make it to the 200th level even if they were beaten to death. The divine princes behind also retreated. On the arena, Dition was the invincible king. No one could overshadow Dition's sharpness. Only one bronze man? Someone exclaimed. On the arena, only one purple gold bronze man appeared. There was no large group like before. The purple gold bronze man was tall and mighty. Bang! The purple gold bronze man was very fast and knocked Dition, who hadn't made a move yet, into the restriction array formation. It's too fast. I didn't see it clearly. This purple gold bronze man is very terrifying. It has the combat power of at least a heavenly deity emperor. The purple gold bronze man sent Dition flying as soon as it attacked. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei stood up, his blood boiling, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Too powerful. He knew how terrifying the purple gold bronze man was. It easily broke through the power of space and time and sent him flying. Fight! With the last level in front of him, Lin Fei had to go all out. In order to make it to the 200th level and obtain the treasures, Lin Fei went all out. If he hadn't refined a large amount of divine power, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Although he had used up a lot of divine power along the way, he recovered quite quickly. The arena did not stop Lin Fei from refining divine power. Apart from that, the efficiency of refining divine power in the arena increased a lot. Lin Fei suspected that there was a sacred-level divine range nearby. Not again. Lin Fei opened the system and moved quickly. A casual finger from the other party sent him flying. His bones felt like they were about to crack. Flash flash. Lin Fei couldn't care less about his injuries. He moved back and forth, using his bloodline's secret art to attack the bronze gold statue. Everyone could only see Di Tian being continuously sent flying in the arena. In everyone's eyes, the invincible domain realm attack had become so weak in front of the purple gold bronze man that it could not withstand a single blow. Its defense had also become a non-existent existence. Di Tian continued to persevere. The purple gold bronze men are too terrifying. If it were me, I would have died countless times. What a pity Di Tian is going to lose. No one was optimistic that Di Tian would be able to pass the 200th stage. Many people felt that it was a pity. After painstakingly making it to the 200th stage, he just had to encounter a super expert whose strength could rival a heavenly deity sovereign. Dongfang Yijian was also worried. How did such a terrifying purple gold copper man appear? Dongfang Yijian could barely see some traces of it, and it was only because of his unlimited speed bloodline. On the stage, Di Tian's stormy boat was in a disadvantageous position. No matter what, he couldn't see a chance to pass. It was the same for a deity sovereign. To defeat the purple gold copper man, one would need at least a heavenly deity sovereign realm expert. Big brother Di Tian, give up. Zhuge Feng was also in a dilemma. Being sent flying again and again was not something that anyone could endure. Di Tian had already persisted on the stage for 3 days. The purple gold copper man was still as calm as ever. With a casual attack, it broke Di Tian's attack and sent him flying, crashing into the arena's restriction. It should be about time. Once again he was sent flying. 2 great bloodline secret arts were used at the same time. Lin Fei realized that he was about to win. His figure kept moving back and forth. If I'm not wrong, this purple gold copper man tests one's endurance. If it really wanted to kill me, I wouldn't be able to last until now. The purple gold copper man kept attacking. Lin Fei's speed couldn't keep up with the purple gold copper man's attacks. Even with the mysterious power of space, which allowed him to move back and forth on the stage, it was still of no use. The purple gold copper man could easily break through. Boom! The purple gold copper man attacked again. An invisible attack sent him flying again. Lin Fei only felt that his whole body was about to explode. This attack was exceptionally terrifying. His body also felt like it was about to explode. Unlimited divine power. Heal. Endless divine power entered his body, repairing the injuries left by the purple gold copper man. This is the last move. If not for my invincible defense, I'm afraid I would have been killed on the spot. Lin Fei still had lingering fears. Whoosh! After the purple gold copper man performed a powerful attack, it disappeared in front of Lin Fei. I made it! Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. In the beginning, Lin Fei didn't realize that the purple gold copper man was testing him. He kept his invincible defense activated until he realized something. According to the deity emperor realm, this purple gold copper man had at least the strength of a heavenly deity emperor. If it really wanted to kill him, even with the invincible defense, it couldn't withstand the consumption of divine power. Lin Fei was sure that the purple gold copper man was testing him. As long as he persevered, he would definitely be able to pass this level and obtain the God List's reward. In the end, he really guessed it right. Exclamations came from the void, and everyone was dumbfounded. He passed, he really passed. Impossible. Di Tian's strength can't even penetrate the purple gold copper man's defense. What the hell, he's still not dead. The voices of doubt seemed weak and powerless at this moment. Just when they thought that Di Tian couldn't pass, Di Tian just went through and succeeded in passing the 200th level. This old man understands the 200th level isn't about killing the purple gold copper man, but being able to withstand the purple gold copper man's attack. As long as you persevere, the purple gold copper man will definitely retreat when the time is up. A half-step deity emperor saw through the secret. Everyone thought about it carefully and it made sense. Persevering for 3 days was enough. It sounded easy, but only they understood how long 3 days was. Every attack of the purple gold copper man was extremely terrifying. Persevering for 3 days was simply a dream. Boom! On Celestial Worthy Mountain, the purple gold god list reappeared. Purple gold words appeared one after another, vigorous and forceful. Dition passed the 200th level, and you can obtain an emperor's possession and a middle-sized sacred rank divine vein. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded again. An emperor's possession? Everyone was about to go crazy. A great treasure. How did that Dition get it? Chapter 1940. Any emperor-level treasure was in existence that could make people's eyes go red with envy. Within the arch treasure in hand, the attack would be terrifying and invincible. Even a god king would have to go all out to block it. What right does a brat have to wield in the arch treasure? A half-step god king said with envy. This brat's strength is already tyrannical. Within the arch treasure as a trump card, I'm afraid he'll be sitting on our heads. This brat can't be left alive. He'll become a strong enemy. Looking at the purple gold words on the god list, many powerful existences could not sit still. It would be great if the arch treasure fell into their hands. Although they did not dare to say that they were invincible among god kings, they would be able to deter god kings from acting recklessly. They felt that they had cultivated for nothing. In addition, a mid-sized sacred god range was also in existence that made people jealous. Although it was slightly inferior, it could activate in the arch treasure without limit and release a terrifying attack. This was simply asking for his life. Good heavens, I actually obtained a great treasure. Inside the arena, Lin Fei was also shocked. The arch treasures were created by god emperors, and only god emperors could create them. If it was a god emperor's combat weapon, it would be even more terrifying. It was something used by god emperors. Myriad Demon Pagoda. When Lin Fei looked at this Myriad Demon Pagoda, he subconsciously knew its name. The Myriad Demon Pagoda shot out a jingguang, containing a piece of information. A treasure used by the Myriad Demon God Emperor. Lin Fei had never heard of this person. Perhaps this God Emperor came from a very early era. And the activation method. Right now Lin Fei lacked a suitable treasure, and this 10,000 Demon Pagoda was perfect. When used, it would be extremely powerful. I'll refine it first. The arena did not let Lin Fei enter the next stage. It was as if it was deliberately letting Lin Fei refine it. There was a large group of powerful enemies outside, and Lin Fei did not mind refining it completely. I refined it. Looks like there's no hope. I'll have to take a detour when I see Dition in the future. With an emperor artifact, who can compete with him? Let's not talk about this. Just his powerful bloodline power is not something we can resist. He looked at Dition, who was seated cross-legged. The people outside were about to faint from crying. Some sect masters wanted to act in secret and snatch Dition's the arch treasure. Seeing this scene, he could only helplessly give up. With an emperor artifact in hand, Dition was like a tiger that had grown wings, becoming even more ferocious. I finally mastered the Myriad Demon's Tower. Lin Fei easily refined and mastered it. The Myriad Demon Pagoda was a terrifying space that contained the Myriad Divine Water, collected by a god emperor. Could corrode and refine anything. God emperors wouldn't be able to last long inside. Hehe, this is my trump card. After reaching the 200th level, Lin Fei did not plan to continue. After obtaining 2 sage-rank divine veins and an emperor-grade secret treasure, Lin Fei was very satisfied. With a thought, Lin Fei walked out of the dueling ring. You're just an ultimate god. Do you think you're qualified to own an emperor artifact? Hand over the emperor-grade secret treasure. As soon as Lin Fei came out, half-step god emperors and even hierarch experts who were cultivating in seclusion launched their attacks, causing the void to collapse. At the same time, some even used god emperor-grade secret treasures. No one wished for Dition to continue growing stronger. In an instant, Lin Fei was under a storm of attacks. Everyone was in danger. I knew you guys wouldn't give up. Lin Fei laughed. The Myriad Demon Pagoda flew out, and a terrifying God Emperor aura swept across the entire celestial worthy mountain. 10,000 rays of demonic light gushed out, shattering the attacks in the sky. The experts who attacked in the void vomited blood from the God Emperor aura. Those with hierarch strength fell from the sky, creating huge craters. Before the God Emperor aura, everyone was like an ant. Taste the attack of the myriad demon pagoda. Lin Fei didn't mind killing some half-step God Emperors at this time. It would be even better if he could kill a God Emperor. He still lacked a God Emperor grade divine core. They were all testing whether Ditian had truly grasped an Emperor grade secret treasure. They didn't expect Ditian to be so cunning. He was waiting for them to attack, and all their attacks were easily broken. Just the God Emperor aura from the myriad demon pagoda was enough to make the experts in the dark vomit blood. Lin Fei couldn't bear to part with it, and he activated it again, preparing to see its true power. Even though Lin Fei couldn't unleash its true power, he could still threaten a God Emperor. The myriad demon pagoda suddenly transformed into a black savage beast, soaring into the sky. Its speed was unbelievably fast. The black savage beast rushed into the void, opened its mouth, and everything rushed into its mouth. Those half-step God Emperors and sect masters who vomited blood were uncontrollably swallowed by the black savage beast. Arg! Screams came from the void. Lin Fei could clearly sense these experts entering the myriad demon pagoda. The myriad divine water washed over them, and in the blink of an eye, only white bones were left. It was horrifying. With this sweep, more than 100 experts were swallowed. They were all experts with wild ambitions. The myriad demon pagoda returned to its original state. Lin Fei could feel the joy coming from the myriad demon pagoda. Hairball knows how to eat. This fellow also has a big appetite. Lin Fei knew that the treasures refined by divine emperors were very strong. The fact that they were reduced to white bones in just one exchange was truly startling. This myriadine divine water is too terrifying. It can break through the flesh. Lin Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The sky outside was empty. There was not a single person left. The weaker ones were smashed into the mountains, unable to withstand the God Emperor aura, even if Lin Fei didn't go for them. Big Brother Ditian, quickly put away the Emperor artifact. Suddenly, Zhuge Feng's voice came from the mountains below. Lin Fei looked down, and Dongfang Yijian and the others were suppressed, desperately resisting the God Emperor aura, their faces pale. Legend has it that the Emperor artifact is very terrifying. Now I understand. Zhuge Feng swallowed a large pile of elixirs, suppressing his surging blood and qi. This life is worth it. That's for sure. Many people will never see an Emperor artifact in their entire lives. Huang Qiu recovered from his shock and said with delight. And those experts that were hiding in the shadows, they were so powerful earlier, but weren't they completely annihilated by Big Brother Ditian? The two of them now worship Ditian even more. Dongfang Yijian had to admit that Ditian was stronger than him. With 2 Saint Divine veins, he could build a force that would last for tens of millions of years. In this aspect, even the Dongfang family couldn't compare. They didn't have Saint Divine veins. Those people deserve to die. Their greed has taken over everything. Now even a God Emperor doesn't dare to act rashly. Dongfang Yijian sneered. Just now, when a group of greedy people attacked, Dongfang Yijian still sensed that a God Emperor was watching, but he was scared off by the God Emperor aura. Someone came to me to court death. I had to fulfill their wish. Also, they wanted to see the Emperor artifact, so I gave it to them. Lin Fei said with a serious smile. The three of them laughed loudly. Right, where are we going now? Chapter 1941. In a corner of the heavenly worthy mountain, a black-robed young man shrunk his neck and started nagging. This is unfair. I'm the divine son. I carry the will of heaven and earth. Master actually obtained an Emperor artifact. How can I fight him? If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely laugh. This black-robed kid was originally arrogant. At this moment he was like a mouse that saw a cat. That's right. This black-robed kid was Divine Sun Tiandao. He was Lin Fei's disciple. I'll continue to search. Divine Sun Tiandao turned into a stream of light and flew away. A shocking God Emperor aura swept across the heavenly worthy mountain. Everyone knew that Ditian had used a Supreme Emperor artifact to kill a group of greedy fellows. A God Emperor sneered. A group of people seeking death. It's not that easy to snatch an Emperor artifact from Ditian. Even this Emperor doesn't dare to act rashly. Lin Fei's current strength had leaped up and was on par with them. Ordinary God Emperors didn't dare to underestimate him. Only god emperors with trump cards would have a trace of disdain in their eyes. No matter how good the treasure was, it couldn't be used for long. Boom! 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 The four-man team continued to sweep. It did not matter what grade the medicinal ingredient was, as long as it was good, it would be taken. Monsters that were hundreds of thousands of years old were even easier to deal with. Furball rushed up and tore them apart, swallowing them whole. Hairball's aura became stronger and stronger. She wasn't far from becoming a divine beast. Ever since Lin Fei used an emperor artifact to kill a group of unwilling people, he became one of the most famous people in the heavenly worthy mountain. At the same time, there was also divine Sun Tianlong. It's open. One of the 5 great secret realms is open. That one is open. The tomb of the gods. Soon the news spread. One of the 5 great secret realms was open. Countless people flocked over. Let's go too. This was the place that Lin Fei cared about the most. Perhaps one could find God Emperor level godheads here. After accidentally obtaining the Myriad Demon Pagoda, after some research, as long as one had enough divine power, they could activate the God Emperor aura. Over the past few days, the group had also harvested a large number of medicinal herbs. Any one of them could be traded for something good. Even a God Emperor's treasure could be easily traded for it. Outside the Tomb of the Gods, one of the 5 great secret realms, gusts of gloomy black wind enveloped the surroundings of the secret realm, forming a natural barrier. In the center of the black wind, there was a door that was faintly discernible. Just a mere barrier. Watch how I enter. Outside the Tomb of the Gods, there were many people watching. But after losing over 1,000 people on the first day, no one dared to rashly enter. A half-step deity emperor soared into the sky. At the same time, a golden armor appeared on his body. His divine power turned into a vast ocean that surged forward, shattering the waves of cold black wind. A cold and gloomy black wind blew past. When he was 100 feet away, the half-step deity emperor turned into a pile of bones, one of the many skeletons. With this terrifying black wind, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to enter. I'm afraid only God Emperor experts can enter. I thought I could go in, but it seems like I can only watch from the sidelines. The people outside shook their heads, their faces filled with unwillingness. Even a half-step deity emperor was blown to death by the black wind. They would only be sending themselves to death if they went in. Many people chose to leave and wait for the next secret realm to open. Boom! Suddenly there was a monstrous heat wave. The heat wave came wave after wave. Everyone present used their divine power to resist. What a terrifying heat wave. Who is it? Between heaven and earth, a surging flame rushed over, accompanied by a terrifying God Emperor's aura. It's the #1 expert on the god list, Sky Dragon. That's the divine beast he subdued, the Fire Qilin. Sky Dragon is going in. Sky Dragon was also a person who had been in the limelight recently. He constantly broke into the nests of demonic beasts and killed them. Everyone knew about him. Ever since he subdued the divine beast, the Fire Qilin, wherever it went, flames would rise to the sky. As long as the Fire Qilin appeared, even Sky Dragon would come. In the distance, a ball of flame rushed into the cold black wind. Whoosh! 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 The black wind that could easily blow a half-step deity emperor to death was blocked by the flames of the divine beast, the Fire Qilin. Before anyone could react, the Sky Dragon plunged into the door and disappeared. So fierce. As expected of the top expert on the divine list, he easily blocked the black wind. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Seeing that the divine beast's flames could block the black wind, some people took it seriously. They took out their fire treasures and tried to rush in, but before they could reach half the distance, the black wind blew and turned them into bones. Idiot, the divine beast's flames can easily burn a god emperor. It's a top divine fire in heaven and earth. How can your ordinary flames compare to it? Someone who knew better sneered. Another flame is coming. Before they could digest it, another ball of flame came from afar. A huge flying beast appeared in the sky and swiftly rushed in. Crackling sounds could be heard in the sky. Divine Beast Phoenix. It seems to be the 9th heaven Phoenix. That's right, it's her. The Divine Beast Phoenix was also subdued. The 9th heaven Phoenix was a powerful goddess who came from a divine sun. She was extremely powerful and also easily passed through the black mist. Although the ninth heaven phoenix was not as famous as the sky dragon, she was still a heroine. As the two divine sons rushed in, some reclusive deity emperors also took out their deity emperor treasures and rushed in. Once again, everyone knew that no matter how strong a half-step deity emperor was, he was still far from being a deity emperor. The first secret realm of the 5 great secret realms was opened. It was worthy of everyone's attention. Due to the restrictions of the black mist, those who entered were almost all deity emperors or divine sons who carried the will of heaven and earth. They rushed in with all kinds of treasures. By the time Lin Fei arrived, it was already quite late. There were still many gods around the first secret realm. They were unwilling to give up and hoped to find a way in. It was the graves of the gods, rumored to contain countless powerful existences. As for who created this tomb of the gods, it was unknown. But one thing was for sure. Before the world of creation was sealed, the graves of the gods had produced many good things. It was rumored that there were even the arch-treasures and deity emperor war weapons. This also caused everyone to feel restless. Savage Detian is here. No one knew who shouted, but everyone felt a chill down their spines. That terrifying savage was here. Everyone knew what happened a while ago. That savage fellow had used his heaven-defying luck to obtain in the arch-treasure, and killed many powerful existences on the spot. Everyone was afraid of Detian's means. This fellow was an invincible savage. By the time Lin Fei arrived, the secret realm was empty. Chapter 1942. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Outside of the first secret realm, it was empty. Everyone was hiding in a corner. It's just a bad reputation, Lin Fei said. Zhuge Feng said. A bad reputation is still a reputation. Anyway, it's good enough to scare them away. These guys are all evil. Normal people can't scare them. In front of Brother Detian, they have to behave themselves, Huang Qiu said. Dongfang Yijian had a smile on his face. His bad reputation was enough to scare them away. How many people could do that? The black fog is very scary. Dongfang Yijian squinted his eyes and stared at the black wind. The black wind was whistling and gloomy. At their level, they could tell that the black fog was not a normal black wind. It was a terrifying black wind. Then how do we get in? Zhuge Feng said while looking at Detian. After so many days, Zhuge Feng had already treated Detian as his backbone. If it wasn't for Detian, they wouldn't be able to get all the medicinal herbs. They were equivalent to divine emperor treasures. Lin Fei also stared at the black fog. The black wind was cold. Even though it was very far away, it could still make people feel cold. As expected of a powerful person, even if a divine emperor went in, he wouldn't be able to survive without a powerful divine emperor treasure. The person who could make such a grand arrangement must be a god emperor. Ha ha ha, I thought Detian was very powerful. He can't even pass through the black fog. A cold voice came from afar. It came from a divine lord in embroidered clothes. Dongfang Yijian said softly. He's Niu Ding, a half-step divine emperor from the Thousand Goblins sect. His original form is a green bull. Brother Niu, you're right. Detian only knows how to bully people with treasures. I'm afraid only divine emperors and divine princes can enter the tomb of the gods. For example, our great senior sister from the Thousand Goblins sect. Niu Ding laughed. If there was a chance to attack Detian, why not? The great senior sister of the Thousand Goblins sect is the Nine Heavens Phoenix. She has the Nirvana rebirth technique. Rumor has it that she has been reborn 9 times. Zhuge Feng said softly. After Lin Fei came out of seclusion, he heard about the experts on the god list. The Phoenix of the 9 Heavens was very powerful. Recently, he'd even subdued the divine beast Phoenix. And it was simply like adding wings to a tiger that was unstoppable. The peak ultimate gods and half-step divine emperors in the distance were happy to watch the show. Their sects had all suffered a great loss at the hands of Detian, especially the most recent time. These people were all filled with killing intent when they looked at Detian, wishing that they could personally kill him. They're just a bunch of cowards. There's no need to bother with them. Lin Fei didn't care about these people. Rumors? Why bother with them? If they anger me, I'll wipe them all out. Lin Fei's mentality was that simple. When Niu Ding heard this, he looked very uncomfortable. He really did not have the courage to make a move. Ditian was infamous for being a ferocious person. With an emperor artifact in hand, he could kill people like cutting vegetables. Niuding snorted coldly. He wanted to see how Ditian was going to enter. It was the same for the others. Although he couldn't kill Ditian, it was good enough to mock him a little. Adding some trouble to Ditian would make him feel better too. Indeed, Lin Fei did not care. After observing for a moment, a smile appeared on his face. This black wind fog came at the right time. Dongfang Yijian was helpless against the black wind fog. He specialized in speed, but he might not be able to charge in. The black wind was too terrifying. You have an idea? Yes. Lin Fei nodded. Go. The myriad demon pagoda flew out, and a terrifying god emperor aura swept out. The spectators in the distance vomited blood. Especially Niuding, who continuously vomited blood. Withdraw. The myriad demon pagoda flew into the black wind fog. The whistling black wind surged into the myriad demon pagoda under everyone's astonishment. This is an emperor artifact. Unbelievable. It can actually absorb the black wind. Ditian, this ferocious person, is he going to absorb all the black wind? Joy appeared on some people's faces. If that was really the case, they still had a chance to enter. The tomb of the gods was filled with endless treasures. Just thinking about it made them drool. The entrance to the first secret realm became clearer, and the fog no longer surrounded it. Big brother Ditian, you're so mighty. Looking at the myriad demon pagoda absorbing the black wind, Dongfang Yijian and the others didn't know what to say. The terrifying black wind was taken away just like that. Lin Fei himself was also very surprised. At the start, Lin Fei didn't think of using the myriad demon pagoda. However, the cold aura seemed to come from the same source as the black wind in the myriad demon pagoda, but its power didn't seem to be at its limit. He tried to use the myriad demon pagoda to absorb it. He didn't expect it to work. After a full hour, the black wind that filled the sky disappeared. The first secret realm appeared in front of everyone. However, at this time, no one dared to rush into the entrance. That ferocious person was still there. Those who didn't belong to the 8 god emperors were secretly grateful for what Ditian had done. Come, let's go in. Lin Fei didn't retract the myriad demon pagoda. Instead, he placed it on his head. When Ditian entered, everyone felt like they were dreaming. The barrier that prevented them from entering was removed just like that. Everyone was even more fearful of Ditian. Everyone, hurry. There won't be a chance if we're late. After a moment of hesitation, everyone quickly recovered and rushed into the entrance. Unknowingly, Ditian didn't seem so ferocious in everyone's eyes. At least he gave them a chance. Behind the entrance, what appeared in his field of vision was a series of mountains. These mountains were barren. Most importantly, they were actually huge mounds of dirt. At first glance, they were all huge mounds of earth. In other words, they were huge tombs. Is this the tomb of the gods? There are so many tombs, each bigger than the last. Zhuge Feng was shocked. At the same time, there was an oppressive aura everywhere. This place is so uncomfortable. Huang Qiu shrank his neck. Dongfang Yijian also became very serious. I feel my heart trembling. It seems like there are many invincible figures buried under these tombs. Lin Fei nodded. I also feel this. It seems like there are god emperors buried here. Oppressive, dangerous. Lin Fei was also secretly wary of the big tombs around him. There are so many big tombs. What should we do? Are we going to dig them up one by one? Zhuge Feng was a little confused. Lin Fei smiled. What's the hurry? The people outside will come in soon. I believe we'll find out soon enough. After a while, the people outside swarmed in. Their eyes were fixed on the big tombs. They were shocked at first before they began to get restless. There's a tomb here. Let's try digging one up. A peak ultimate god was tempted and attacked a big tomb in the distance. Damn you for disturbing the god's sleep. All of a sudden, the tomb exploded with a terrifying light. What followed was a bone-chilling cold voice. At that moment, everyone felt like they were being stared at by a peerless murderer. The grave split open and a broken corpse crawled out. Its original appearance could not be seen. Its hollow eyes glanced at the peak ultimate god who attacked. You're just a corpse. How dare you? The peak ultimate god was unmoved and attacked again. King's Seal. Chapter 1943. The attack was too fast. The crowd only saw a Rogue Clan peak ultimate god being killed on the spot as the seal struck horizontally. This was still a corpse. How were they supposed to live if the corpse was so powerful? This seal must be a divine emperor treasure. Only a divine emperor treasure can unleash such power. Someone immediately realized that the seal was extraordinary. It was a divine emperor treasure. It should be of high quality. A corpse could easily kill an ultimate god. What if it fell into their hands? It would be even more powerful. Grab it. The seal is mine. Many people could not help but attack. What a terrifying corpse. Lin Fei stared at the corpse and said. Hairball's eyes lit up as she stared at the corpse and drooled. Master, I want to eat this corpse. It's good for me. Anything that could make Hairball say it was good was definitely good. At the same time, it was also of great help to cultivation. Even if it was a corpse and a broken corpse at that. Hairball was a primordial evil dragon. She was very sensitive to things that could help her. What did you find? Lin Fei asked curiously. Hairball stared at the corpse. This corpse contains terrifying blood essence. Although it's dead, the blood essence is still there. Seems to be sealed by someone. If I eat more of these corpses, I think I can make a breakthrough in the tomb of the gods and become a divine beast. Lin Fei took a closer look and found some clues. What a powerful blood essence. It's stronger than any ultimate god's blood essence. Lin Fei's blood essence was strong and the corpse in front of him was not weak at all. In less than a moment, the broken corpse had killed more than 10 ultimate gods. It was extremely powerful. Let's do it. Hairball becoming a divine beast was a big deal for Lin Fei. He used his space domain to suppress the corpse. Dongfang Yijian turned into a shadow and blasted the broken corpse. After Lin Fei made his move, the others all retreated. No one dared to stay in the time domain. Just now they had all realized how terrifying the corpse was. They had never seen such a horrifying corpse. Even in death, he could still unleash a tyrannical attack. This is an invincible ultimate god. Lin Fei's time domain pressed down, and his space blade slashed out. It was unknown how many times he slashed at the corpse, but he was unable to kill it. Instead, he realized that it was extraordinary. Dongfang Yijian was very knowledgeable. At this moment, he could not help but cry out in alarm. His expression also became incomparably grave. This must be an invincible ultimate god, who has been dead for dozens of eras. Only an invincible ultimate god's body can remain intact after death, and retain the subconscious mind from when he was alive. Dongfang Yijian kept attacking, hoping to find a flaw. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing an existence of this realm. Invincible. No matter which era it would be a top-notch existence. Even an invincible ultimate god who was truly invincible in the same realm could not sit in that position. Lin Fei was surprised to find a corpse that was once an invincible divine lord. No wonder Hairball said it was very nutritious. Lin Fei understood. Although the broken corpse was strong, Lin Fei wanted to suppress it and give Hairball a chance to attack. The time domain kept pressing down, and the space blade appeared and disappeared unpredictably. No one could withstand the attacks. They kept attacking the broken corpse. After some time, the corpse was finally chopped into several pieces. Hairball rushed over and swallowed it in big mouthfuls, showing an expression of enjoyment. Delicious, it's really delicious. Hairball lay on Lin Fei's shoulder and stared at the big grave. Don't worry, we have all the time in the world. Dongfang Yijian brought his men into the grave. After a while, he came out with a big seal. It was a divine emperor treasure that contained a terrifying aura. Lin Fei had an emperor treasure, so he was not interested in it. You three can split it. Any god emperor's treasure was priceless. Dongfang Yijian did not need it for the time being. His unlimited speed was the best attack. In the end, he gave the big seal to Zhuge Feng. He was grinning from ear to ear and kept playing with the big seal. Boom! 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 The broken corpse had just been killed. A huge movement came from the depths. Several tyrannical auras swept across the entire graves of the gods. Everyone also saw the towering figures in the depths, and they were all shocked. Divine Emperor corpse. It's definitely a Divine Emperor corpse. Everyone looked over and felt a chill in their hearts. God's Son, Sky Dragon, 9 Heavens Phoenix. They are attacking a divine emperor expert. Those with sharp eyes easily recognized the divine beasts they were sitting on. This shocked them quite a bit. It was not easy for them to deal with a broken corpse, let alone a divine emperor's corpse in the depths. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and revealed a smile. Just now he knew that there was nothing else in this big grave except a corpse. Other than the big seal. Dongfang Yijian also took a divine venerable level divine spark that contained quite a bit of purple. Lin Fei had learned about godheads in the past. An ordinary hierarch rank godhead's color was one and the same. Only a powerful existence's godhead could change the color of the godhead. The broken corpse must have been an invincible divine venerable a long time ago. Its divine spark had quite a bit of purple. A divine emperor's divine spark was completely purple. The more purple it contained, the more powerful it was. Are you interested in killing a divine emperor with me? Lin Fei suddenly said to Dongfang Yijian. Since the divine emperor's corpse appeared, Lin Fei did not plan to waste any more time. He had to kill the divine emperor's corpse and obtain a divine emperor-ranked divine spark. Dongfang Yijian agreed without hesitation. I have never tried killing a divine emperor's corpse in my life. Even killing a corpse is something to be proud of. Let's go too. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu said in unison. Neither of them was afraid of death. Lin Fei did not refuse. There was strength in numbers. Let's go. The sky was filled with huge graves one after another. Lin Fei also saw some clues. The bigger the burial mound was, the more powerful it was. Which peerless existence did this? There were so many big mounds burying corpses. They kept moving forward. The divine emperor's pressure swept over like a gust of wind. Lin Fei opened up a black hole. The divine emperor's pressure was banished into the black hole. The group was not affected at all. That's Divine Emperor Zheng, Profound Saint Divine Emperor, and the others. Dongfang Yijian suddenly stared in a direction. In that direction, 2 divine emperors took out their respective divine emperor treasures and attacked a headless corpse wearing a golden robe. From the looks of it, it was killed with a single slash. Lin Fei also noticed it. They also want the treasures in the graves. This was not Lin Fei's first time meeting the 8 divine emperors. This was his first time seeing their real bodies. Chapter 1944. The tombs of the gods were huge. No one knew exactly how big it was. The tombs of the gods stretched as far as the eye could see. Each and every one of them was filled with powerful existences. At least, they were the true overlords of their era. The era that Lin Fei lived in was considered a mediocre era. There wasn't even a single god emperor. During the glorious era, there would be many powerful existences competing for the position of God Emperor. Even if they failed in the end, they would still be on par with the God Emperor. This era was far from it. The tombs of the gods constantly emitted terrifying auras, waking up the sleeping corpses. Once the corpses came out, they attacked in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. Let's go around them. Lin Fei wouldn't come into direct contact with the God Emperors for the time being. From God Emperor Tianxi and the others, Lin Fei knew that the 8 God Emperors were much stronger than them. They were almost as strong as the Heaven Creation God Emperors or even the God Investiture God Emperors. No matter which realm they were at, it would be very difficult for Lin Fei to fight against them. Now that he had the Emperor artifact, the pressure was greatly reduced. It would be difficult to kill them easily. Boom boom boom. Before they could go around them, God Emperor Zhengyi and Profound Saint God Emperor were sent flying by the corpses and crashed into a large tomb. One of the corpses displayed the power to look down on the world. The 2 God Emperors smashed another large tomb and immediately woke up another one-handed corpse, which launched a fierce attack on them. Let's go. Lin Fei and the rest were very careful. During this period they could still see the older generation experts teaming up to attack the corpses. From 4 to 8 people in a group, they kept attacking these powerful corpses. The deeper they went, the more Lin Fei was shocked. There were so many powerful existences. Who did it? Lin Fei even suspected that these corpses were not from the same era, but from different eras. To be able to cross generations and bury powerful corpses here, that person was definitely a terrifying existence, like the mastermind behind the scenes. These big mounds are too big and powerful. It won't be easy to deal with them. The 4 of them flew while looking for suitable corpses. It was a pity that the tombs were huge. The taller they were, the more it proved that the corpses inside were monstrous. Looks like I'll have to rely on the system. Lin Fei used his divine senses several times to search, but he was forced out by an invisible force. Scan and analyze. In Lin Fei's vision, the tombs changed one after another. The system began to analyze. This required time and it couldn't be rushed. Boom! In the distance, flames soared into the sky. Scorching waves churned continuously. That's the godchild Tianlong. Dongfang Yijian stared in that direction. God Dongfang was the god. Even from afar, one could feel the horror of the flame. It could easily burn an ultimate god expert to death. Even divine emperor experts had to be careful. I will eat that fire qilin sooner or later. Dongfang hairball chen I chen chan the god the of the king one chen of, I soon of the god. Lin Fei did not doubt Hairball's words. Don't worry. That day will come. Within the flames, the divine sun sky dragon was bare-handed. His fists were like the heavens, containing the terrifying will of the heavenly way. He suppressed the corpse and forced it to retreat, putting it at a disadvantage. God Sky Dragon is so powerful. Dongfang Yijian also felt the heavenly will in his punches. Born with the heavenly will. It's really terrifying. Lin Fei admitted that Sky Dragon was very powerful. The heavenly will was also a terrifying force. In the exchange of blows, he had unknowingly gained a huge advantage. Any other divine emperor would not be able to perform such a shocking punches. Die! God Sky Dragon's punches were as fierce as a flood and constantly injured the corpses. He shouted and punched the corpses into pieces. Once the corpses died, their power dissipated. Suddenly, the divine sun sky dragon's eyes flashed like lightning in Lin Fei's direction. Boom! The heavenly will attacked. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu were high-level ultimate gods, but they vomited blood and swayed before the heavenly will. It was too domineering. Lin Fei had seen domineering people before, but he had never seen such a domineering one. Dongfang Yijian was also furious when the heavenly will attacked. He snorted coldly and the sky was filled with sword shadows that pierced the sky and tore the heavenly will apart. Lin Fei felt the terrifying heavenly will descending upon him. It was a judgment from above. You are guilty and I want to judge you. You cannot resist. Lin Fei was furious. What's so great about a divine son? How dare you attack me with the heavenly will? Do you think I'm a pushover? Go! Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Spatial arrows shot toward God Sky Dragon. In the blink of an eye, the divine son of the Sky Dragon was attacked by the arrows of space. It was endless and anyone's scalp would go numb upon seeing it. Once the spatial power was mobilized, it was extremely terrifying. I know you, Di Tian, the #1 expert in the mysterious Tianxian world. However, it seems that you're just so. Do you think you can hurt me with this attack? Sky Dragon's eyes were like torches and his tone was sharp with invincible might. Bang! 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 The spatial arrows that filled the sky collided with an invisible force. The heavenly will is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei's pupils contracted slightly. It was the heavenly will that blocked the spatial arrows. This world belonged to the heavenly way and so did the spatial power. Sky Dragon had the heavenly will and formed a space within its range. It was as if the heavenly way had descended and could naturally block the attack. However, that did not mean that Lin Fei was afraid. Your heavenly will is only a part of the heavenly way. It's not the truly invincible heavenly will. There's nothing to brag about. Lin Fei laughed and activated his space domain to suppress the heavenly will. With this suppression, everyone felt much better. This thing did not attack the physical body but the mind. It was very powerful. I'm the representative of the heavenly way. You can't defeat me. Sky Dragon's tone was arrogant. However, I won't cause trouble for you today. You're not worthy of me taking action personally. It's meaningless to kill you. Lin Fei also laughed. Sky Dragon is indeed awesome. Even your words are so awesome. I've seen many awesome people but they were all defeated by me in the end. In my eyes, it's the same even if you're a Sky Dragon. Ha ha, I'll wait and see. Sky Dragon sat on the divine beast fire qilin and left. Too arrogant. Dongfang Yijian was also furious. Does he really think that he's invincible? Lin Fei looked at Sky Dragon's back and suddenly laughed. He thought to himself, wait until I become a divine emperor and can cultivate the invincible divine emperor bloodline. I'll see how arrogant you are then. At this moment, Lin Fei admitted that Sky Dragon was awesome. Chapter 1945. After Sky Dragon had left, Lin Fei also left with Dongfang Yijian and the rest. Lin Fei was displeased to be attacked by Sky Dragon out of nowhere. Damn it, how could he be so arrogant just because he was born with the will of heaven and earth? He indeed had the strength to back it up. Lin Fei could not figure out what trump cards the other party had at the moment. It was not that he was afraid, but that there was no need for him to do so. His current goal was to find a divine emperor godhead. Sky Dragon is still as arrogant as ever. Sooner or later he will suffer. After Lin Fei and the rest left, a few handsome youths appeared from the void, each of them brimming with an invincible aura. They were a group of gods, a total of 6. They clustered around a handsome and majestic god's son. If he isn't arrogant, who is? I feel uncomfortable every time I see him. Sky Dragon really thinks he's an invincible god's son. With our brother Tsong, he's nothing. Brother Tsong is the most powerful. Some of the 108 godsons were alone, but there were also groups. They were clustered around Sky Tsong, the leader of their small group. Tiansong was very handsome, not inferior to the divine son Tianlong. They took Tian as their surname. After all, they were born with the will of heaven and earth, so they took Tian as their surname. Without a certain level of strength, no one would dare to use the name Sky Dragon. Sky Tsong was also an ambitious person. He was born with golden eyes and could see through all secrets. He was one of the top 10 experts on the god list. Sky Dragon let him be cocky for a while longer. Sky Tsong laughed. This mysterious Sky World's Tian is also a fierce person. It seems like he's nothing special. They had actually been together for a long time. Sky Tsong had seen Sky Dragon and Tian fight. After all, Tian's bloodline was quite good. Even though he looked down on geniuses, he still wanted to recruit some subordinates. Without a doubt, Tian's space and time bloodlines were good stuff. What a pity we can only fight next time. Sky Tsong waved his hand. Let's go. Lin Fei did not know that there were people who wanted him and Sky Dragon to fight. There are so many big graves. It's going to be hard to find them. Zhuge Feng frowned. There was a terrifying divinity buried in that small grave just now. That aura was terrifying. Huang Qiu said with fear. They searched many tombs. Let's attack the big grave over there. Lin Fei suddenly pointed at a large grave in the distance. The system's analysis was out. The surrounding tombs were divided into 5 stars according to the degree of danger. 5 stars were basically the corpses of deity emperors. 4 stars should also be the corpses of deity emperors, just that they were slightly weaker. Lin Fei wasn't sure if that was the case. Dongfang Yijian was also worried. Looks very big. Could it be a powerful god emperor? In fact, everyone was very curious as to why Tian had to make a move on the divine emperor's corpse. Don't worry, this one won't be too strong. Lin Fei flew over first and slashed out with his space blade, splitting the grave in half. Disturbing a sleeping deity is courting death. The cold voice caused people's hearts to tremble. A giant hand that could prop up the heavens swept across the sky. The unparalleled might of a deity emperor came crushing down. The corpse of a deity emperor. Dongfang Yijian wasn't surprised at all. The only thing he was surprised about was that the aura emitted by the corpse wasn't very strong. Kill. The space domain spread out and enveloped the giant hand. Swoosh. Swoosh. Strange spatial blades slashed at the corpse's arm. In the space domain, this kind of attack was enough to catch anyone off guard. Dongfang Yijian also took the opportunity to attack. Sword shadows flashed, and the other 2 also attacked the arm. Hairball, who was on Lin Fei's shoulder, rushed out. Her body returned to its behemoth form and bit the arm, causing blood to flow. This should be the strength of a young deity emperor, but it's much stronger than the current one. Lin Fei had an idea. This was a 3-star grave. The corpse was dead after all. It relied on pure instinct to attack. The young deity emperor was quickly dismembered by the 4's attacks. Hairball took the opportunity and swallowed the corpse, burping in satisfaction. There were no deity emperor treasures in this grave. There was only one deity emperor rank godhead. It was purplish gold in color. The color wasn't very dark. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief after obtaining the first deity emperor rank godhead. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become a deity emperor. They didn't have any objections to Lin Fei taking away the deity emperor rank godhead. Without Lin Fei, they wouldn't be able to kill the deity emperor corpse. Even if it was dead, it was still a deity emperor corpse. Lin Fei also made it clear that as long as there was something else in the grave, he wouldn't take it. They could split it among themselves. Continue. Too amazing. Another young deity emperor's strength. This one is easy to deal with. Watch the attacks of my deity emperor treasures. Another deity emperor corpse appeared. The four attacked swiftly, not giving the deity emperor corpse a chance to attack. This was not the first time they had killed a god emperor's corpse. Everyone had their own attack patterns. As long as Lin Fei's space domain was activated, the god emperor's aura would be shattered. What surprised them the most was that every time they searched for a grave, they would find a suitable grave. The strongest deity emperor was only an earth deity emperor. They could barely kill it, but it would take some time. Another deity emperor ranked godhead in hand. This time their luck was pretty good. Inside the grave, there were some broken fragments of deity emperor treasures. They were pretty good even if they couldn't be used for long. Soon, they were close to advancing to the deity emperor realm. Lin Fei's group swept through the graves. It had also caught the attention of some observant people. The graves all looked the same, but the deity emperor corpses they found weren't very strong, and they could deal with them. This made everyone unhappy. Many people went to dig the graves, but they accidentally encountered a powerful heavenly deity emperor, and they were all wiped out. Looking at Lin Fei's group, they didn't encounter any deity emperors. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that Detian had a way to see the strength of the deity emperor corpses inside the grave? This was worth their attention. Force them to hand it over? They didn't have the courage. Detian was a fierce person, and he even had an emperor treasure. He was a terrifying existence. Wave after wave of people were killed by the corpses, forcing some people to follow behind Detian. When it seemed like they were about to make a move, they would snatch it. Who wouldn't be jealous? Since they couldn't find it, they could only snatch it. This angered Lin Fei quite a bit. He had painstakingly used the system to analyze it, but they directly snatched it. Chapter 1946. The graves of the deities were boundless. There were also countless great earth tombs. Among the countless graves, there was an unimaginable terror. Even the self-proclaimed geniuses would be attacked by the powerful corpses. Wave after wave, they would be killed on the spot. Among them, there was one exception. That was Lin Fei and his group. Every time they attacked, the corpses they dug out were not terrifyingly strong. After a while, many people were jealous. Although there were corpses in every grave, no one knew how strong they were. The loss was huge. Lin Fei and his group repeatedly succeeded in killing the corpses. Anyone would be jealous. Therefore, some people started to follow behind Lin Fei and his group. These people are so hateful. Zhuge Feng turned around and stared at them. They have been following us for a few days. At the beginning, there were only a dozen people. Now there were more than 1,000 of them. There were people from all the forces. Everyone wanted to be the first to attack. After experiencing countless dangers, no one dared to act rashly. The corpses inside were extremely strong. Once they attacked, they would be killed. They had no choice but to keep an eye on Lin Fei and his group. They were smart enough not to approach. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was a fierce person with an emperor artifact. If he attacked them out of anger, not many would survive. Lin Fei's lips curled up and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, they will not dare to follow us soon. Dongfang Yijian knew what Lin Fei was going to do. They were going to be in trouble. They dug out the graves one by one. Every time he succeeded, it undoubtedly made the people behind him even more jealous. Many people could see the reason. Every time Lin Fei stopped, it meant that he was going to attack. After a while, they realized that they had an opportunity. Perhaps when Lin Fei stopped, he could make a move on the nearby tombs. Perhaps there would be a good way to deal with it. Lin Fei stopped again. Attack! Without waiting for Lin Fei to attack, a large group of people started to attack, especially the graves that were most likely to be attacked. Boom boom boom. Waves of aura soared into the sky as the corpses were dug out. This is great. This is an invincible ultimate god. So is my corpse. At the bottom of the dugout grave, the corpse was not very strong. This really made them feel excited. Following behind this vicious person was really rewarding. Lin Fei's face darkened. How? After a sweet taste, everyone followed behind and more people came. Soon there were more than 10,000 people. As soon as they appeared, they were like a beehive snatching and digging up the grave. Every time Lin Fei left with a dark expression on his face, everyone also felt that Tian was wary of their power. Their group of people were from all sorts of powers, and no matter how gutsy Tian was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After experiencing this a few times, no one doubted Tian's abilities. There were great benefits to following Tian. No one knew who spread these words, but it caused an uproar. More people came to the temple. Every time Lin Fei went to a place, people who didn't know would think that something had happened. There were too many people following behind him. With Lin Fei as a searchlight, the people behind him were all happy. Lin Fei chose to leave every time. This time Lin Fei came to another place and his speed slowed down. The black mass of people who had been following him also slowed down. According to their thoughts, Tian should have found another place to dig. They would only make a move when they really stopped. No one noticed that Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a sneer. I'll let you continue to have fun. Lin Fei used the system to scan the area. There were a few large graves nearby, and they were all 5-star dangers. In other words, there was at least the corpse of a heaven-creating divine emperor, or even a god investiture divine emperor. Listen up, I'll tell you to leave later. You can't stop at all. Run as far as you can. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to the three of them. The three of them couldn't stand being followed by so many people. Lin Fei finally slowed down. 3 large graves appeared in the distance. Compared to the previous ones, they weren't that big and looked very ordinary. Lin Fei's gaze lingered on the 3 large graves for a while. Undoubtedly, this scene was noticed by everyone. It must be these 3 large graves. It's mine. Snatch it. An old senior shamelessly made a move. A saber radiance slashed across the sky toward the large graves. The grave diggers were here. Let's go. In terms of speed, Dongfang Yijian was the fastest at this time. Dongfang Yijian swept Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu away and directly rushed outside. Lin Fei kept shuttling back and forth. This was spatial movement. Boom! A terrifying aura shot into the sky. This aura was so strong that it made everyone's heart palpitate with fear. As soon as the aura was released, everyone knew that something bad had happened. Following that, the aura swept over like a saber. Bang bang bang. In front of this invincible aura, everything seemed fragile. The aura was like a saber that slashed at the waist. The densely packed crowd suffered a complete calamity. Just this saber transformed from the aura was enough to slash all of them in half. None of them could survive. No matter how strong they were. Instant kill. Instant kill in terms of aura. Dongfang Yijian and the rest felt their scalps go numb. The saber-like aura disappeared as quickly as it came. Even so, Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijian didn't dare to stop. They raised their speed to the limit. Is this the heaven-splitting divine emperor? Dongfang Yijian's forehead was full of cold sweat. You really played it big. We were almost killed. Grave diggers are really risky. Zhuge Feng wiped his cold sweat. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to dig a grave alone. We might even be killed. When everyone arrived at a safe place, they looked at the disappearing figures in fear. Almost 10,000 people were killed just like that. When the divine emperor's corpse was still alive, how terrifying was it? Finally solved the problem. Lin Fei didn't care at all. He had underestimated the heaven-splitting divine emperor's strength. Lin Fei didn't know how strong that corpse was, but it was at least as strong as the heaven-splitting divine emperor. Furthermore, he didn't show himself. He just released his aura and killed everyone with one saber strike. Dongfang Yijian smiled bitterly. You are really ruthless. You killed them all in one go. In less than a day, you and I will both become ferocious people. Who asked them to disturb me from digging graves? Robbing them once was fine, but they were too greedy. They kept robbing and digging graves. If I don't teach them a lesson, They will think that I don't know how to kill. This was the effect that Lin Fei wanted. Unrivaled auras kept erupting in that area. This invincible aura also frightened the experts who were digging up the tombs. All the god emperors stopped, and their expressions changed slightly. Before this invincible aura, they felt powerless. Chapter 1947. In this god's tomb, even god kings did not dare to look down on the corpses below. Now, several terrifying auras appeared one after another, pressuring them. They only sneered coldly, not daring to go forward to check. That invincible aura was enough to harm them. Regardless of who drew it out, they were not interested. It seems to be over. After reaching a safe place, Lin Fei waited for the aura to dissipate. What, you want to go back? Dongfang Yijian asked. The thought of going back made him shiver. More than 10,000 corpses are very useful to Hairball. Lin Fei smiled. I want to go back and take a look. I can't let it go to waste. I didn't want to kill them at first, but I can only blame them for being greedy. It's too dangerous, Dongfang Yijian advised. You guys just wait here. Lin Fei knew the danger, but he was still confident that he could leave. You guys don't need to be too nervous. As long as we don't disturb those corpses, they will be fine. Moreover, I've mastered space teleportation, so I can come back in the shortest time possible. So. Mastering a profound secret art like space teleportation, Lin Fei's speed increased. With a thought, he could set a location and use space teleportation to instantly arrive at that location. It was a top-notch escape technique. He returned to the same location. Traces of terrifying aura swept past. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. The corpses below were very strong. After one slash, the aura left behind made one feel boundless fear. At this time, the vicinity of these large tombs was filled with corpses that had been cut in half. Hairball, do it. Hairball had no taboo when it came to eating. She opened her mouth and sucked the corpses into her stomach. In a few breaths' time, more than 10,000 corpses were swallowed by Hairball. At the same time, she spat out a bunch of storage rings. Lin Fei would not let go of these storage rings. He still hoped to plunder a batch of God Emperor rank godheads. Of course, as long as it was a godhead, the more the better. Thank you for your contributions. Lin Fei lightly sighed and prepared to leave with Hairball. Being near these unrivaled experts was quite stressful, and this was not a joke. If there was another slash, he would be dumbfounded. It was safest to stay away from this area. I'm back. Lin Fei teleported and returned to his original position. His silent appearance startled Dongfang Yijian and the others. Let's find a place to divide the spoils. Lin Fei brought them to a safe place. The corpses in the nearby tombs were not very strong, so it was enough to deal with them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tens of thousands of storage rings flew out. Looking at the mountain of rings, they were dumbfounded. They're all dead? Zhuge Feng asked, trembling. What do you think? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I only want godhoods. You guys can divide the treasures. There is strength in numbers. The four of them began to pour out the contents of the storage ring. It was a bountiful harvest. Lin Fei obtained the godhoods, while the other three obtained a large number of treasures. These treasures were enough to support a large sect. Lin Fei had picked up a big bargain. He only got 6 God Emperor godhoods, but there were many Hierarch godhoods and countless God King godhoods. Lin Fei had already expected this outcome. God Emperor godhoods were not easy to obtain. With 6 God Emperor godhoods in the previous ones, Lin Fei could be considered to have gathered enough God Emperor godhoods to advance to the God Emperor realm. It's not easy. Lin Fei was not interested in other things. After killing tens of thousands of experts, many of them wanted God Emperor godhoods. If they were not too greedy, Lin Fei would not have thought about it. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of the tombs of gods, a terrifying heaven and earth will rose. This heaven and earth will swept across the entire tombs of gods. The God Emperors who were attacking the God Emperor corpses were shocked. Someone advanced to the God Emperor realm. I think it's that godchild Sky Dragon. The God Emperors looked at that area. The heaven and earth will become stronger. Only a godchild who inherited the heaven and earth will could have such a strong heaven and earth will. Heaven and earth will. Lin Fei stared into the distance. The heaven and earth will was very familiar. Godchild Sky Dragon. Lin Fei remembered the aura of the heaven and earth will from their last fight. Boom! Boom! The heaven and earth will broke through the secret realm. Then an even more terrifying heaven and earth will appeared. Heavenly path. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It was the heaven and earth will of the heavenly path. I heard that when a godchild advances to the God Emperor realm, the heaven and earth will also contain God Emperor realm heaven and earth will. Dongfang Yijian showed fear. Lin Fei had guessed that the heaven and earth will was helping the godchild improve his strength. Lin Fei had seen the power of the heaven and earth will last time. Even a peak ultimate god could not resist it. Now that he had advanced to the God Emperor realm, the heaven and earth will would be even more terrifying. An ordinary God Emperor's combat power would be greatly reduced under the heaven and earth will's influence. The heaven and earth will continued for a long time. The people in the tomb of the gods secretly breathed a sigh of relief after the aura disappeared. They couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. Ha ha ha! Not long after, Sky Dragon's laughter was heard from the depths of the tomb. There was a trace of heaven and earth will in his laughter. It was like a divine thunder that exploded in everyone's heart. That was also targeted at those who were weaker. Somewhere deep in the tomb, the ninth heaven phoenix in a red robe stood on the back of a huge phoenix surrounded by raging flames. A divine emperor. The ninth heaven phoenix turned around and left, leaving behind a fiery rainbow. Tiansong also knew that Sky Dragon had advanced to the divine emperor realm. It's not a big deal to be the first to advance to the divine emperor realm. I can do it too. Sky Dragon had successfully advanced to the divine emperor realm. The news caused a huge uproar. After all, when he was in the ultimate god realm, he was the #1 expert. Now that he had advanced to the divine emperor realm, his strength had skyrocketed again, and he could fight against an earth divine emperor. Many ordinary divine emperors were secretly on their guard. He could not offend the divine son, Sky Dragon, as long as he did not offend him. However, the news of Sky Dragon advancing to the divine emperor realm was suppressed by another piece of news. That was the ferocious Tian. He had once again done something earth-shattering. He had used the heaven-creating divine emperor to kill tens of thousands of experts. Everyone was shocked when the news came out. Tens of thousands of experts. Most of them were divine kings and ultimate gods. There were also some experts who could fight against divine emperors. They were unlucky and were tricked by Tian. Chapter 1948. Soon after Tian was labeled as a killer. Those who had been planning to follow Lin Fei and take advantage of him disappeared. If he could trick and kill them once, it was inevitable that he would do it a second time or even a third time. There was no need to throw their lives away for treasures. It was not worth it at all. Everyone's hatred towards Lin Fei was not light at all. While everyone was afraid of Lin Fei, there were more people who had advanced to the divine emperor realm in just a few days. They were all divine princes. There was Godson Tiansong, Godson Nine Heavens Phoenix Maiden, Godson Dao Tian, Godson Huang Tian, that made those from the older generation who had been stuck in the half-step divine emperor realm feel ashamed. They had cultivated for a lifetime but were not as good as the divine princes who had cultivated for only a few decades. Perhaps it was because of the divine princes or the treasures in the tomb of the gods. There were finally divine realm half-step divine emperors who had advanced to the divine emperor realm. From time to time, there would be news of peerless divine pills being found in the tomb. Suddenly a storm was brewing. When they were advancing to the divine emperor realm, Lin Fei was also quietly advancing to the divine emperor realm and becoming a true divine emperor. His aura had completely transformed into a divine emperor's aura. The realm was a threshold for Lin Fei. Many things could be done once the threshold was crossed. For example, pushing the power of his bloodline to the divine emperor realm. The power of an ultimate god's bloodline was indeed a lot weaker when fighting against experts. It could only suppress peak ultimate gods and affect half-step divine emperors, but it was still far from being able to suppress a divine emperor. The power of his bloodline must be improved. Other than that, the most important thing was to cultivate the invincible divine emperor bloodline. That was what Lin Fei cared about the most. You're going to cultivate in seclusion here? Dongfang Yijian was shocked when he heard that Jian Wushuang was going to cultivate in seclusion. Yes. Lin Fei nodded. I think I'm going to advance to the divine emperor realm. So soon? The other two were also shocked. Jian Wushuang was going to advance to the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time? Yes, that's why I'm planning to go into seclusion for a while. Anyway, the Heavenly Worthy Mountain has a lot of time. 1 year is more than enough. It was impossible for Lin Fei to say that he wanted to improve his bloodline power, so he could only use this as an excuse. You guys can also go out and try your luck. Dongfang Yijian pondered with rapt attention and felt that it was possible. Then be careful when you go into seclusion. There are many people who will cause you trouble. The tomb of the gods is so big, it won't be easy for them to find it. I'm not that easy to bully, Lin Fei said with a smile. That's it. Be careful when you go out. It's best if the three of you go together. When Xiao Chun attracted the attack of a heaven-splitting divine emperor, he once again attracted a lot of attention. Lin Fei stealthily entered a tomb. This was the tomb of a heavenly god emperor. Lin Fei was also very careful. He concealed his aura. At the same time, he used the system to analyze it. As long as he did not disturb the god emperor's corpse, he should be very safe. What a deity emperor's corpse! It was actually killed by a single blade. The tomb was huge, but it was empty. There was a black stone coffin in the center of the hall. The coffin lid was tightly closed, giving off a terrifying aura. No matter how awesome he was when he was alive, he still had to lie in the coffin. Lin Fei hid in the system's cultivation space. This was also the safest place. Lin Fei did not believe that those people could find him. As for giving up time to search for treasures, Lin Fei was not interested. Time was the key, especially since many godsons had advanced to God Emperor and grasped even more terrifying will of heaven and earth. Lin Fei also had to be careful of them. The most important thing was to improve his bloodline power. I heard that the time power of the God Emperor realm belongs to the Great Success stage. It's not terrifying, but I wonder how terrifying it is. Pushing the time bloodline to the God Emperor realm was more difficult than imagined. It was very difficult. Now that he had a large amount of divine power, Lin Fei could also squander it as much as he wanted. He constantly consumed divine power to make time flow. Tens of thousands of experts were killed. Lin Fei did not want treasures. He only wanted divine meridians, big or small. He did not reject anyone. The treasures were divided among the three of them. Lin Fei was the only one who could easily refine divine meridians. The time bloodline was refined one by one. It was not as easy as he had imagined to refine the time bloodline this time. It was a huge number. Lin Fei was also looking forward to the Great Success stage of time power. He wanted to see how terrifying it would be. By then, he would let the God Sun Sky Dragon have a good taste of his time power. He wanted to see whether the God Sun Sky Dragon's will of heaven and earth was more powerful. Time passed day by day. 2 months later, the second secret realm opened. Another 2 months later, the third secret realm opened. In the next few months, all the secret realms opened. All kinds of treasures emerged, and there were even peerless divine pills. During this period, there were also great battles between the divine emperors. Emperor treasures appeared, and the divine emperors fought for them. In the end, the God Sun Sky Dragon killed a divine emperor with the help of the divine beast Fire Qilin. He broke out of the encirclement and shocked all the experts. The God Sun Sky Dragon could kill an earth divine emperor, and even fight against a heaven divine emperor. His strength increased very quickly. At the same time, the other godsons also showed extraordinary strength. Ditian, who was called Savage, suddenly disappeared without a trace. There was no news for a few months. Some people said that Ditian was killed by a divine emperor, and his treasures were taken. Some people said that Ditian had double bloodlines and was targeted by an ancient force. His bloodline was refined and he became a useless person. It's done. It's not easy to do it in 8 months. In the system space, Lin Fei's face was filled with joy. 8 months was equivalent to a few thousand years in the outside world. The divine power consumed reached a terrifying figure. Fortunately, Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of divine power, and finally pushed the power of time to the divine emperor realm. If it wasn't for the system space, Lin Fei suspected that it would take him hundreds of millions of years or even billions of years to achieve the Great Success realm of time bloodline. Whoosh! Whoosh! Time passed quickly around Lin Fei. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. However, Lin Fei knew how terrifying it was. An ultimate god expert could turn into an old man in the blink of an eye and die in the passage of time. This is the true terror of time bloodline. The power of time is the passage of time. Lin Fei took a deep breath. It's worth it after spending half of my fortune. Lin Fei did not plan to continue cultivating after achieving the great success realm of time bloodline. He did not want to be trapped in the celestial worthy mountain. Lin Fei did not come out immediately to avoid disturbing the Divine Emperor's corpse. A Heaven Divine Emperor was still very terrifying. After achieving the great success realm of time power, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. It was not difficult to leave even if he could not win. He appeared in the tomb again. Chapter 1949. Lin Fei's heart moved. The power of time circulated around him. It blocked the mighty pressure of the deity emperor. Under normal circumstances at this time, Lin Fei should have left. No one was willing to stay in the face of a stone coffin. The pressure of the corpse would make people very uncomfortable. Lin Fei was not an ordinary person, especially after the power of time reached the great success stage. With the light of time protecting him, it could block any attack. Anyone who dared to make a move would not be able to stop the flow of time. The power of time at the great success stage was incomparably domineering, which was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Lin Fei was confident that he could block the attack of the deity emperor's corpse. At least, the corpse was still obedient. Lin Fei first observed the entire hall, which was gloomy and cold. Stone tablet. Soon he found something. Next to the stone coffin there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was not big. Lin Fei carefully came in front of the stone tablet and stared at it. So this deity emperor is called Deity Emperor Wanshan, an overlord from the Heaven Luo era. The things recorded on the stone tablet were very simple. Life introduction. Lin Fei had never heard of this Heaven Luo era, nor had he seen it in the secret news, but he understood that it was an era before the ancient times. In that era, any deity emperor was stronger than the current one. The deity emperors of this era, Lin Fei felt that they were very ordinary. None of the 8 deity emperors had broken through to the god emperor realm. One could imagine that their aptitude was not the best. Apart from the stone tablet, there was nothing else. Lin Fei did not go to open the stone coffin. After a brief examination, he left the tomb, used spatial movement, and came to a large grave. This was a very early location. Space had a location coordinate, outsiders might not know. But Lin Fei, who had mastered the power of space, could naturally see the spatial coordinates. Everyone is gone. His divine sense swept the entire tomb. Although there were people, the strongest deity emperors were gone. It's been 8 months. The other mystery land has been opened. No one would come here to dig graves anymore. It's too risky. Lin Fei quickly understood. Then Lin Fei arrived at the celestial worthy mountain. They had left the tomb of the gods. Despite Lin Fei's desire to continue searching for god emperor rank godheads, he still wanted to take a look at the situation outside. With the power of time at great perfection, he would be able to resist even heavenly deity sovereigns and snatch their godheads. This is outside the secret realm, which was the celestial worthy mountain. In the sky, a unique staircase appeared in Lin Fei's vision. It was a golden staircase. The staircase was long and boundless. There's someone on the stairs. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked over. There were people standing on the golden stairs. What the hell is this? In 8 months' time, a golden staircase appeared on the celestial worthy mountain. Came from there. Lin Fei looked carefully. At the end of the golden staircase was a high platform. It was faintly discernible in the Jingguang mist. The path of destiny? Lin Fei asked quickly. With his fierce reputation, he could capture any godly venerable and get the answer in a few seconds. The current Lin Fei was infamous. Everyone knew about him. Lin Fei did not say anything, but the other party spilled everything. Lin Fei stared at the golden staircase. He was surprised that it had such a domineering name. Destiny? My lord, I heard that once the path of destiny appears, the battle for the god emperor position will begin. The middle-aged godly venerable said carefully. Is this the first time it has appeared in this era? The middle-aged godly venerable shook his head. I heard it appeared a long time ago, but it left on its own. I didn't expect it to appear in the celestial worthy mountain again. The battle for the God Emperor position. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The primal chaos godly emperor might have been suppressed to fight for the God Emperor position. Now the 8 godly emperors as well as the recently advanced godly emperors are all on the path of destiny. I heard that if they can reach the last high platform, it proves that the path of destiny is the highest. In the future, they will have a high chance of becoming the God Emperor and leading an era. Lin Fei could not help but feel a little disappointed. So it's just a test. Lin Fei quickly found Dongfang Yijian and the others. Dongfang Yijian and the others did not go up. The path of destiny could only be entered by the godly emperor realm. When they saw Lin Fei return, they all revealed looks of joy. That's great. I thought you would stay in seclusion. Dongfang Yijian had gained a lot in the past 8 months and had a great understanding of becoming a godly emperor. The celestial worthy mountain only lasts for a year. I don't dare to stay in seclusion for too long. Lin Fei said with a smile. I didn't expect to see the path of destiny again. Dongfang Yijian sighed. Once the path of destiny appears, it means that the battle for the God Emperor is about to begin. A new era is coming. Everyone noticed Lin Fei as soon as he appeared. Ditian had disappeared without a trace in the past 8 months. Many people suspected that he had been killed or captured by a powerful existence. I didn't expect that kid to still be alive. I was in a good mood before, but it's bad now that I see this guy. Who said he was killed? He must be hiding. So what if he's hiding? He can only look at the path of destiny now. Anyone in the godly emperor realm is going to the path of destiny now. No matter how powerful Ditian is, he can't go on the path of destiny just like us. They dared not attack Ditian, but that did not stop them from attacking him in other ways. For example, the path of destiny. They would not be able to go up there, and so would Ditian. That was the only thing that made them happy. Couldn't they laugh at him if they could not defeat him? A bunch of jinxes. Zhugafeng had also broken through to the peak ultimate god realm, and said with dissatisfaction, "Do you know what's at the end of the path of destiny?" Lin Fei asked Dongfang Yijian. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. I don't know. It's never been mentioned. However, there are some rumors saying that one can obtain a destiny fragment. Destiny fragment? Lin Fei really did not know about that. Dongfang Yijian was no exception. The news was only spread among the top forces. He explained, why do we have to fight for the destiny? It's actually to obtain destiny fragments. For example, there will be something called the destiny fragment on the path of destiny. Only by integrating more destiny fragments can one become a god emperor. There's such a thing. Lin Fei really did not understand. Dongfang Yijian said, the destiny shard is a mysterious existence. It is released by the heavenly Tao. Only those with the most destiny shards can become the God Emperor. This is something I've seen in the ancient records. Back then, the God Emperor of the underworld left behind a message. Lin Fei turned to look at the path of destiny. Chapter 1950. The path of destiny stood in the air, and Jingguang flickered. Figures could be vaguely seen on every step. They were trying to reach the highest level. The path of destiny was also known as the stairway of destiny. With every step they took, they were one step closer to the supreme position. After knowing the secret of the path of destiny, Lin Fei's interest was piqued. The path of destiny seemed to be a good thing. Look over there. That's the destiny list. Dongfang Yijian pointed to a huge list in the distance. It was a golden list and everyone's name was golden. The destiny list is filled with people who have obtained the destiny of destiny. From the moment the destiny list appears, they will stand tall in the heavens and earth until the final God Emperor appears. Lin Fei didn't notice it just now. The person in first place is actually a deity emperor in seclusion, all-heaven deity emperor. On the destiny list, the person in first place was not a name that Lin Fei was familiar with but a very unfamiliar name. All-heaven deity emperor? Lin Fei really didn't know who this person was. The 8 deity emperors are only in the top 20. First place, all-heaven deity emperor. Second place, Abyss Deity Emperor. Third place, Immortal Deity Emperor. 11th place, Deity Emperor. 12th place, Myriad Demon Deity Emperor. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The 8 deity emperors have ruled the divine world for so long. but they are only ranked outside the top 10 in the fight for the destiny of destiny. This is unbelievable. In Lin Fei's opinion, the 8 deity emperors should at least be in the top 10. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. He continued to look down. Tianxi deity emperor, Massacre deity emperor, and 100 Flowers deity emperor were also on the list, all in the top 100. Lin Fei noticed that almost all of the 50 or so were deities. Deity Tianlong was ranked 26. This ranking could not be considered low. He was definitely a rising star, one of a kind. How is it? Are you amazed? Dongfang Yijian laughed. In fact, he was also shocked. Lin Fei nodded. These people are not simple, especially the first place all-heaven deity emperor. Almost no one has heard of this name. I know that, Zhuge Feng said. Rumor has it that he came from an ancient clan. That clan once produced a god emperor, and he has the bloodline of a god emperor. His mandate of heaven is very high. Lin Fei was enlightened. With the god emperor's bloodline, especially in the recent generations, there was hope for them to reach the god emperor realm. Having a high heavens mandate was also normal. This abyss deity emperor also has a strong background. Although he doesn't have the bloodline of a god emperor, he still has a powerful bloodline called the abyss bloodline. It's an extremely terrifying bloodline that can transform into an endless abyss world. There's also the undying god emperor in third place. Rumor has it that he cultivates an undying secret technique that allows him to be indestructible. He was killed countless times by the god-sealing god emperor, but he still didn't die. Lin Fei blinked. That's awesome. Very impressive. The rankings on the heavenly fate rankings were also constantly changing. First of all, the 8 great god emperors were worthy of being called veteran god emperors. They had a terrifying foundation and quickly rushed into the top 10, their rankings constantly changing. The top 3 rankings never changed. They were still the all-heaven god emperor, the abyss god emperor, and the undying god emperor. These 3 god emperors firmly held on to the top 3 rankings, and no one could shake them. The Road of Heaven's mandate and the heavenly fate rankings have appeared one after another. The outside world is going to be chaotic again. Dongfang Yijian frowned. Especially the top 3 god emperors. Soon there will be a large number of people supporting them. It's the era of a new emperor and a new generation of ministers. Lin Fei understood what he meant. If Big Brother Ditian also goes to fight for the heavenly fate, that would be great. Zhuge Feng said in a low voice. If Big Brother Ditian becomes the god emperor, I can also sit back and relax and show off everywhere. Huang Qiu laughed. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. God Emperor? The competition would be fierce. For example, the top 3 god emperors. Lin Fei suspected that they at least had the strength of the god-sealing god emperor, and some even had the strength of the god-sealing god emperor. They were definitely terrifying. Even if it was the god-sealing god emperor, no one could fight against him. Something like the heavenly fate, Lin Fei felt that he still had to fight for it. Candidate? That sounded not bad. A fierce person has gone up. After Lin Fei thought it through, the name on the list changed. This time a fierce person appeared. His ranking rose all the way like he was riding a rocket. God Emperor Dream? This name was even more unfamiliar. The all-heaven God Emperor, who had been motionless, was also pushed to second place. More and more God Emperors are appearing. Dongfang Yijian's expression was solemn. They are waiting for the path of heavenly fate to appear so that they can show their might and attract various forces to join them. Only when all the experts come out will it be interesting. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. I also want to go up and see what kind of existence the heavenly fate is. Dongfang Yijian's eyes widened. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. You want to fight for the heavenly fate? Could it be that you are now a god emperor? I went up after obtaining some opportunities, Lin Fei said with a smile. Dongfang Yijian collapsed. Damn it, you are a monster. I originally thought that I would become a god emperor before you, but now it seems that I am not as good as you. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu were dumbfounded. God emperor. This realm was too far away from them. It would not be easy for them to enter this realm in their lifetime. They would be satisfied if they could become an invincible ultimate god. I heard that when the power of time reaches the great accomplishment stage, it will become the time of time. Is it true? Zhugafeng asked. Dongfang Yijian sneered. You have a pig's brain. It is very rare for the power of time to reach the great accomplishment stage. Throughout the ages, how many of them have reached the great accomplishment stage? The great accomplishment stage of the power of time was too difficult. Every advancement was very difficult. Some people could not last until the day they reached the great accomplishment stage even if they had the power of time. It was normal for them to be killed along the way. It was also normal for them to be deprived of the power of time. It was very difficult to reach the great accomplishment stage of the power of time. Lin Fei was very clear that the great accomplishment stage of the power of time was quite terrifying. It was much more terrifying than the other bloodlines. Not many people could cultivate it to the great accomplishment stage. He himself had relied on cheating to improve, but it still took him a long time. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to reach the great accomplishment stage of the power of time. However, Lin Fei still felt refreshed. He was someone who had reached the great accomplishment stage of the power of time. He did not know which unlucky person would come and try the power of the time of time. It was an existence that had surpassed the power of time. It was a truly terrifying killer move. Ha ha ha, damn you, Ditan. I didn't expect you to finally show up. The rumbling laughter was like thunder on a sunny day. It caused everyone's body to sway and spit out blood. Following that, a huge black boot stepped over from afar. A small giant appeared in everyone's sight. Dong! 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 Every time the two giant feet landed, heaven and earth seemed to collapse. Chapter 1951. A giant the size of a mountain. The moment the giant appeared, the earth shook and the earth shook. Those below the ultimate god realm were shaken and fell from the sky. Only ultimate god first-level experts were barely able to hold on. The Stone Golem tribe is here. It's him, the Stone Golem tribe's little prince. Is he here to take Dtion's time and space bloodlines? Everyone was shocked. That giant was in existence they could not afford to offend. It was because of the Stone Golem tribe. They had built a powerful kingdom called the Stone Golem Kingdom. Any force could build a kingdom. The Stone Golem tribe was different. They were special life forms, not humans. When they were born, they were made of stone. After a long period of cultivation, their bodies were made of flesh and blood, until their entire bodies were made of flesh and blood. At that time, the Stone Golem tribe was unusually powerful. The Stone Golem Kingdom's little prince. Dongfang Yijian took a deep breath. This is troublesome. Lin Fei could also feel the immense pressure coming from this giant. Half-step God Emperor realm. You know him? Lin Fei asked. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. I don't know him, but this guy has become very famous in recent months. Countless people have died at his hands. He is most famous for killing a god emperor with his bare fists, which has made him famous. Lin Fei knew how powerful a god emperor was. Killing a god emperor with his bare hands. This Stone Golem tribe was not simple. Dtion, if you don't want to die, hand over the space and time bloodlines. Giant Barbarian stood in the sky like a giant mountain and swept his sharp eyes over. Everyone felt a heavy pressure bearing down on them. This was the Stone Golem tribe's natural advantage. As long as one was within a certain range, they would feel the pressure. They were special life forms and could cultivate flesh and blood bodies. They were the absolute geniuses of the Stone Golem tribe. Although the path of heaven's mandate attracted most people, there were still many who wanted to attack Dtion. However, there were still many people who started to scheme against Dtion. Those who dared to scheme against Dtion were all people with terrifying strength. After all, Dtion's space and time bloodlines had always been coveted by the major forces. Mammoth Barbarian was the little prince of the giant stone kingdom. He was famous for tearing apart god emperors with his bare hands. No one present was willing to fight Mammoth Barbarian because the giant stone tribe had an unparalleled advantage, and that was their powerful defense. Not even the attacks of Divine Emperor treasures could break his defense. Because of this, Giant Barbarian had the confidence to look down on everyone else. Prince Mammoth Barbarian tribe, if you want to seize the space and time bloodlines in one go, you'll have to ask this young master if I'm willing or not. There was more than one person staring at Lin Fei. Since he dared to appear in front of the Mammoth Barbarian tribe's young prince, he must have some skill. A young man with a sword on his back, giving off a frightening sword intent, appeared before everyone's eyes. Get lost. The mammoth barbarian young prince's roar shook the heavens. His arms turned into hammers that smashed towards the sword-wielding young man. Every hammer strike brought with it a crushing pressure that caused mountains to collapse. He had killed his opponent in a single move. That cold sword intent was unable to pierce through mammoth barbarian's defense. Too strong. That's a disciple from the Sword Palace. Even the divine sword energy couldn't break through the mammoth barbarian young prince's defense. It's too terrifying. The mammoth barbarian young prince turned around, his eyes flashing fiercely. Are you going to hand it over or not? The mammoth barbarian young prince had heard of Dtion's name, but he didn't care much. He was an existence that could tear apart god emperors with his bare hands. Even if he had an emperor treasure, with the giant stone tribe's defense, he could still resist. Everyone was looking at Dtion. Although the mammoth barbarian young prince wasn't at the god emperor realm, he still had the combat strength of a god emperor. Coupled with his natural defense, he could be domineering. Haha, you're very bold. Lin Fei said. My bloodline is actually something that a foreign race like you can have. Then you can die. The mammoth barbarian young prince's big foot stomped down from the sky. Boom! Boom! The sky above Lin Fei and the others immediately turned dark. A boundless gravitational force pressed down endlessly. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu vomited blood from the pressure. Dongfang Yijian didn't feel good either. The mammoth barbarian young prince was too strong. Just the attack of one foot made the onlookers suck in a cold breath. No wonder he could tear apart a god emperor with his bare hands. Get lost. A saber light suddenly appeared and slashed at the big foot. Crack! Crack! The saber light shattered. Dtion, use your emperor treasure, or you're dead. The mammoth barbarian young prince laughed, his eyes full of disdain. He was afraid of emperor treasures. Another big foot also descended from the sky, stomping toward Lin Fei. Fight! Dongfang Yijian's bloodline power erupted, and his speed was limitless. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword attacks were unleashed. This was Dongfang Yijian's ultimate killing move. This damn defense. The mammoth barbarian young prince forcibly withstood the attack, and his body wasn't damaged at all. Dongfang Yijian also sucked in a breath. Although he had heard that the defense was very domineering, he didn't know how domineering it was until he personally experienced it. With this level of defense, it was no wonder that even a god emperor treasure couldn't break it. An alien really thinks that he's invincible. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head, and his two big feet stomped down. Halfway through, the two big feet could no longer move forward as they were forcibly blocked by a kind of power. What kind of power is this? Many people were secretly shocked. That was because they couldn't tell what kind of power it was. There were no fluctuations in space. The mammoth barbarian young prince's attack was blocked just like that. Interesting. The mammoth barbarian young prince didn't care. His power surged, and his two big feet erupted with a dazzling light as they stomped down again. Let's see how you block it. Boom! Boom! His two big feet erupted with endless attacks. This one stomp made the divine venerables break out in a cold sweat. The other party could trample him to death with one stomp. Is that all you have? Lin Fei said indifferently. Even with this kind of power, you want to kill me and seize my bloodline? The mammoth barbarian young prince knew very well that no one could withstand such a domineering attack. He was invincible under the god emperor realm. Don't be too proud. The two big feet retracted, and the mammoth barbarian young prince's arm became a hammer as it smashed down. Consecutive hammer kill. Boom! 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 One hammer after another came crashing down like a rainstorm. Everyone's body shook once again. Even from far away, they could feel the mammoth barbarian young prince's crazy attack. This is the mammoth barbarian young prince's killer attack. I'm afraid that Dtion can't block it anymore. Lin Fei stood quietly. The great success of the power of time is indeed terrifying. As long as I move my mind, the power of time can disintegrate the attack. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. In fact, he just wanted to test the power of time. The mammoth barbarian young prince became the most suitable candidate. The continuous attacks left everyone dumbfounded. However, under such a violent attack, Lin Fei didn't suffer at all. He just stood there quietly. Dongfeng Yijian, Zhugafeng, and the others were baffled. Could it be some kind of treasure? Chapter 1952. Boom! Boom! Facing Lin Fei's mockery, the mammoth barbarian young prince attacked angrily again, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. An attack of this level was too terrifying. At the same time, they could not see through Tian. Without any movement, he easily blocked the mammoth barbarian young prince's attack. How amazing was this? Even though Tian was very famous before, now that they saw him again, it was even more terrifying than they had imagined. This guy was too strong. Lin Fei just stood there. The earth-shattering attack seemed insignificant at this moment. It seems that you don't have the ability to take away my bloodline. Lin Fei raised his head. In that case, take my saber. The terror of time made Lin Fei overjoyed. The mammoth barbarian young prince's strength was terrifying, but in front of time, it was as if he did not exist. Time was always the most mysterious existence. Even an incomparably tyrannical existence could not cross this threshold. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber, and a saber light slashed through the void. It was a very casual attack. Once time was formed, Lin Fei's control also became more flexible. The mammoth barbarian young prince had never thought that his attack would be so weak. With a cold snort, he punched out. You want to break my giant stone golem race's defense? This punch smashed the saber light. The saber light was faster. The fist was a beat too slow. The saber light slashed on the mammoth barbarian young prince's body. Ha ha ha, your attack is also not good enough. The mammoth barbarian young prince laughed, looking down on the other party. Everyone was well aware of the giant stone golem race's defense. Even if Tian had the power of time, he would not be able to break it. However, as the mammoth barbarian young prince laughed, a wound suddenly appeared on his chest. Blood immediately flowed, and his body suddenly broke into two. No! The mammoth barbarian young prince screamed, grabbed the lower half of his body, and fled in panic. The person who had been flaunting his prowess just a moment ago had fled pathetically in an instant. In front of time, no matter how strong your defense is, it can't stop it. Lin Fei said indifferently, very satisfied with this saber. At the same time, he had to admit that the strength of this mammoth barbarian young prince was indeed formidable, especially in terms of defense. Only time could easily break through his defense. Lin Fei didn't kill him. He just used him as a test subject. If the young prince of the mammoth barbarian tribe knew about this, he would probably vomit blood in anger. He was an existence that could tear apart a god emperor with his bare hands. The escape of the mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince also made them realize that Tian was even more terrifying than half a year ago. No one had expected Lin Fei to raise the power of his bloodline to the level of great success. It had been a very, very long time since a time bloodline reached major completion. There were people who managed to cultivate a large success spatial bloodline, but no one was able to fight against a large success spatial bloodline. The other party could easily send you into exile. This was one of the killing moves of a space controller. I didn't expect the mammoth barbarian young prince to also be defeated. Tian doesn't look any different. Everyone was confused. After easily defeating the mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince, Lin Fei looked around. If you want my bloodline, come at me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Was this a challenge? Wasn't he too arrogant? The mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince was very famous, but so were many people. In particular, some ancient factions were not inferior to the mammoth barbarian tribe's young prince. Tian, you are too arrogant. In the void, a sword light flashed, piercing straight at the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. Anything else? In the face of this sword, Lin Fei maintained a calm expression. Myriad poison divine water. A wave of dark green divine water swept across the sky. Poison. In the distance, everyone revealed a look of fear. This was a poison that could corrode one's physical body. At the same time, a black-robed man sneaked in. He was less than 1,000 feet away, and he attacked with a sinister smile. If I don't kill a few powerful ones, you won't give up. Lin Fei said coldly. The myriad poison divine water and the sharp sword were blocked outside. The black-robed man rushed into the range of 1,000 feet. As soon as he appeared, everyone saw a terrifying scene. The black-robed assassin aged instantly. When he reached 800 feet, he turned into a skeleton. This was a half-step God Emperor assassin. Speed and stealth were his forte. A distance of 1,000 feet was enough to kill anyone. Now he had turned into a skeleton, turning a half-step deity emperor assassin into a pile of bones in just one move. That was the true horror. Time power. This is time power at work. Someone exclaimed. To turn a half-step God Emperor assassin into a skeleton in a short time, what else could it be other than time power? No one would associate it with great accomplishment time power. The two were blocked. After seeing the half-step God Emperor assassin die, they chose to leave. In their eyes, Lin Fei's power of time was very strange. Time power was strong, but it seemed like it couldn't do it so easily. The person in the dark chose to give up the attack. The scene quieted down. This is the consequence of trying to steal my bloodline. Lin Fei's voice was like a bell. No matter how many come, they will die. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Fei released his God Emperor aura. The aura engulfed the entire celestial worthy mountain. Lin Fei unleashed the might of a divine emperor, just as everyone was feeling apprehensive. This was undoubtedly telling everyone that he was no longer the Detian from before. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Detian became a God Emperor. What a fast speed. I can't believe it's real. No wonder he could block the mammoth barbarian young prince's attack. His control of the time bloodline has improved after becoming a God Emperor. No matter who it was, they felt terrified. The ordinary God Emperors gasped. They couldn't afford to offend Detian. They weren't strong enough. If they encountered Detian, they would die. For the sake of their lives, they couldn't afford to offend someone like Detian. Detian's promotion to a God Emperor shocked everyone. Those who were mocking Detian before silently shut their mouths. Their faces were burning as if they were slapped in the face. His astonishing leveling speed had also given the older generation quite a fright. It was natural for divine sons to advance quickly. After all, they were born under the will of heaven and earth. However, Detian easily became a God Emperor. Most importantly, he cultivated the time bloodline and reached the peak ultimate God realm. If Detian was given enough time, his time bloodline would become a top-notch existence among God Emperors and could challenge an invincible God Emperor. That was the last thing they wanted to see. There were even some people with cold glints in their eyes. Should they find an opportunity to kill Detian, even if they had to pay a great price? Lin Fei released the pressure of a divine emperor and soared into the sky, flying toward the path of destiny. Detian is also going to fight for the destiny. He's just a little God Emperor. How dare he fight for the destiny? Chapter 1953. Destiny. An existence that couldn't be ignored in any era. Every time destiny appeared, it would be a battle between heroes. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. It didn't matter if they could become the final God Emperor. Fighting for destiny was still an irresistible temptation for God Emperors. Now that Lin Fei was on the path of destiny, it was a huge blow to the older generations. They had cultivated day and night for a long time, yet they were still stuck at the half-step God Emperor realm. It was natural that they were unhappy. Thus, a large number of people didn't think that Lin Fei would have a good ranking on the path of destiny. Lin Fei was already satisfied with just a small display of time. Such a killing move had to be kept for later use. As he neared the path of destiny, Lin Fei felt that it wasn't ordinary. The gentle light made him feel like he was bathing in his mother's embrace. It was very comfortable. Destiny. Lin Fei had an epiphany. He had also arrived on the path of destiny. Standing on the stairs and looking up, it was like a path of heaven that reached the sky. Interesting. Lin Fei smiled and walked forward. Boom, boom, boom. With this step, the heavens and earth rumbled. Lin Fei felt like he was being attacked by the heavens and earth. The will of the heavens and earth can forget about breaking my time. Lin Fei stomped down and blocked the sky full of attacks. It was clear that this level of attack was an attack of the heavens and earth. This was a test of the heavens and earth. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this kind of heavens and earth. On the destiny board, the first was still God Emperor Mengyi, the second was God Emperor Luotian, and the third was God Emperor Abyss. On the board, the fastest change was in the bottom part. The rankings were constantly changing. The top position didn't change at all. The 8 God Emperors remained the same. but a small number of God Emperors rushed up. On the path of destiny, God Emperor Mengi was actually a valiant woman. Destiny, who else but me can do it? God Emperor Mengi looked straight ahead and suddenly took a step forward. Below, the second-ranked God Emperor Luotian stared ahead. Worthy of being a reclusive sect. You've taken the first place right from the start. All Heaven Divine Emperor said with a scholarly aura. I might not give anyone to you. Lin Fei was very fast. As soon as he activated time, he blocked the attack from the will of the heavens. These attacks from the will of the world started off with a low level of difficulty, but they continued to increase in difficulty. At the same time, with every step they took, they would be attacked by the experts formed from the will of the world. Lin Fei had grasped the power of time. At the beginning, he didn't care much about it. The path of heaven's will is truly extraordinary. The will of the heavens and earth can condense experts one after another. Using this kind of test is indeed not easy. Now Lin Fei was facing a powerful deity emperor, who was wielding a heavenly halberd and constantly attacking him. Lin Fei's horizons were widened by the way he attacked. Lin Fei blocked it easily. Time engulfed him. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, annihilating the will of the world in time. Lin Fei soon encountered some God Emperor experts. With the power of time, the speed of the impact was very fast. Even the will of the world couldn't stop the flow of time. Especially in front of the great accomplishment of time, any existence seemed insignificant. Lin Fei didn't know the deity emperors he met along the way, but those deity emperors recognized Di Tian, who had an emperor artifact. Di Tian, he's Di Tian. How is this possible? He also came to the path of heaven's will? Could he have become a deity emperor? This speed is too fast. These deity emperors wanted to vomit blood. Lin Fei didn't stop at all. He kept walking in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they could only see a shadow. This is infuriating. They were deity emperors, but now they seemed to be inferior to a newly advanced fellow. With every step he took, Lin Fei felt something mysterious on his body. This thing was very weak, but Lin Fei could feel it. Is this the will of heaven? Lin Fei had heard of the will of heaven. It was an illusory existence, something that could only be understood. Have you analyzed it? Lin Fei used the system to analyze the will of heaven. I can't analyze it at the moment. I can't analyze it at the moment. Lin Fei was quite helpless after coming to this conclusion. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. In less than half a month, he reached the top 500. This made the eyes of the people outside pop out. This rank surpassed many deity emperors. Starting from the top 500, his speed slowed down. The experts that Lin Fei encountered with the condensed will of the world were even stronger. They were all at the level of a heavenly deity emperor, and they could use treasures to attack. It took him a long time to deal with them. It took him a month to go from the top 500 to the top 300. At this time, the year to the celestial worthy mountain was almost over. After reaching the top 200, Lin Fei almost didn't move forward. He had to face many experts at once, which made Lin Fei very uncomfortable. Whoosh! 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 When the year was up, a force came from the celestial worthy mountain. Everyone was teleported out. The path of destiny appeared on one of the continents in the divine world. Every continent in the divine world was guarded by a deity emperor, who controlled a territory. The 8 continents controlled by the 8 deity emperors had the best positions and the richest resources. The other continents had slightly less resources, but they were also controlled by the deity emperors. When the path of destiny appeared in the divine world, it caused a huge commotion. One after another, tyrannical existences entered the path of heaven's will, and the rankings on the heavenly fate ranking changed accordingly. This is all I can do now. When he reached the top 200, Lin Fei couldn't go up anymore. It became more and more difficult to deal with the deity emperors. The system hadn't analyzed the will of heaven yet. Lin Fei planned to leave the path of destiny. He just wanted to take a look and understand it out of curiosity. It was easy to leave. When Lin Fei appeared on the path of destiny, he appeared in the sky above a continent. Divine world. When Lin Fei came out, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This wasn't the celestial worthy mountain. He quickly realized that this was the divine world. Why am I here? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the divine world. Back then, He had massacred everyone in the divine world. Now that he was in the divine world, the people in the dark were getting restless, especially those hidden sections. They were probably eyeing his bloodline. There were many continents in the divine world. Lin Fei was well aware that every continent had a divine emperor overseeing it. I should find a place to improve my space bloodline first. There were many enemies in the divine world, and after killing tens of thousands of experts in the celestial worthy mountain, Lin Fei decided to hide first. The first place has changed. The first place on the destiny list was no longer Deity Emperor Meng Yi. It was another unfamiliar name. Lin Fei didn't care about it. Every continent in the divine world was huge. Lin Fei constantly used space movement to find a suitable place. This is the place. On a long river in the continent, Lin Fei landed and entered the bottom of the river. There were many ferocious beasts at the bottom of the river. The moment they saw Lin Fei, they pounced. Lin Fei released Hairball. Eat as much as you can. Chapter 1954. The Celestial Worthy Mountain's secret realm ended. The Path of Destiny and the Destiny List appeared at the same time. Both the divine world and the 6 subworlds became chaotic. The fiercest competition of an era had arrived. First, the 8 divine emperors, the strongest divine emperors in name, returned to their own continents. The entire divine world began to stir. Powerful factions emerged one after another. Originally, the continents were quickly occupied by rising factions. Once they occupied a continent, they annexed the factions in the continent. Except for the continents where the 8 divine emperors were, the other continents changed. The divine emperors were either killed or surrendered to the other party. The factions underwent a great purge. The Chaos Divine Emperor occupied a continent in the divine world, causing quite a commotion. The old officials returned. The Chaos Divine Emperor quickly stabilized himself and roped in the surrounding allies, forming a powerful faction. The 8 divine emperors were helpless. They didn't kill the Chaos Divine Emperor back then. With the appearance of the Destiny List, they couldn't stop the Chaos Divine Emperor from occupying a continent. Now the entire divine world was complicated. The hidden sects appeared one after another. Even the 8 divine emperors had a solemn expression. They didn't dare to underestimate them. They were all powerful existences. Everyone wanted to be in that position and dominate an era. Have you heard? Recently, a ferocious beast appeared in the Wu River. It started a massacre and conquered the Wu River. It can't be. I heard that there are many ferocious beasts in the Wu River. Some of them are even half-step divine emperors. What kind of ferocious beast is so powerful? Yeah, how can it compare to a divine beast? In a big city closest to the Wu River Divine River, there was a piece of news circulating in the restaurant. A ferocious beast had appeared in the Wu River. This ferocious beast lurked in the river and led a group of ferocious beasts to devour the passing celestials. This ferocious beast was getting more and more arrogant. It even took the initiative to attack passers-by. Many people who passed by the Wu River were in trouble. Many people in the city that was far away from the Wu River Divine River were afraid. Humph, it's just a ferocious beast. I'll go and take care of it myself. A burly figure stood up in the restaurant. He said disdainfully, "Young Master Linghu is going to take care of it." Who's young Master Linghu? Young Master Linghu is a disciple of our Sky sect. Many people secretly gasped. The Heaven sect was the strongest sect in the immortal Civ continent, and it controlled the entire continent. The Divine Emperor in charge was the immortal Civ Divine Emperor, a creation Divine Emperor. Because of this, everyone had no choice but to be fearful. This immortal sifting Divine Emperor had also appeared out of nowhere. As soon as he came out, he suppressed the original ruler of the continent and quickly took control of the entire continent. Wu River Divine River. A river that gave birth to countless ferocious beasts. Now the river was occupied by a fierce beast, and the other fierce beasts were all attached to this fierce beast. Under the river, Hairball had transformed into a burly and ferocious human figure, surrounded by a formless ominous aura. She was sitting on the main seat, surrounded by ferocious beasts that had transformed into ferocious humans. "Your Majesty, someone else is here." A subordinate ran in. "Ha ha ha, someone else is here to die." Hairball stood up with a ferocious gaze. "Everyone follow me out. Let's eat them together." Ever since she was released, Hairball had used her powerful strength to kill the powerful ferocious beasts at the bottom of the river. She had quickly taken control of the Wu River Divine River and gained a large group of subordinates. Hairball rushed out of the water with her subordinates. In the sky above the Wu River Divine River, there was a large black ship. That ferocious beast is here. Ling Husha stood at the bow of the ship, not caring about the ferocious beast. A monstrous ominous aura soared into the sky, turning into dark clouds that covered the sky. Hairball rushed out with a large group of ferocious beasts, stood on the water's surface and narrowed her eyes. Ha ha ha, more delicious food is delivered to us. Little ones, kill them. As a primordial evil dragon, Hairball was naturally ferocious and domineering. After following her master for a long time, she also liked to be straightforward. Kill them all. Bring back the women as wives. Many people came to watch the show today. Although they knew there were ferocious beasts in the Wu River Divine River, they had never seen them before. Everyone was quite afraid of the terrifying ominous aura, especially the ferocious beasts that flew out. Each of them had the strength of an ultimate god. With their powerful defense, they were not easy to deal with. How dare a mere ferocious beast be so insolent? Ling Husha's cold eyes swept across. The long sword on his back flew out and slashed across the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen ferocious beasts were cut in half at the waist. Blood rained down like rain. The scattered blood made the ferocious beasts even more frenzied. All of them rushed toward Ling Husha. In their eyes, this powerful person had eaten a lot of nourishment. Ling Husha took a step forward. With a flash of his sword, the ferocious beasts fell from the sky one by one, dyeing the Wu River Divine River red. You bunch of ferocious beasts have no idea of death. All of you deserve to die. Ling Husha's sword strikes became faster and faster. Each strike killed a large group of ferocious beasts. Less than half of the ferocious beasts were left in a short while. Hairball was a belligerent by nature. Seeing her subordinates being killed one after another, she was naturally furious. She could not even bear to eat them, but Ling Husha killed them all. I'll eat you. Hairball turned into a blur and pounced at her opponent. So fast. Ling Husha was a little surprised to see such a powerful ferocious beast here. Die. Ling Husha swished his sword. The sword shadows were dazzling. Hairball did not dodge. The sword light landed on her body, but it only left a faint mark. Her ferocious eyes became more intense as she threw a punch at her opponent. That ferocious beast is so powerful. Ling Husha's sword art can't break the ferocious beast's defense. No matter how powerful the ferocious beast is, it still has to bow. Don't forget that Ling Husha is a half-step deity emperor. He has a powerful deity emperor war weapon. Hairball's attacks were all close-range attacks. With the ancient evil dragon's speed, basically no one could block Hairball's attacks. But this time Hairball met her match. Ling Husha's sword art was airtight. Hairball could not get close, and her attacks were easily broken. Your ferocious beast is not bad. You can be my mount. She knew Ling Husha's sword art. She was overjoyed that Ling Husha could easily block her attacks. This might be a powerful ferocious beast. She just happened to be lacking a mount. Her sword art suddenly became sharp. Hairball was instantly suppressed. This provoked Hairball. She roared and turned into the ancient evil dragon. Her huge body and ferocious aura were like fog. She opened her mouth and sucked, forming a vortex. Swish, swish, swish. A huge suction force shrouded everyone. The ships in the distance rocked back and forth, and many of the weaker ones were directly sucked into the vortex and swallowed by Furball. Ancient evil dragon. It's an ancient evil dragon.